perfectly for Warriors, although August just gets deleted by Young, who steps up and gets rid of
lineup.
Oh, Quats, he runs straight into the self-destruct, and that'll be the end of him. But now that Soggy's out of the picture, Aki should be much easier to find. Bork, it's a blind. They have to get Quats here, otherwise this might be the round for Warriors to get it over the line, and they don't quite. The stick is in.
Oh! Massive first pick for ground zero.
Yeah, Fundray just gets chonked in the face by the Reaper, and
if only finds Kappa, unable to pop that primal raid, but Bertlong's going to keep him up with the beat.
That was a sick death loss from BRS, just chasing them all into that med pack room, and that is the end of Direwolf. Off, so they can wait and throw everything into a big fight, and this might be it.
Oh, BRS finds Jordation and Fundray down. 1, 2, 3 ultimates coming out from the Direwolves, despite not. So even though Elva's gone through with an EMP here, this might be a ground zero fight.
Weird. Terry can build this trance up in time. That could be a big difference maker, and that is a nice pick for BRS.
Good evening, guys and girls. The time has come. It is the Overwatch Contenders Australia Season 2 2020 Grand Finals Day. Elfish Guy, we've broken out the White Jackets, as is tradition for Contenders Finals here in Australia. And up until the other day, up until last week, I would have said this was locked in. This was a Direwolves victory. It didn't matter what was going to happen. They had this one in the bag. But come to Thursday of last week, and for me, everything's changed. Anything is possible today.
It definitely did look like it was going to be a bit of a foregone conclusion, didn't it? When we were early on in the bracket, I mean, Direwolves with such a dominant win over Warriors, ground zero. Yeah, they did pretty well against Mindfreak, though I felt they were pushed reasonably hard. It was that upper bracket final that you're sort of alluding to that really changed our opinions quite substantially. And I was saying at the start of that grand final that if Ground Zero comes in here and wins the series, it's not so much of a statement depending on how they win the series. It's really going to rely on how close those maps are and how close that scoreline is. But for the majority of that series, Ground Zero was easily the better team. They get the 4-1 victory, and all of a sudden, now the regular season results seem like a long time ago, and we're all focusing in on what Ground Zero was able to do in that upper bracket final.
Yeah, it was a very interesting match. Honestly, it was like maybe Ground Zero can grind this out, get it close. But to see them not only win, but win in that fashion, as you mentioned, Jordan, that really does give us some questions that we will get answers to today. As we recap that playoff bracket, you can see that we have 2 matches coming up for you. The Direwolves up against Mindfreak G is going to be the first cab off the rank. That is a 1st to 4 lower bracket final. The loser is out in 3rd place. The winner progresses through to our grand final. They're going head-to-head with Ground Zero Gaming. To be fair, I probably expected to see Ground Zero in the grand final. I just didn't expect them to get there in the fashion that they have.
I definitely wouldn't have said that I would have thought they would be the first seed through to that grand final. Obviously, Direwolves came in as the first seed to the start of this playoffs bracket. Ground Zero was the 2nd seed, but they were not able to keep that first seed all the way through to that grand final. So Direwolves do have to take a bit more of a difficult route in going through Mindfreak today, who, to be fair, they did struggle against a little bit in regular season. Back in week 5, it was only a 3-2 victory. Ben, you love to go back to that final map as well.
That moment. I love to go back to the moment where literally Mindfreak was seconds away from closing it out 3-0. It would have messed with all the seeding. It would have choked things up. It would have been a crazy world that we lived in. And from that one moment where they kind of threw away, it was like point A on our Route 66. They almost locked it in.
I remember, yeah.
And then from there, it was a 3-2 victory. All Direwolves, all downhill for them. So now that we know that the Direwolves are actually beatable, and they have been beaten, because up until Thursday of last week, this team had not lost a match. Yes, they had lost maps, but it hadn't gone further than that. And then to get them to the upper bracket final, one step away, and for things to sort of fall away as they did, I have lots of questions to ask based on that. And lucky for our selfish guy, we have Don back. Don, every time we've had a chance to chat to you this season, it's been, you know, mostly positive things that we've got to ask you about, but I can't help but start this one off. Tell me, what happened to you guys last week?
Well, I think the meta change, and we've had like a lot of cancellations. Like our previous manager had a scrim cancellations. That is, our previous manager had a bit of an issue with one of the like Korean teams, and then word spreads across. So a lot of us like good scrims have been kind of, not there anymore. So it's been a bit rough coming up to this year.
Okay, so what's the preparation been like coming into today then? Has that sort of been fixed up a little bit, or what's going on?
Yeah, I think we've had some pretty good scrims this last week. We had like London Spitfire, or like the previous team. And yeah, we've kind of changed up a lot of stuff, and it should be like the outcome will be a lot different.
Okay.
So,
Well, we're hoping to see a good performance from you. Speaking of change-ups, I did notice a change-up that you guys had in your last match, which was Elva playing the Sombra Geordie on Reaper, which didn't seem to coincide with what was happening during regular season. So you want to talk me through what was going on there?
It was a spur-of-the-moment thing. I think Elva was having a bit of a rough time, and yeah, we just tried to. It was like a bit of a spot fix.
So not part of the plan per se. Are we going to be going back to normalcy today, or what's the plan going in?
We'll have to wait and see.
Okay.
Secret.
Don't want to give too much away. That's
sauce.
fine.
Don't want to give too much up. Don't want to give too much up. So last week aside, Don, you guys now have a matchup against Mindfreak, a team who in the regular season, you guys almost got 3-0'd by. Now, you've got to play them, and then should you be successful, then you've got to play another 1st to 4 almost immediately after. Are you guys a little bit concerned about how tonight could play out now you're down in the lower bracket final?
I think it'll be good for us. Last week, we came in without really a warm-up, and then like now we'll have our warm up that we had, plus Mindfreak as a warm up, and then GZ. So I think we'll be on the top of our game.
All right, so you've played a game,
Yeah.
a scrim already coming into today.
A short one, yeah,
Short one,
against
okay.
a bunch of.
I always wonder, you know, what the mentality is like. Is it better to have that long sort of game prior, or is it better to come in fresh? And you're seeming to lean on coming in with the match practice a little bit more so.
It's kind of it's more of like you wake up your mechanics by playing like a bit of matchmaking, and then you go into the scrim to get like the comms and whatever else like in check, and then you go into the game. You don't want to like overload yourself, so you go like an hour instead of the 2 hour block normally.
Yeah, so you don't worry too much about burnout, right?
No.
Okay.
I guess playing a lot of Overwatch normally, Don. So we'll see how you go. Look, last week was a stumbling block, but you know, based on your performance for the rest of the season, hopefully for you guys, you will have a good night tonight. So maybe we will get to chat to you later. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah, I'll definitely see you later.
All right, Yeah, he seems relatively
Quietly confident.
Don always seems a little bit confident, right? He's but you have to. There has to be something based on that loss.
I think he is a
from last
confident
week.
person in general.
Yeah.
He just seems to be that kind of guy that doesn't really let anything concern him too much. But reading between the lines, it seems like maybe there was some sort of internal issues within the roster last week during the game. Hopefully that's been sorted out. Maybe it's part of what's been happening outside the game. Obviously, that's not something that you want to be affecting you coming into a lower bracket final like this, which is an elimination match, which is a match that can put you through to the grand final. So I do very much hope that we see the Direwolves of the regular season versus the Direwolves that we got against Ground Zero the other day.
Yeah, we want to see all of these teams at their best, obviously.
Yeah, exactly.
We don't want someone going out because they couldn't get the scrims that they wanted. But it's all part of the deal, I suppose, right? There is a lot that goes into being an esports team that isn't just turning up and clicking heads on the day, as some people like to joke about.
Sure.
And we did, when we chatted to Ground Zero last week, we did get a little bit from them, I think, where the conversation sort of turned to, well, actually, we felt that we had been scrimming more than the Direwolves had, and by the sounds of it, that might actually be accurate.
Does seem to corroborate that, yeah.
Not necessarily of Direwolves choosing, perhaps.
Maybe not. I mean, I think Direwolves does seem like quite a dedicated team in terms of what we've been seeing from them during the regular season. The fact that they do have a lot less experienced players and they've been able to get a lot more out of them than a lot of the other teams. So to me, that makes me believe that they have been working hard.
Yeah. Talking about working hard, Frogger is on the call and ready to go. Look at you, mate. You've made it through to grand final day. You're not in the grand final yet, but you got one game ahead of you. How are the boys feeling tonight?
I mean, is anyone really surprised we'd make it this far? We were confident we'd do it at the start of the season, just going in and not caring. And look at us now. We're already here.
Oh, yeah?
Who would have thought?
Yeah,
Look
who
at
would
us
have
now.
thought? Yeah. I certainly did think that you would make it all the way to today. I'm not so sure I was going to go so far as to say that I would think you'd make it to the grand final, but I guess we'll have to wait and see how that one pans out. Now, looking back at the result that you guys had against Warriors, it's a 3-0 on paper, but again, Ben and I sort of felt that was a fairly close result. Did you guys worry at all at any point in that game, or was that sort of clean sailing for the Mindfreak crew?
Okay, let's get things out of the way first without me being a little bit rude.
Oh, yeah?
We struggled a lot more against Warriors than we did against Direwolves in warm-ups. Okay. So, yeah, that was how it went on the day. A lot more different compared to what we expected.
So, based on that, then, you would be coming into this game feeling relatively confident because you've just said you didn't struggle too much against Direwolves, correct?
Yeah, we're feeling confident.
Okay, how confident? What's the
well,
what's the general gist? Like, is it
on the Frogger scale of dropping a beat 5 seconds too late and like the perfect timing on 1 to 5? Where are you guys? Where are you feeling it, Frogger?
Probably a -4.
Oh.
Is that what you want?
So that's like really confident, right? Is that?
Yes,
okay,
of course.
Yeah,
it's a 4-second early beat.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, better early than late. That's all I'm going to say because you don't want to be dropping anyone.
Well, that's it.
Speaking of beats, though, we mostly saw Frogger in your last match on the Mercy, although Aki, I think, picked up Mercy at one point as well. We sort of spoke to you about that during the post-match interview last time. But are we expecting to see more sort of out there kind of compositions from you today, similar to what we saw last time?
Yeah, we like mixing things up. You know, at the start of the matches, we put our names into a hat, and that's who's going to be playing Mercy every game.
Awesome.
Thankfully, Aki got it a lot more than me, so we'll see how it goes tonight. Hopefully, Aki gets it a lot more than me.
Yeah, I'm hoping to see Bus actually on the Mercy.
Yeah.
But, we'll see.
Well, the benefit of that is if he goes off the map, he can kind of, just glide back on. So he's got that certainly on his side. Now, when you guys went head-to-head with the Direwolves in the regular season, you did pretty well up until the point that you didn't. How much of that do you, like the stuff that didn't go well aside? How much of that gives you confidence for today, or do you kind of feel like, hey, that was like what 4 or 5 weeks ago? It doesn't make as much difference anymore. It's an entirely new day.
We're still very confident going up against Direwolves. You know, we're always going with a lot of confidence up against no matter what team. We don't really look at a team and think, oh, these guys are really good or these guys are really bad. We always try to keep everyone on the same level so we don't stress out and get nervous for the games coming up.
Yeah, because I feel like sometimes nerves is something that comes through in esports. We've seen it in contenders in the past. I guess my only other question is, I think when we spoke to you last week, you're of the impression that Direwolves were going to come out on top over Ground Zero, which, to be fair, I think a lot of people probably felt that was going to be the case. Were you surprised to see Ground Zero do as well as they did?
I got a message telling me they lost and they choked, like I said, and I was like, whoopsies, I feel like I cursed that one.
Yeah.
So very unfortunate.
Definitely your fault. Okay, real jokes aside, one last question for you, Frogger. If by chance you guys don't come out with a win tonight, it's probably your last chance to give a shout out to your fans. You've had great support all season long. It's honestly been fantastic to see. Anything you want to say to the Mindfreak and Frogger fans out there?
To everyone, thank you guys so much for supporting us. It really means a lot. You know, make sure you guys keep cheering in the chat, show your support to every team, not only us, but everyone else as well. Show support to all the players. They all deserve it. They're all great people. And have fun.
Thanks, Frogger. Good luck tonight, and maybe we'll get to see you later.
Bye-bye.
What a nice little thing.
Yeah.
Well,
And show support for the casters
Yeah.
as well. I think you forgot that one, but it's all right,
okay.
Frogger. I
Look,
got you back.
I feel it. I feel it in my heart anyway.
Cheer for the casters. We're
Yeah,
here too.
Yeah.
Yeah, look, it's interesting to see, isn't it, how he seemed to be fairly confident against Direwolves, even though they, as he said, did struggle a little bit more against Warriors. So I wonder if that's a bit of a benefit for Mindfreak coming into this game, having had some pretty good results in the past in officials, and it seems like in scrims as well against Direwolves.
Yeah, I can see the confidence coming through, but I find it really hard to set aside the season that the Direwolves have had. And I also, you know, you see the confidence coming through from both Don and from Frogger. I don't know, man. It's I think it's going to be a monumental effort, I think, for Mindfreak to come out on top today. However, if they were able to, that would be a crazy upset. They did it. To be fair, Jordan, in Season 1, we kind of set Mindfreak aside and said, look, they're probably not going to come out with the victory. It was going to be Ground Zero all the way, undefeated regular season. And it didn't play out that way. Mindfreak stepped up to the challenge, and they were able to take them down. Let's see how this one plays out. We're on to Busan. It is our first map of this first to 4. It's our lower bracket final. We've been here all season long, Jordan. It feels like only yesterday we started this season off. The world changed. We're very lucky to be able to have Overwatch in the fashion that we are and get to see these players go head to head. It's certainly not the lower bracket final though that I expected to see.
Yeah, not really. But it's not an altogether particularly surprising result. We knew Ground Zero had the players. We knew they had the capabilities. They had the experience to be able to pull a result like that out of their hat. So to see them through the grand final, I don't think should really surprise anyone, despite the fact that Direwolves have been the better team during the regular season. I've been having a bit of a look back at the result between Direwolves and Mindfreak during regular season as well. Ben, as you remember, that would have gone to 5 maps. It was 3-2 favouring Direwolves. So maybe we're expecting a fairly close result today in this first to 4. It's not a first to 3. Obviously, there's a bit of an extra leeway to the team that is losing.
It's the best of 7 equivalent.
Correct,
with slight changes, as we know.
So I was wondering, have we seen Busan between these two teams before? And the answer actually is no. So we did see Nepal and Oasis. So we don't really have much to sort of look at when it comes to Busan between these two teams head-to-head. But as far as the control victories have gone, it was 50-50 as well. That was one from Mindfreak, obviously, on Nepal to start things off, and then Direwolves won Oasis to win this series. So very, very interesting to see how things do pan out here on a bit of a 50-50 map, and looking forward to getting this grand final underway.
We certainly are. Let's see who Ground Zero will be playing in the grand final later on tonight. So Direwolves up against Mindfreak G. I don't think many people expected to see the Direwolves here, but Frogger did seem confident that they were up to the challenge.
Yeah. Then again, so did Don, and Elva has started things off quite nicely for Direwolves. Jordation over onto Widowmaker as well, another comfort hero for the perennial winner here in Overwatch Contenders Australia. He's got something like 5 titles under his belt, and he's going to be looking to add one more alongside Direwolves this time instead of Mindfreak, which is his former team. Bit of a contest on the point, and you're going to get this, right? It's a prolonged kind of a fight. It's just picks across the board, and Mindfreak now are the ones that are coming off better for it. Young catches JCap, and now it's time for Bust to chase down those quicker targets. A good start for Mindfreak here in the grand final attempt between Mindfreak and Direwolves.
Interesting for me to see the Direwolves running a team composition similar to what we've seen in Overwatch League as well, with the double sniper, a lot of pick potential across from this team lineup, and obviously Mercy in there for the res as well. The Mindfreak looking to go with something similar to what we saw from them previously.
Yeah, I mean, Direwolves may not have felt that they were getting enough work done with that double sniper setup. Jordation moves over onto Tracer. So far, it hasn't worked out well for them. They're forced to get that res onto Elva, but subsequently drop JCap. Soggy's doing a lot of work right now on Tracer, really putting Direwolves in the ground and chasing down those low HP targets, getting the comms from his teammates and finishing off what he needs to. It's another good fight for Mindfreak, and they're off to a great start.
Yeah, nice from them. Very nice to kick this one off. Jordation, after that that swap, already has a pulse bomb available. Elva's going to make a swap across as well onto Ash. It's taking them a little while to get back into this. Looking for a fight win in the next 1 or 2 fights for the Direwolves, that's for sure. We'll see what Mindfreak can do. Soggy going to be the first one down, and that's the way the Direwolves wanted to start this fight off. Jordation still holding on to this pulse bomb, and he's going to get slept and then picked up. Bob coming through with the goods. Mindfreak will lose Frogger, and trade for trade coming through. 2 down, soon to be 3 down. No, JCap getting healed back up here for the Direwolves. Now up to 86% for Mindfreak. So even if this fight does not go their way, they're going to be in a pretty good spot. JCap forced to come out as well with his ultimate there. Soggy coming through with 2 big picks. We're going to hit 99% right now for Mindfreak G. They just need to see if they can pick up one more fight win when this one starts ticking away, not in their favor.
The fact that Frogger can get away with that for free when Jordation has a pulse bomb is insane to me. He's gotten away with murder, but it's the exact opposite. He's raised someone back into the fight. Mindfreak are fighting hard. They want the 100-0. They want the statement, and Ben, I think they might just be about to get it.
And they do. Nice work from Mindfreak G. It looked like the Direwolves on 2 or 3 occasions were about to turn the tide on the cap. But Mindfreak just rolling through with the stagger, and in the end, coming in with a 100-0. Pretty big statement from them to kick off this lower bracket final. We'll see if they can continue in similar fashion. But Don was talking about how they were, you know, all warmed up for this one, Jordan. It doesn't look like the Direwolves are actually ready right now.
Yeah, maybe not. I guess it is only 1 round, and I wouldn't read too much into it. I think if we do get the map victory coming out here for Mindfreak 2-0, that's where you can start to get a little bit more worried for Direwolves. But a poor start for Direwolves, bit of a snowball for Mindfreak, and Direwolves were never able to really wrestle control of that point, which we know can sometimes happen on the control map. So I'm not going to read into it too much. I want to see what happens here for Direwolves. If Jordation starts to click some heads, Elva over to Ash can do much the same, and they're up against the Pharah Mercy combo. It's, again, not a good start for Direwolves as Elva and Dom this time just get dove upon.
Yeah, Mindfreak going hard, and again, they'll be the team to grab the cap first. So precisely how they were looking to make this one start. Lab and Jordation both getting picked quite late in the piece there. So this is going to slow things down just a little bit, as we saw before. Seconds certainly count.
Well, those seconds are ticking on by for Direwolves, who have once again changed their roster up. This time it's Jordation over to Ash, Elva onto the Tracer. They're really changing these DPS selections around a lot. It does seem that they're struggling to keep them alive after the dive from Bus comes in, followed up by Mindfreak, who are looking really coordinated today. Speaking of dives from Bus, there goes another one, but we're back over onto the point as Young tries to chase Elva down and will be successful in that task.
Certainly will. JCat finds 2, needs to find more, however, up to 40% for Mindfreak G. As Slipchip will get demech. Young unsuccessful as well with that pulse bomb. The dive was finally looking to get the better of Mindfreak on the cap. And will get things back under control. To be fair, under control the first time so far this match at 52%.
Yeah, Fundray only just surviving that fight, and it could have been a big difference maker had he actually dropped there. I think he was at about 22 points of HP at his lowest. Still, Direwolves are looking much more confident now that they've set themselves up and got that cap pressure going. Amplification Matrix for Lab is going to be quite stressful to deal with for Mindfreak, considering Jordation on the other side can make great usage of it. Elva throws a pulse bomb in, which doesn't connect onto too much. In the meanwhile, Mines are down on the point, courtesy of Fundray, who's found himself a pick onto Frogger. And everything seems to be starting to come up better for Direwolves in this fight.
Yeah, this is what the Direwolves will be looking for. Aki is down. They're starting to catch up. Soggy went to pop the ultimate as well. The barrage was about to come through. It does get picked up. So, that also less than ideal for Mindfreak. The Direwolves now starting to find themselves here. 2 ultimates to work with. Bob could be useful. Frogger no longer wanting to play Lucio. Back to the Mercy. We'll see if that is of any help or not. Mindfreak just jumping onto the cap. Going to try and force the Direwolves out of position. They won't be gifted it for free, however, now up to 70% for the Direwolves, who are getting a little bit out of this. Slipchip going to be forced to use the ultimate to get back into the mech.
Oh, and then he's instantly demeched again by JCap.
Wow.
Self-destruct. That's bullying. JCap was trying to kill him. He sacrificed his mech for that attempt, but then goes one better. Still, the rest of the fight has well and truly favoured Mindfreak, and it is going to have to be the reset from JCap. So one small skirmish that works out for Direwolves does not a victory make in the fight, and it's Mindfreak that are in control once again. Ben, they're in a great spot now, starting to get close to some of those impactful ultimates. Pulse bomb here from Soggy. If he can sneak that through, that might actually just end up resulting in a map victory for Mindfreak. There's only 20 seconds left for Direwolves to play with, and Jordation's been picked early on in the piece.
Yeah, the res comes through. Jordation and Fundray throwing out ultimate. You'll see Bob and Mines into the point. The Direwolves have got control of the point, however, now up to 90%. The pick's going their way. Also, it's going to be rough for Mindfreak to get back into this. Elva down, that is a start. I don't think they're going to even have time here, Jordan, to make much of this. We'll see how the picks come through. Frogger and Slipchip it down. Looks to me like the Direwolves will be able to cap this one out. And we're going to be one apiece here on Basan.
Well, Bus is still fighting on the point. If you could get that pick onto JCap, it would be big news. The Mine's right on top of JCap, but in the meanwhile, that's going to be the end of Nyang. So the damage output for Mindfreak decreases significantly, and so do their chances of a round victory. Frogger and Slipchip onto the point, just desperately trying to keep this one alive for Mindfreak. But we've all been there, and we all know where this one is going. I've seen that movie before, and it results in round 3.
Yeah, I appreciate the desperation from Mindfreak, but I think that was just a little bit too much to ask from the Melfish guy, just a little bit too much. So, fortunately for the Direwolves, they've woken up from whatever pre-game slumber they had, somewhere between their short scrim and round 1 of Basan, and we will find ourselves at 1 apiece. This is the lower bracket final if you're just tuning in. It's Season 2 of Contenders Australia, supported by McDonald's Australia. Macca's has been supporting Contenders here in the Australian region for a number of years now, and we very, very much appreciate it. It allows us to get to see this great Overwatch action, and the match between the team that was undefeated up until Thursday and Mindfreak G, who have had a reasonable season, but certainly not the best. But it doesn't matter anymore, Jordan. It only matters about this match.
Well, I'm glad that we're watching Bus, because in this kind of a composition, you do need to put a lot of a premium on that dive ability of the main tank. If Bus can get on top of the Ashe Mercy combo. You can see how easily he'll be able to deal with them. Fundre was doing it a lot last round for Direwolves. Soggy cops a shot from Jordation as he does just get stuck on the wall. So off to a better start this time, Direwolves. And Mindfreak now need to show whether or not they are going to be able to thrive under the pressure that Direwolves seems to be able to make work so easily.
Yeah, things aren't necessarily working for Mindfreak right now. Jordation has already found 2 picks. The Direwolves looking like they might get left to pick up the point in just a moment. Bus goes down to Fundre, the battle of the balls, going to the green team. And now Mindfreak will find themselves behind, but the Direwolves will be happy to see themselves pick up the point. I think this might be the point for them for the first time yet. So, yeah, both other rounds have gone to Mindfreak first.
Initially, yes.
Yeah.
Elva lurking around with the Pulse Bomb available. Probably won't be thrown into Slipchip's defense matrix, so we'll have to wait a minute. Elva's been reasonably successful on the Tracer so far, reasonably impressive. Minefield caused some problems for Mindfreak. It was through from Fundre, and in the meanwhile, Elva's taking advantage of all that distraction that's being caused. And the Pulse Bomb connects onto Nyang. It's a good fight for Direwolves, who again continue to put that pressure onto Mindfreak.
Yeah, looking really good right now for the Direwolves. They do not want to let this grand final slip away from them. They expect it to be there. And Mindfreak stands in their way. Now up to 55%. Mindfreak yet to cap the point on round 3 of Busan. They will be coming into this fight with a little bit more to work with. JCap, however, for the Direwolves will have the Gravitic Flux, which as we know, caused quite a bit of damage. He's going to throw that one out, looking to find Young's first up, and he will be able to find the pick there onto the Ashe. Not a bad start at all, the DMAC, and then pick up onto Slipchip also. And then finally, Frogger goes to Elva as Frogger picks Ashe back up, now up to 83%. This is looking rough for Mindfreak. The Direwolves fight 100-0 this one, Jordan.
Fundre just decimating Aki and Young for these low mobility kind of heroes. The ball is such a problem, and you could see that for Young when he was pushed up in the air by the pile driver and then by the Gravitic Flux. There was nowhere for him to go, and seems like it's that way for Mindfreak, who are now again desperate to get some points on the board, desperate to get even a tick onto this point. Bob charges in, clears some of the mines out. That'll be helpful and continues to contest the point for Mindfreak, but won't last that long. Even still, Ben, there's trades backwards and forwards across the board, and keeping our eyes on Young is a good idea because damage needs to be done by Mindfreak, and damage is being done by Mindfreak. Enough such that they do manage to cap that point back in the overtime, keep themselves alive here on Busan.
Soggy on the Genji coming through with the goods. Maybe this one's going to be a little bit closer than we thought, Jordan. This might be a long night if we are very, very lucky. And Soggy straight away on to Don Lab, picked up as well. So that supports out of the picture here for the Direwolves. They did try and cap. I'm not even sure who was over there. Maybe Elva by the looks of things. But Aki and the team will drop back and clear that one out.
Yeah. I don't really mind this change-up, actually, for Mindfreak, putting Soggy onto the Genji.
Yeah, I think it's good.
They've recognized that there isn't a whole lot that can deal with Genji on the Direwolves roster as far as the support ultimates are concerned. So, no Transcendence, no beat available, which means the Dragon Blade is going to be quite useful indeed when we get there, if we get there.
Yeah, look at that. Soggy straight onto the support. Again, JCap trying to turn this one around.
Has to be
Aki
Soggy.
and Bus are down. Soggy finds the pick. He has the blade.
Here we go.
What can he find? Gets knocked back by the shotgun, down to 50 HP. Unsuccessful with the blade. 67% for Mindfreak, but the Direwolves ready to roll into the point in just a moment. We'll see whether there'll be enough players from Mindfreak G to stagger this one out, but it is looking like a tough cause for them right now.
Yeah, it certainly is. Bus has arrived back in the fight, though, with 83% of the mines available, so if he can do a little bit more damage here, he can continue to cause a problem for Direwolves, but the issue now is that the cap has gone back across to Direwolves, who are at 99%. Mines are down on the point, but doesn't seem to be impacting Direwolves all that much, and the rest of Mindfreak trying to back bus up as much as possible. They're very low, however, and now double kill from Young, and that's all that she wrote for Direwolves in the fight. Surely now, once again, Young stepping up, very similar to what we saw for Mindfreak against Warriors, and now at the 11th hour might have just won the map for Mindfreak.
Surely not. Young, our Macca's MVP from last week, turning the tide of this battle. 99-99. Fundray is down. Young looking for more. A pulse bomb ever closer. Elva now with the pulse bomb as well. Can we make this work? Want to dodge the defense matrix. It's even easier when you're out of the mech, but it's a little bit wasted. Soggy finds the pick, even though Slip Chip goes down. 4 up, 3 up now for the Direwolves. Mindfreak all alive. There's overtime being held in by Fundray, and that is all the Direwolves seem to have. Lab now gets back on there as well. But with Fundray down, it's going to be rough. Nung finds another. Lab is down. Surely, is this inevitably Mindfreaks? Can they find themselves this first map?
Oh, it's such a prolonged fight at the moment, isn't it, Ben? It's quite hard to tell which way it is going to be going, but Mindfreak will pick up the victory on Busan. They just sneak it over the line again off the back of some individual brilliance.
Yep.
Young, how many times is this guy going to have to get a double kill with a pulse bomb or just absolutely clip a player out on that Tracer? It takes me back to that game against Warriors where Mindfreak were in so many situations that were exactly like that. 50-50s or maybe even something like a 70-30. That could well have been a Direwolves victory had that double pulse bomb not come out. But that shifts the momentum so substantially that Mindfreak is inevitably able to hold on long enough that Direwolves run out of steam. And to be honest, Ben, that has got to be a bit of a tilter for Direwolves.
Look, it would get me on tilt, Jordan, and for Mindfreak, that would hype the heck out of me, to be perfectly honest. Young, as you said, such a great game last week. Our Macca's MVP of the day, even though he wasn't from the Ground Zero team taking out the upper bracket final. We picked someone from lower bracket round 1 because he was so impactful on the Tracer, and today, just in the nick of time, he comes through on map number 1. Those are the moments you potentially look back on in an hour from now, and you say that changed the entire match.
I think another fairly important factor here is that, and I'm pretty sure we'll see this later on in the replay, is Frogger actually swaps off of the Mercy. We've seen Young go on to the Tracer, and that's where we're going to see him go back to the Lucio. I think that seems to work out a lot more for Mindfreak. You sort of saw them trying to force Frogger on the... There's the swap, by the way. They were sort of trying to force Frogger onto the Mercy quite a lot in that match against Warriors, but then they recognized, you know what, this isn't quite working. Maybe Frogger's not quite as comfortable with that, and maybe it doesn't fit our team quite as well, just in general. And it seems to have worked out there again, just swapping it back over to Lucio. So, I mean, it's not a major point just yet, but it is something that I want to keep an eye on for the rest of this match.
I can also understand, right, if you're playing an opponent who has a Mercy, they've almost got like 6.5 players, right? You find the pick, and then you don't have the pick anymore. I can understand why that could be frustrating to play against. But if you're seeing situations where Frogger's going in for a res and going down in the process, that's not necessarily the trade that you're looking for.
On the same token, though, if you're playing the Mercy, you are quite susceptible to the Wrecking Ball, and we saw that quite a lot with the pile drivers coming through from Fundray and from Bus, then being able to
Genji coming through as well,
clip out those Mercies. So if you swap off onto the Lucio, if you swap off onto the Ana, which is what Aki was playing in that instance for Mindfreak, you become a little bit more self-sufficient as a support. You don't have to rely on the rest of your team, right? If you're the Mercy, you want to be shifting to your teammate, you want to be trying to avoid those pile drivers. But the Lucio, if you get hit by the pile driver, you've got the passive healing, you have the boop, you can keep yourself alive a little bit easier. The same for Ana, you throw the Bionade at your feet and you're going to be healed back on up. So it is quite a bit more difficult for the divers to actually get some value against their dive targets if it's not the Mercy, and in this instance, that seemed to work out for Mindfreak. But we are on to Volskaya.
Now, am I correct in recalling that this is what the Direwolves picked last week as well?
Against Ground Zero.
So there is a potential where if things don't go the Direwolves' way tonight, we may see Volskaya into King's Row, you know, very similar to what we saw last week as well. So they certainly don't seem to be changing it up, do they, based on the fact that we've already seen them play these maps in the last 7 days. Whether that's of any relevance or not, we'll wait to find out. But, yeah, Mindfreak G, 1-0 up. It's a first to 4.
But Ben,
Yes.
I do have to ask you a question.
Okay.
Who do you think was the better team on Busan? It's a loaded question.
It
because
did feel like the Direwolves for 2 out of the 3 rounds were the better team.
Yeah.
And then in the end, Young was the best player.
So as a team, it seems like Direwolves are maybe a little bit stronger, at least based on what we've seen so far. But those individual plays, and something that we characterized about Mindfreak for the entire season as well, part of their stylistic makeup, are getting them over the line. And if they can continue to pull these kinds of plays out, that's where they're going to be able to find their win condition against Direwolves, I think.
Well, the teleport came through for Bus, and all I think that did is give Jordation a little bit of charge. So maybe not the end result they're looking for, but Aki will get some heals along with Frogger. So I guess they'll take that one. But Mindfreak coming out on attack first.
No, they're very scattered, aren't they? This
Yeah,
is not a
they
big
are.
clump from Mindfreak, but that is, again, quite characteristic of Mindfreak, who are quite an individualistic team. Bus
Bus.
goes very deep alone and
Yeah.
gets the back up a little bit of Aki, who's unfortunately now been hooked by Fundre. It was an okay start for Mindfreak, but it has fallen to bits. Maybe a bit of an overcommitment in the end there from Mindfreak, who will let that first fight fall to Direwolves.
I guess you don't really want to get stuck in the corner as a tank with the Hanzo there chasing you down, even if you are Wrecking Ball. Even with that, you know, the ability to move around so quickly, it doesn't always play out your way. Soggy just chilling in the back line, looking to see who he can find, and Young will go down first. Jordation finds a double. The second one did have a little bit of help, however. And this fight is not going to go Mindfreak's way as well. So the Direwolves 2 from 2 on defense, looking pretty good. And you'll see Slip Chip there, just have to reset. But we're already halfway through this attacking phase for Mindfreak, and well, we're 2 minutes down.
Yeah, not looking too great at the moment for Mindfreak, but that can very quickly shift if they're able to cap out point A, have a nice roll into point B. They could still finish this map with quite a significant amount of time available. Here goes Bus again, and he's off the map. He gets booped away by JCap. It's just not going well for Mindfreak at all. Frogger gets picked up into the air and slammed back
Frogger
down. He's done. The Coalescence not enough to keep him alive. And again, Mindfreak will have to just let this fight slip by the wayside and give it up.
Yeah, this fight not going Mindfreak's way. The Direwolves seemingly ending these ones pretty quickly as well. They're not even necessarily prolonged fights that we're seeing that ever necessarily look like Mindfreak will get the better.
I just don't think that Mindfreak are as coordinated right now as they need to be. You're often seeing Bus diving in a little bit ahead of his team. Everyone's sort of split up at the moment. They're not being able to find the picks. Again, here's Bus deep in the back line, probably trying to force a bit of a distraction, build an angle maybe for Nyang, who is onto the Widow now, and they're really, again, relying on an individual step up here. Nyang to get headshots with that Widowmaker, Soggy to hit himself a good EMP, and the rest of the team to follow up off the back of that, because now with only a minute left on the clock, they are running out of time, and it looks like they might be making a quick exit to Volskaya.
Yeah, not ideal for Mindfreak, and we saw Aki and Frogger change up as well. So we'll see what they can do. That's a little bit better. Yeah, Don the first one down. EMP comes out from Soggy, and Fundre comes through. Eventually goes down during the middle of the whole hog because the anti-nade had come through as well.
That's still important, actually. Bus goes down there, but he gets the mines on the high ground, which means that Direwolves can't really play from there, and they have to recontest down from the low ground. Makes it easier for Mindfreak to push the issue right in on top of this. Ana, and self-destruct even is going to be thrown in to try and provide some space, courtesy of Slipchip. Unfortunately, Frogger's gone up the top. He's been left there alone. He's isolated himself, and he's been picked off. And now Mindfreak still don't even have a tick on the point.
Yep, still at 0%. They haven't got over the 33% threshold, though these picks are going their way. We're into overtime. JCap currently hacked up. They've been looking for this pick. He does go down. Elva down as well. Fundre, the last one standing on the point for the Direwolves, but Mindfreak in overtime on Objective A, coming through with the goods. They almost threw that one away. To be fair, the Direwolves almost presented themselves a map win on a silver platter, but not able to hold it through in the end.
Well, it's never easy to full hold point A, so I've got to
No.
give credit to Direwolves regardless for being able to push it all the way the distance. Soggy had a good EMP coming through. There was a few moments for Mindfreak, and you know, these sort of things do end up happening economically speaking. There is a point where the attackers do overtake the defenders with their ultimates if they're behind, and Soggy's been slept in the back line. So it's not a great start to the point B offense here for Mindfreak, and they might even be better off just giving this fight up now that they have lost Soggy. Young keeps it interesting with that headshot onto Jordation, but there should be a res available here for Don somewhere. It looks like he is going to get that fine. So it's not really a numbers advantage for Mindfreak at the moment. They recognize that, and they've decided they're just going to let this one go. Again, it's a bitter pill to swallow because that is some of your all-important time lost, and they don't have that much time to cap point B out.
No, only the generic set of timing for them. And we see at the best of times, even with an advantage on the clock, it can be rough to capture B here on Volskaya. But Bar's going to roll on out, set the mines into the point. So coming
big
out
boot.
with that
No!
EMP as well.
What have you done?
And, well, Bus finds themselves on the wrong end of a whole hog, and Pole drives into the icy water surrounding B site.
That was the fight that Mindfreak needed to win as well, Ben. They had the EMP in there, they had the minefield in there, they had a nano boost. I mean, it's all sort of coming apart a little bit at the seams for Mindfreak, and I think, good shot from Jordation. They really just need to reset a little bit here. They need to slow things down. It feels like they're trying to get ahead of themselves. Bus is going in, the rest of the team's maybe not quite ready, or he's a little bit isolated, which I get is kind of what you're supposed to be doing on the Wrecking Ball, but it does feel just, again, a bit discoordinated from Bus and from the rest of the team, where that fight that they won on point A, where Bus and Slipjip dove the back line together, was the one fight where I thought, gee, Mindfreak looks like they did on Busan here. But right now, they're very, it feels miscoordinated, I think, for Mindfreak on the attack.
If the rest of your team isn't there to support on the other parts of the point, you could find yourself surrounded by 5 players as the Wrecking Ball, which is less than ideal. What's not ideal for the Direwolves is losing Don straight up. They've now lost Lab. Don, fortunately, will be able to get back into this one. Less than 30 seconds now on the clock. Slipjip trying to get back in the mech, won't get the chance. JCap comes out, but again, goes down with Young in the middle of the ultimate.
Well, they have to invest the nano boost early on in the piece. Soggy isn't anywhere near his Dragon Blade, but this will at least help him to build it up a little bit quicker, which could be the punch that Mindfreak needs to get through this. And in fact, it's going to have to be the punch that they need to get through it. But Soggy drops before he can get it up. 90% on the Dragon Blade, and I think that is all that Mindfreak are going to achieve. 39% on point B. It's a damn sight better than what it could have been had they not capped out point A, but it's nothing to write home about. So this is going to have to be a fantastic defense from Mindfreak if they're to go up 2-0 after Volskaya.
I think it was, to be fair, those investments of ultimates almost were required at the end.
Yeah, they
even to get them over that, you're looking at minimum to get 1 tick on B.
Yeah.
Right? It's a pretty difficult position to be in, but a much better position than just capping A.
It's pretty unfortunate for Bus that roll off the map. It was kind of assisted by the whole hog that was pushing him along. I don't think he expected to go that quickly off the edge, but it is what it is. And Mindfreak, now they just have to focus on what happened on the defense, or what is going to happen rather on the defense. They can't focus on what happened on attack. It wasn't that great, it wasn't fantastic, but it's enough to defend.
Yeah.
Particularly if they have a good defense on point A. I think a lot of this is going to come down to what happens on point A. So what Mindfreak can do on that initial push from Direwolves, if they can really shut that first fight down, you know, not drop a single player or maybe only dropping one here or there, build themselves a nice economic advantage and continue to roll on from that point. That's where Mindfreak are going to have their win condition. But if Direwolves rolls through this first fight, no problems at all. I mean, that's the map done and dusted.
The Direwolves was, again, sitting on that very pick-heavy team comp before. They now have changed it up. We've lost the Ana, and we've lost the Widowmaker. Could just be the team going out and... sorry, it was actually the Mercy. Lost the Mercy, had lost the Widowmaker. But the Mercy comes back, and Jordation decides he is going to play on Ash instead. So, again, still very similar, and still quite a lot of pick potential, which To be fair, Jordan, may just work out here when you have that massive spawn advantage of side A.
So much information there for Mindfreak. Bus being able to get behind Direwolves, and he just decides to roll past them. I mean, chilling, keeping himself busy. He's a bit isolated from the fight here and needs to get back into things pretty quick smart, so he'll grapple himself onto the wall and start to roll back in the direction of the point. Direwolves are doing a really good job of just taking the map control that they need, unless Bus has a huge impact as he jumps in. Fight's over. Fundra's got a double kill. That's just done. There is no way, surely, that Mindfreak can come back from this. Soggy getting the pick onto Don does make it doable, but remember, it's a 4v5 right now.
Yeah, a 4v5 with the Direwolves get back so much quicker than the Mindfreak team can. JCap finds one more, and Objective A about to go across to the Direwolves in pretty quick fashion. They're going to have a bucket load of time to get 39% here, Elfish Guy. 5.5 minutes. It would be a remarkable achievement to hold this one out for that amount of time. Don't think it's possible.
Well, I mean, I guess nothing is impossible,
Everything's
but
possible, Jordan.
it's
but
a very difficult
I don't
task.
think it's going to happen, is my feeling.
Well, here's how we start. Pulse Bomb from Soggy. They don't really have much else to rely on. See how this goes. It's going to connect with the wall, so no such luck this time for Soggy. And cops the dynamite in his face as he comes back after the recall. Elva will get overpawned by Bus, who again is in the back lines. But it's Slip Chip, the first player down, and he is actually going to be finished off. That Baby Diva should not be surviving from here. Fundre puts him to bed. It is a trade, though. Elva's down, so at least Mindfreak are getting something done in the meanwhile.
Yeah, look at this already. The Direwolves, though, onto the objective. Contesting at 34.8% right now, but they're getting the picks. And it's over almost before it started. The Direwolves coming through with 2-0 on Volsky Industries, or 2-1, should I say. And that's going to even us up 1 apiece, Selfish Guy.
Yep.
And I can't help but feel if we take what we saw on Busan, where we said, look, Mindfreak won, but the Direwolves almost looked better. And then we go to Volskaya, the Direwolves won, and the Direwolves looked remarkably better.
Yep, indeed. I'm feeling a little bit more confident about Direwolves after seeing that Volskaya. I think Busan, to me, seems like a bit of an anomaly so far in the series, but it does at least show that Mindfreak have the ability to contest. I don't think what we saw from Volskaya was peak Mindfreak. I think they've got more to deliver in this series, so hopefully we're going to get to see that on the other side of the break.
Certainly will. It's 1 apiece heading into halftime. We'll come back with the lower bracket final right after this. Welcome back. It is our lower bracket final here at Season 2 of Contenders Australia. Elfish Guy, we have the up until last week undefeated team, the Direwolves, the team that we were sure was going to come through as the victor in the grand final, up against Mindfreak G, our winners from Season 1 of Contenders. So this is a pretty interesting game. The winner goes through to the grand final later on tonight. The loser is out. And right now, the Direwolves seem to be back on top of their game.
Indeed, would be a grand final rematch of last season if Mindfreak made it to the grand final, and it would be an upper bracket final rematch if Direwolves make it to the grand final. So we do at least get a rematch of sorts.
Something's happening again.
Incidents. But there has been a lot of roster changes for Mindfreak, so maybe that earlier storyline not quite so relevant. Either way, Direwolves is looking like the one, quite frankly, that is going to make it through to that grand final. I would say, even despite the fact that we're at 1-1 right now, they have looked like the better team. That was a dominant performance on Volskaya. So now we need to look at what Mindfreak's next map choice is going to be, how they're going to go about things.
All Kings Row.
Probably right.
Always Kings Row.
Kings Row has been the map for playoffs.
There's other maps other than Kings Row.
But what are they going to pull out? What are they going to decide to do? How are they going to adapt to what Direwolves have thrown at them? Because we saw Fundray even on the Roadhog in that map. So it seems like Direwolves have got a little bit in the back pocket as well. Should Mindfreak, pull something a bit crazy out, Direwolves can say, hey, anything you can do, we can do better.
Yeah.
So it's a rough time, I think, here ahead for Mindfreak if they can't pull their socks up.
Yeah, well, look, I'm not going to say this isn't what I expected from Mindfreak, but that was probably based off what we were seeing from the Direwolves up against Ground Zero, and perhaps it's just a matter of Ground Zero stepping up rather than the Direwolves not coming out with the goods. Whatever it may be, we don't have Kings Row, and that makes me particularly excited to be here, Elfish Guy. We are heading to Eichenwald, and we won't even talk about Spätzle, or whatever you call it today.
Spätzle.
Yeah. One day, I'll get it right. One day. But no, we won't be talking about dishes that seem like pasta but aren't.
Well, I would say it's pasta.
You reckon?
It's some sort of pasta, yeah.
It's very similar to pasta. I wonder what makes it different. Anyway, we can do this another time, okay? Sure. We'll do this, I don't know, Season 1, 2021 or whenever. Who knows?
Confirmed.
Confirmed.
It's confirmed.
It's not confirmed. I don't know. They don't tell us anything, Elfish Guy. Nevertheless, this is Mindfreak's pick.
Well, so was Volskaya, so, I mean, I don't think that really speaks for much.
What? Volskaya was...
Oh, Mindfreak was... Yeah, never
Direwolves'
mind.
pick, mate.
That's true.
So, we'll see whether they've got the goods. If the Direwolves come out here with a pretty good run, I'm not sure that Mindfreak can bring it back, to be honest, at that point. If Mindfreak 2-1 down, and this one doesn't go down to the wire, if it was a stomp like Volskaya, yeah, things are looking rough. But if Mindfreak can bring this one close or come away with the win, I don't know, then I'm feeling that maybe things are possible for them.
Now, well, we defaulted back to the Mercy Farah combo, and again, it's going to be Aki onto the Mercy, which frees Frogger up to play the Lucio. Just again, one of those little stylistic things for Mindfreak, and Soggy gets that pick onto Elva. Great dive in this time from Mindfreak. A lot more coordinated on the defense as Bus initiates that one with the backup of Slipchip and Soggy. But now things are starting to get a little bit messy. Mindfreak was trying to deny that res, which they've not been successful in doing so, and in fact doing that have bled a lot of HP. Frogger gets picked off by Fundray, who again is on the Roadhog and is again having a lot of success on that hero. Unless Soggy gets another pick right here, right now, this fight is going to start to fall by the wayside for Mindfreak.
Yeah, looking a little bit better here for the Direwolves now, and very similar to what we saw from them on Objective A of Volskaya, Jordan. That similar team composition going pick heavy, and one kind of prolonged fight will get the Direwolves in control of the payload. And for Mindfreak, I suspect they're probably looking to hold Objective A little bit longer than that.
Soggy's going to swap off of the Farah. which gives Aki the ability to go on to Ana. Has to be a little bit less reliant on his team and is back onto, I would say, a more comfortable hero for himself than what the Mercy is traditionally. And that's a nice dive for Mindfreak. It also gives them some really good dive potential with the Tracer, with the Genji, obviously, and then the Wrecking Ball into D.Va. So, not a bad setup here for Mindfreak. They seem to be making it work. But it's the sustainability that keeps Direwolves in the fight that Mindfreak can't really keep up with. I mean, once Bus gets low, once Slipchip gets low, past that initial dive, then Mindfreak takes such a long time to regain their HP. Even now, this whole time that I've been talking, Bus has been down to a sliver of HP, has to invest the shield just to survive, but gets hooked immediately and finished off by Fundray. So, Direwolves are playing the long game, whereas Mindfreak are looking for picks. And if Mindfreak don't find those picks cleanly enough, that's where Direwolves just get all that free payload push from.
Yeah, and when you consider, again, the Direwolves playing with a little bit of pick potential, some of them sitting a little bit further back, they're happy for some of those fights to sort of, stretch out a little bit as well. So, I don't know if this is going to continue to be feasible for Mindfreak, but we'll see how this fight goes out for them. 3, soon to be 4 ultimates available, 3 for the Direwolves, and Aki going to be looking for, there you go, the Nano Boost onto Soggy, coming out with the Blade. He finds Lab first up. There's Jordation as well. So he'll get 2 before JCap ends his rampage, and Don picks up Jordation. So you've essentially invested 2 ultimates for 1 pick.
Yeah, I mean, it's not ideal there for Mindfreak, is it? You can see Direwolves going to continue to get that payload pushing. I like the target selection, though, from Soggy. It was actually Bus that he's fine. I mean, what is going on there? I just got so tripped out because Bus tried to pile drive, it got cancelled for it, and now Direwolves is kind of rolling all over them. Young at least brings something back with a Pulse Bomb, and now an EMP is going to be thrown in, counted out by Frogger, who has the beats. But is this looking ideal for Mindfreak? I would say no right now. They've got the res coming back across for Direwolves.
And there you go. That whole hog now going to make life very, very tough for Mindfreak G. Bus caught out by that one. The payload continues. Frogger going to be a tough one to pick up. Slipchip does find Elva. Mindfreak needs to, at some point, Jordan, make a stand. And so far, they have been unsuccessful. Up on that high ground, trying to make Fundray's life a little bit more difficult. But even so, he keeps sneakily pushing the payload forward, getting extra meters. The payload doesn't seem to stop for more than 5 to 10 seconds at a time before it starts going again.
Aki has got the Nano Boost available, and it's going to be invested right on top of Bus, diving back onto the point for the recontest. That looks a bit better for Mindfreak.
Oh, see ya.
Fundray is booped off of the edge. And so Mindfreak will have a bit more of a successful defense here. Only a minute and a half left to hold, and that's not unreasonable to expect them to be able to do.
No. 90 seconds, although the payload is pretty close to point B. So definitely something that is easily doable for the Direwolves. But Mindfreak will be looking to make this, of course, that little bit more difficult right now. Straight in with the Blade once again. JCap coming through with a Gravitic Flux. He will find Soggy in the middle of that Blade, so that's not a bad pick from him at all. They lost 2 as well, the Direwolves. 1 gets picked back up.
Bus needs to survive. He's at 99%, can get the Primal Rage down now if need be, and that might be a turning point in the fight. He's been hacked out, but at least he's still providing that space for Mindfreak to get back out onto the point. A nice sleep landing on top of Fundray, who is going to be woken up briefly, and now invest the whole hog. There goes Bus, slammed into the wall, and so does Mindfreak disappear from point B. Soggy gets out of there alive, but point B is captured. And Direwolves now set their sights on phase C of the map.
2 minutes to work with. So this is where it's going to be tough for the Direwolves. Mindfreak certainly seem to hold out portions of the second phase of the map. But will it be enough for them to hold out this third and final phase? Bus goes down first to JCap. That certainly won't help. Young lurking with a Pulse Bomb. We'll see whether he can come out with an epic play or not. Frogger with the beat hits everyone other than Bass, and Don goes down. So Mindfreak looking to hold as long as they can, but with Soggy down, the Direwolves look to push even further. Fundray gets out in front, and that payload continues ever closer now. They're running out of room to allow the Direwolves to move freely here, Elfin Sky.
Yeah.
This is not looking so good. What can Soggy do? The Nano onto
no.
Soggy, but it doesn't matter. He goes down to Fundray, and this is looking real rough for Mindfreak. The Direwolves might do this with time on the clock.
Again, it's just so isolated for Mindfreak. When they make a dive, it's like one by one as opposed to all three coming together. And Soggy, when he uses that ultimate, just dives straight in on the back line, but he's on his own. And Direwolves have such a numbers advantage that they can roll through the rest of the fight. 37 seconds, as you say, still have time remaining after they finish the map off. And again, a fairly dominant performance from them here. Eichenwald looking good for Direwolves.
Yeah, Direwolves looking on top of their game right now. This is, to be fair, probably how I personally thought these maps would go. But we've already seen from Mindfreak tonight that they are capable of taking maps off this Direwolves team. But we need to see something from them here. I don't feel like you can afford to pick Eichenwald and then not come out with, at minimum, that close result. So we'll see what they can do. The Direwolves were very effective capturing A and very effective pushing the cart through C. Both those portions were superb from them. It was just B where they struggled slightly. It wasn't bad. It was just, I don't know. It wasn't, there were no moments of great, you know, cart movement. Lots of small bits and pieces. And I think some of that comes down to the nature of the team comps that they were using.
Well, Direwolves, again, they're going to be leaning onto the Hog. And I'm not too surprised to see that because they've been having a lot of success with that so far in this lower bracket final. Fundray has been having a great time. And Mindfreak don't seem to have an answer for it. They've been putting Aki onto the Ana. Maybe the Bionade can help things out a little bit, but realistically speaking, it's still not seeming to work all that much. Fundray did have the benefit of some Zarya bubbles last round to help him out when that anti-heal would come across, but it just seems like a good setup for Direwolves, and they're going to keep running it. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Elva over to Torbjorn as well. It's just a real bunker down kind of set up and don't move too much kind of a composition, and then let Mindfreak come to us and see what we can do.
Particularly against Young there, right, on the Tracer. The Torbjorn could prove crucial. Fundray going to miss a speculative hook coming through, and Mindfreak will try and get them way onto the point. They do find Elva's little turret, but they need more than that. Trying to chase down onto Fundray, but Soggy, the first one down. Young goes low, and he's picked up as Frogger gets the res onto Soggy. So even with that res, Mindfreak are left without two DPS players. And they're not really pushing all that far forward at all, are they? They're just getting stuck back here, waiting for players to get back in. And Young goes down just as it looks like they might have some good timing. Bus tries to push forward with this nano boost. The Rage will be available and pop perhaps at the very last second. That one comes through straight into the back line. Aki has gone down. Young gets picked up again, but Mindfreak don't appear to be getting anywhere here. All they're really doing is feeding ultimate charge now to the Direwolves, who have done nothing, and Young Lab cleans up the last three there on the Ana. And I don't know, Jordan, it doesn't look like Mindfreak right now are capable of breaking this Direwolves hold.
You're definitely getting an idea of the strengths that Direwolves has brought to this lower bracket final. As I said, Busan, it seems like more of an anomaly than anything else. It could well have gone the way of Direwolves, and maybe even should have gone the way of Direwolves. But Mindfreak now are having so much difficulty even finding like a couple of picks in the fights. And Direwolves seem to be able to run through them with no problems at all. Mindfreak, they just need to figure out what they're going to fall back on. Maybe this Rocket Barrage from Soggy can be the difference maker, but it doesn't have a Nano Boost to back it up. There's no real ability to keep Soggy alive through that, short of maybe the defense matrix coming up at a perfect time, but even now, hard to make that work. Let's see what happens. Self-destruct goes in from Slipchip. Now Soggy, there it is, double kill from the Rocket Barrage, but indeed does fall as he uses it. There's a res for Frogger, of course, but is it enough? Because Direwolves are still in this fight.
Yeah, the Direwolves are going strong, but it's this is probably Mindfreak's best shot right now. Young does find JCap, looking for that first tick as we hit the 60 seconds remaining mark. There we go, they clean them out. Fundray, one of the last ones down. Elva lurking around the objective. They will try and get on, but it won't be enough. So, Mindfreak capture the point and do so with seconds remaining on the clock, Jordan. However, this is going to require a massive effort through this second phase of Eichenwalde. With 3 minutes on the clock, it's there's a lot of work to be done in not very much time.
Indeed. Well, I suppose Mindfreak is one of those teams that can really ride the wave of momentum. It's just a case of whether or not they can get that wave of momentum happening. Young, Pulse Bomb, we've seen how impactful that can be, so keep an eye on the kill feed and see if it's going to get thrown in sooner or later. What you'd ideally want to be seeing out of this one, though, is that Nano Boost coming through and being enough to allow Mindfreak an economic fight here. Soggy will utilize it to build the Dragon Blade up. He's not having too much success at the moment. Don is just taking so long to die, but Jordation cops asleep, and that will be the difference maker. That's the turning point in the fight. As Direwolves slow things down, reset, Mindfreak gets a bit of free push.
Yeah, this is what Mindfreak needs. 2:10 on the clock now as they get underneath the bridge. They will turn the corner into the last phase, and this portion, it does feel, has gone a little quicker than what the Direwolves were able to do, but it can be tough getting through this last portion across over onto the B side. So we'll see whether they can do that or not. And I was thinking then, was Bus going off the edge? Surely not. Fortunately, back into the swing of things. Lab did come out there as well with the ultimate. But we're just waiting. Because the battle is not going on near the card anymore. The battle's on the high ground.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see what Mindfreak is waiting for and whether or not they're going to have Soggy hold the Dragon Blade. It doesn't look like he will.
Oh,
Slipchip! I mean, it might have been better for Soggy to hold the Dragon Blade because it's totally unnecessary now. The double kill from the self-destruct will surely be enough to allow Mindfreak through, but once again, it just puts that Nano Blade off kilter. Had Soggy held it, Nano Blade would actually be up here for Phase 3. But now it's going to take all this time for Soggy to build his Dragon Blade up again. Of course, you can't know that it's going to be a double self-destruct kill, but...
Yeah, I think we've seen a couple of those now where they combine the D.Va self-destruct with another ultimate, whether that be on the Winston or whether that be on the Genji. And as everyone sort of disperses, they come in for the kill. But Soggy's going to be the first one down, and that was actually a lot of ultimates coming through from both sides there, but the Direwolves seemingly getting the better of this particular battle. Soggy going to swap across. We'll see what his end result is, but 150 now on the clock for Mindfreak G. Definitely possible that they can close this one out and do so with time on the clock. It would actually not be a bad result considering how Objective A went for them. That was really struggle streak, to be honest, but looking a little bit better here.
Yeah, they're getting through it. Soggy's even going to go back onto the Reaper, Bus onto Reinhardt, so we're seeing a bit less of that dive-oriented gameplay from Mindfreak and a bit more of a brawly kind of a style. But how long are they going to take to build these ultimates up? Are they going to get them in 1:20 to be able to offer them that final push through? Soggy goes right up onto the high ground. He did have a Zarya bubble, but he's just deleted for his troubles. Young trying to clip a couple of players out. Elva's down early, so is Jordation. Mindfreak are finding the kills.
They're getting what they need to do. 3 alive here for the Direwolves as the payload turns the final corner. The respawns now going to start coming out for the green team, looking to hold this one. 55 on the clock. If they can do it in the next 20, they'll be on par of what the Direwolves did. These are good picks coming through. Even the Staggers don't seem to be causing too much difficulty here for Mindfreak G. Elvin Don go down. Jordation on the high ground. He'll go down to Nyang as well. The payload comes through. Bus with an awesome Earth Shatter there on the Reinhardt. Lab on the ground. Fundre goes down as well. Mere meters away, 30 seconds. They're looking to close this one out with time on the clock. Jordation on the Tracer. Onto the payload. Staggering as long as possible. Seconds are huge right now, and the difference will be 16 of them at 3 apiece here on Eichenwald. Jordan, that was, to be fair, an impressive effort from Mindfreak G to get this one back.
Yeah, it definitely was. Very, very good stuff in Phase B and Phase C of the map. Once they started winning, Ben, they barely lost a fight, and that's exactly the Mindfreak way. Get that momentum rolling, a nice little change-up as well onto the bit more of a brawly kind of a style into Phase C of the map, where we had Bus go onto Reinhardt, you had Slipchip onto Zarya, Soggy over to Reaper, just try and get in their face and bash down that door, and it certainly worked out. A 16-second advantage for Direwolves is not that significant, but maybe the difference between one fight and two, an extra 10 seconds to sort of recollect yourself if you do lose the initial fight, which Mindfreak will not be afforded.
Here's the thing for me as well. If we go back to how Objective A played out the first time around, the Direwolves did it in like 60 to 90 seconds. Mindfreak took almost all of their allocated time. So based on those results, you would think that the Direwolves have the advantage.
It's not always like that, though. Yeah,
it's not guaranteed to be the same, that's for sure.
Cakes, coffees.
Coffee? I want coffee.
Yeah.
Hickory key. What's that? Is that just what it...
I didn't see what it was.
Is that like a German way to... how a rooster makes noises?
I'm not sure.
Anyway, here we go. 60 seconds for Mindfreak. And they're going to need to make this one work. They'll be looking to get any points on the board right now. And Bus going down first. That is not how they were looking for this one to start. Mindfreak forced back. Cannot afford to lose anyone else now. They'll get one more fight. If there's anything positive to take away for that from Mindfreak, Jordan, is that it happened very, very quickly. They'll make changes. Bus, Frogger, Soggy, all changing this one up. They'll jump back onto the site. Bus, we know he can at least get there in time on the Wrecking Ball. And look at, we're just waiting. What a...
Well, he's been seen now, and that's kind of given away Nyang's position too. So Mindfreak, they're going to have to do this the good old-fashioned way. Try and bash down that door. Bas instantly hooked by Fundre. He's been so good on the Roadhog. And again, finding that opening pick for Mindfreak. But it's a trade back. Jordation down. Now Slipchip hooked up as well. So much impact from Fundre so far. The question is, though, is it enough, Ben? Because Mindfreak have the numbers on the board right now, and they are bashing down that door.
The last bastion of hope for the Direwolves for Objective A were inside the building, and they'll get picked up as well. So, Mindfreak G with 60 seconds on the clock. Let's, to be fair, with 20 seconds on the clock, because they had to do it all over again, find themselves in position to cap the point, grab the payload, and now we get to see how far they can get during overtime. If we take a look, what do you think of this team comp, Jordan, to push the car? It's probably not necessarily what they'd be looking for, but it's what they've got to work with.
I don't think it's so bad. It's just going to be harking back to what they really ran on Phase B of the map last time. Young catches JCap with a pulse bomb. Again, this really relies on the individuals to step up, and Fundre is one of those that continues to do so. Whole Hog does a number onto Bus. But Soggy is going to swap back to Tracer for a moment with the duplicate, and has a pulse bomb here. See whether he gets the opportunity to throw that one in. Does. Won't connect, but Jordation certainly is under a bit of pressure right now. So is Elba. Double Tracer. It harks back to the very start of Overwatch competitive tournaments.
Those were the days, Elfish Guy. Those were the days. And this seems to be the Mindfreak of Season 1 right now, because they are absolutely pummeling the Direwolves. We talk about momentum. This is momentum for Mindfreak G. If you get off the payload, you're out. They're almost through to B. This is going to be potentially another tough point if the Direwolves can get there. The reality is it probably makes very little difference because you don't get any more time on the clock. It's just one of those places on the map where it's perhaps a little bit easier to hold through. Mindfreak now through B. On to C. Surely this one. They can't get it all the way. Jordation lurking, looking for picks. Aki's going to be the one going down, but they found Fundre. Fundre picked back up by Don, and Slipchip, well, he's going to catch that pulse bomb as well. So this is looking okay for Mindfreak right now. It gets ever more difficult for them the closer they get. Fundre with the whole hog, trying to force them off the cart. If you're off for even a second right now, you can see the overtime bar ticks down very, very quickly. Slipchip will get DMEC, goes down, Bus goes down as well. Mindfreak, one by one, slowly falling away here. You think at this point, surely it's inevitable. Direwolves will be able to clean off the cart. But holy dooly, Elfish Guy, to think it got that far. 5 points on the board, 21 odd meters as well. And just moments ago, I was saying, I don't know if Mindfreak can even get through A.
Yeah, I mean, that is a really incredible push from Mindfreak. Direwolves are not going to be feeling too confident after seeing that. And even to get it through to phase C and get a little bit of positioning there, I mean, it's theoretically possible that you can just hold right at the gate should Direwolves potentially get all the way through phase B as well. So every step matters, every meter matters in the overtime push like that. And that's a defendable target, that's for sure.
Yeah.
A minute and 16, Direwolves are definitely going into overtime.
If they had 2 minutes on the clock in the time bank at the start, Jordan, we would have said that's a great result for 2 minutes.
Yeah.
It's an amazing result for 60 seconds.
Well, Direwolves have consistently been able to surprise us, coming back from poor positions, turning deficits around. And this might be another instance of that. It's a tough one, though. I'm interested what they're going to go for. Elva onto Farah, I doubt it. Not with Lab and Don on Ana and Lucio, respectively. So, see what happens here. Moira comes out as well. Looks like Elva is going to go on to Farah. Have a bit of difficulty, I'd say, dealing with Soggy without the Mercy pocket, and does opt to change things up initially. So, that's a bit more like it for Direwolves. Back to the tried and true. Lab's going to stay on Moira, which is interesting as well. Gives you, again, a bit more self-peel.
Aki going to be the first one down, but Slipchip finds one as well. It's a one-for-one trade. Mindfreak, though, cannot be afford to be losing players right now, and they're looking a little bit unhealthy here, the Direwolves, with 35 seconds remaining.
Yeah, Bus is going to try and cause enough of a distraction on the point just to draw some fire and allow his teammates to be healed on up. But this is something that you consistently notice, isn't it? Mindfreak having players that are low HP, but it doesn't really matter too much when the picks come across. Sogi hits the stickies onto J-Cap. Now we're starting to see the dominoes fall down, though, for Mindfreak. This is where that war of attrition starts to come into effect, and Direwolves will definitely be making their way through point A. This is now where the overtime starts to heat up.
Yeah, this is a given at this point. The Direwolves will get onto the cart. But as they do, and the overtime kicks in, all bets are off. We are now even. We'll see what Mindfreak can do. The benefit that Mindfreak has is they know where they've got to play to. They can, for example, try and wait a little bit for a few ultimates to come through. They only need to win one fight, and that'll get them the victory.
I think that's going to be the strat, surely, for Mindfreak here. You don't throw everything into this fight. You let Aki build the nano boost. You let the mines come up. I mean, I guess it is going to be nearly a point where they actually do have 6 ultimates here, short of Slipchip getting the self-destruct. That one might be a bit slower. Nyang, having now opened it up, really opens the doors here for Mindfreak to throw everything in. But it's a 1-for-1 so far, so it's not a sure thing. And if they drop it here, they won't have time to build another big ultimate fight, Mindfreak. So this is almost a must-win, or they must decide, let's just take this one a bit chill. We've invested the pulse, we've invested the mines, not the end of the world. Now they're going to commit.
Yeah, time is now for Mindfreak G. They're going to throw everything they have into this one. And Soki's going to find himself a Primal Rage there with the Echo Lab, the first one down.
He's off the map.
The EMP has come out, but Fundre is see you later from Soggy with the duplicate there. Nice piece of work. And Mindfreak G looking to hold this one out. Are they going to find themselves Iconvolt? Only 2 players on the objective. It's going to be Jordation who gets pummeled there by Bus, and Mindfreak pick up Iconvolt and are now 2-1 up in this first to 4 lower bracket final, an elimination final, Jordan. And I'm going to be honest with you, I did not expect to see this, particularly after watching Mindfreak on defense the first time around.
That is a really big result for Mindfreak, and being able to answer back what we saw on Volskaya, that had me really, really worried. Eichenwald, however, it really shows that Mindfreak can go the distance in this series when the pressure is on. They do actually have somewhere that they can go. They can sort of rise up a little bit and put in a better performance than what we saw really on Volskaya. I thought that they might just topple over and die and just decide, oh, well, I guess the series seems to be over. We've had a bad map and a bit of tilt sets in, etc., etc. But now Mindfreak, after watching Eichenwald, you can really see them thinking about the game as well. They're changing up their roster, they're changing up their team compositions, they're doing everything that they need to do, and they're leveling up when it really matters. So maybe Direwolves have a much more difficult time in this lower bracket final than they might have anticipated.
Yeah, and that's the thing for me, right? Even if the Direwolves do end up coming out from this with a win, when we chatted to Don earlier, you know, we questioned, hey, would you rather come through the lower bracket or would you be straight rather being straight in the final? And he kind of said, look, we don't mind having that warm-up. You just don't want it to go too long.
Yeah, it's not so much going to be a warm-up anymore. It's like you're already warmed up and you might be starting to get a little bit tired. Remembering as well that Direwolves had a shorter scrim earlier on as well today. They practiced prior to this map, or this match, I should say, and that's already starting to amount on itself. They've been playing for about an hour and a quarter in this match. They played an hour prior to that, so that's 2 hours and 15 minutes so far of Overwatch in a row. That's okay. That's not a big deal. We've all done that before, But
I guess it's different as well in this kind of situation. It's a different feeling. You're not just playing solo queue at home, right? You're not just grinding out a little bit of comp where it's your SR goes up, your SR goes down. There's a lot of pressure here. So I think it counts for that little bit more.
Does, indeed. And you're putting a little bit more mental sort of pressure on yourself, I guess, in that kind of a situation. You're always on. You sort of feel like, okay, if I mess something up here, I throw this away for not only myself, but I throw it away for 5 of my teammates, you know, the coaches, the managers, everyone else that's involved in this team. So it's all more than just me, and I think that starts to maybe get to you a little bit as well when you're on for such a long time. And the thing is, Ben, like, yeah, it's 2 hours, 15 minutes right now, which is not that bad, not too bad, but if Direwolves were to go on to win this series from here, they still have to come back another couple of maps. It's going to be another hour. Hour and a half if Direwolves do win this series. If Mindfreak wins the series, well, they might have a pretty quick time. If they can still go through here 4-1, not too concerning, and then go into that grand final against Ground Zero feeling still reasonably fresh. But that's no longer the case for Direwolves, so they really have to think about that in that context as well. On to Havana we go, and it's been a little while since we saw Havana, so looking forward to that. But this one will be Direwolves' map choice, and it's quite hard to get a bit of a read on what their map pool is because they don't traditionally have to choose maps. So interesting to see how this one does pan out, but it's gone down to the wire.
I'm starting to wonder, right, if you are the Direwolves, at what point do you start questioning what you're doing as a team? Things on Thursday didn't go their way. They got a bit of a shellacking, I would like to say. You know, I don't know if that's just an Aussie term. I don't know if you hear it elsewhere. But it certainly felt like they got a bit of a shellacking up against Ground Zero. And if I'm them right now, it's easy enough for me to put that aside and say, okay, don't worry. Didn't have the week we wanted. The game didn't go our way. But now you're like, well, probably didn't expect to be 2-1 down up against this Mindfreak team. Probably expected to be maybe 3-0 or at worst 2-1 up ourselves. So, you know, do you start asking questions of your team? And this is too serious for me to even talk about the Pigeons today, Elfish Guy. I can't even deal.
Who?
I can't even deal with the Pigeons today. This is serious Overwatch business. Maybe we'll get back to the Pigeons later. The Direwolves coming through. They're on defense. Mindfreak here on attack. And a Mindfreak team comp I don't think we've seen yet, Jordan.
We definitely haven't seen Bust on Roadhog, so this is, I guess, a bit of a case of fight fire with fire. Fundra's been on Roadhog all day. Let's throw Bus on Roadhog, see how he goes. It is a lot to do with the fact that they do want to run the sniper here as well. Nyang onto Widow as well. Haven't seen too much of that, but on Havana, a map like this, you do get quite a lot of the Widow duels. And this time, so far, Direwolves, you know, starting off pretty well defense. Not a whole lot to really read into in that fight. Bus got picked off early on in the piece by Jordation and instantly decides, you know what? The Hog's not for me.
Yeah.
I'll go back to something with a shield.
Like fighting fire with fire when you're versing a firebender. Like, I don't know, you
Yeah.
know what I mean? Sometimes.
Well, I think Bus's mentality is, if it doesn't roll or if it doesn't have a shield, I won't play it. And in this instance, he's got a shield. So that'll be pretty useful in dealing with Jordation. We know Bus likes a bit of the Orisa here and there. Seen him play it a lot. So this should be a bit more of a comfort for him. But Jordation, speaking of comfort, is onto, I would say, probably his most comfortable hero. I mean, I haven't got that confirmed from him, but you see him a lot on the Widowmaker.
You do, and I think for players like Jordation right now, we've spoken a lot about some of the other players here on the Direwolves, but for Jordation, you know, a champion of Overwatch here in Australia, maybe it gets to the point where it's like, I need to start picking this one up, put the team on my shoulders, carry them through, because I very much want to be in tonight's grand final. And Mindfreak really struggling to get through this first street here on Havana. They have not even been able to get that payload round the corner yet. Fundre struggling to get through this shield, or shields plural. JCap happy to find one if he can. Actually unable to get anyone. Elba, though, will find Soggy. So a lot of ultimates coming through from both sides right now. A lot getting invested into this one. And the Direwolves momentarily going to be coming out on top. So this is costing Mindfreak a lot of time.
It's finally a bit of pressure being put back onto Jordation now by Mindfreak, and they are starting to reap the rewards of the extra advantage they gained from the spawn room. They're being able to get back to the fight a little bit quicker. Jordation has returned and immediately has the impact. Soggy cops a headshot, and again, we're back to square one. The game is get rid of the Widowmaker. If you can't get rid of the Widowmaker, you are inevitably going to get picked off. When you have Widowmakers of this caliber, something has to break. And, well, Bus goes right on top of Jordation, who is getting a bit of an assistance from Don. So it's not the end of the world for Direwolves, but it allows Mindfreak to push that payload a little bit further.
Soggy up into the high ground. He's trying to deal with a couple of players up there, but won't find anything from it. Aki is going to have the nano as well as Bus does. This time go into the back line.
Wow.
Soggy with the triple. Nice little nano blade coming out from him. And, well, that was what Mindfreak needed to get them through A, now into the distillery. But things weren't looking good for the vast majority of that point, and we know it can take time to get through this portion of the map as well. Soggy, though, we talked about Jordation willing to pick his team up on his shoulders. Soggy now looking to do the same.
Well, that's exactly what you need to be doing when you're on a Genji with that Dragon Blade. You need to be getting picks.
Look at
And Soggy's
all
just
of these kills.
rampaging through Direwolves right now. They haven't had time to reset, and that is where the Genji is going to be able to thrive. Getting those resets, continuing to chase the squishies, and think about how much free payload push Mindfreak have gained off of that small passage of play. Only now is Direwolves starting to get back into a defensive position.
Yeah, this has been quite a costly phase for the Direwolves. But they will at least be able to start finding themselves some ultimates to work with. Bus wanting to get into that back line. We talked about trying to deal with the Widow, and he's trying to play a role in that. Fundre almost goes down to the anti-nade, but it slipped Jip picked up first in the middle of that self-destruct. Jordation finds the second with the headshot onto Soggy. Considering how well Soggy has been doing for Mindfreak here in the last 90 seconds or so, that could be another impactful kill. But they're only halfway through the phase. 90 seconds on the clock, and Jordation finds yet another. He is having an absolute banger of a game right now.
Yeah, you're right, but Mindfreak is just waiting for the power play again. They're just waiting for the Nano Blade. It's nearly here. 93% for Soggy. Aki's got the Nano Boost available. Frogger's going to go over onto the Lucio. Bit of extra move speed for Soggy as well, chasing a few of these guys down. So it's going to be a tough one to defend for Direwolves. They don't have a defensive support ultimate, so eyes on Fundray.
We'll see what they can do. Mines coming out first from Bar. Soggy ready with the blade as well, but JCap gets taken out by one of those very annoying mines. Elba coming through with the blade first. The anti-nade onto him. He did find Aki at least, and Frogger. That's both supports done before Soggy takes down his counterpart. And now down to 35 seconds. So you're talking about an impactful play from this Mind Freak team.
Yeah.
They have one more shot.
It's a good dive in there from Direwolves. Can't Nano Blade if your Ana is dead, and Aki copped the bucket pretty early, kicked the bucket even.
Yeah.
Pretty early on in that fight, so the benefit at least is Mind Freak still have it available here, but it is all the eggs in one basket for Mind Freak now. It's one fight remaining. This is all they have for the fight, so you can imagine the pressure on Soggy's shoulders right now.
Yeah, this is it. I would say this is not a defensible position on the other side of things. And Fundray is the first one slept. That hog isn't available. It's just for the moment. Soggy coming through with the Nano Blade. Needs to find someone. Fundray wakes back up and immediately hits Q. Soggy very low. No one down yet as Soggy is the first one picked up. Bus is low as well. Fundray looking for a hook. They need to stay on the card as well. As we said, halfway through the distillery probably won't get you the win here on this map. Jordation and Lab go down, but JCap finds a couple as well, slip chip included. And now the Direwolves looking to settle this one on the card. Only Young, Frogger and Soggy within striking distance. And, well, they're not going to be able to get this one any further. Jordan, it's better than not making it round the first corner through A, but I would say halfway through Phase B is a very difficult position to be in.
It is, and you get the sense that we might actually end up trading maps here. Volskaya, which was the choice of Direwolves, went to Direwolves. Eichenvolk, the choice of Mind Freak, went to Mind Freak. And now Havana, the choice of Direwolves, starts to look like it might well go the way of Direwolves. We're kind of going down a bit of a list there, but just unfortunate for Mind Freak that Direwolves was so prepared in that final fight for Soggy. They knew exactly what was coming. They knew, wait, we haven't seen the Nano Blade in a little while. Surely they're hanging on to that. Surely that's what's coming in this fight. As soon as he pulls that blade out, whole hog, and not only that, but the Sigma in his face as well, and there's nowhere really for Soggy to go. He doesn't find any of those squishies, can't get any resets, and so the big power play for Mind Freak is not so much of a power play.
I love the sleep from Aki. I'm not going to say it was early because I think
no, you got to take that
You
opportunity
got to take
when
it,
it
right?
comes.
You only get, like, you can't waste time on that sort of thing. So you take it when you can. The rest of it just didn't play out the way that they had hoped. So, again, Mind Freak up 2-1 in terms of maps. To come through the lower bracket, you need to win 4 maps. So, if Mind Freak win Havana, they're at 3-1. And they're on match point, 1 map away. If the Direwolves pick this one up, we're at 2 apiece, we're even.
Yep.
And we have, at minimum, 2 more maps to play.
Yep, definitely going to be a long series by the looks of things. Direwolves and Mind Freak not leaving anything on the table. We haven't had a hugely contested lower bracket final in Overwatch Contenders Australia, but this one is delivering at the moment. And Jordation cops the bullet to the head from Young, who also finds Elva. So Elva and Young do end up killing one another, and the res comes on for both of them as well. It's as if it never happened.
Yeah, it's a bit of a reset. So even though Young is coming out big, doesn't seem to matter. The Direwolves are very quickly getting this payload round the corners here through A. These first couple of picks now looking crucial, looking vital for the Direwolves. Mind Freak's found a couple. Nice. Young getting them back into it as well. So he's looking for some crucial picks here. Needs to stay alive. Needs to find that Mercy as well, perhaps. But it's looking pretty tough. Does find Lab. That'll help also.
Yeah, Young's really popping off at the moment. That's what you need to be doing on the Widowmaker, particularly on this point. There's a lot of premium put on the Widowmaker play on Phase A of Havana. Mind Freak are going to continue to require Young to find these picks because their ultimate economy is just a little bit behind. Jordation, so lucky to get around the corner and get that med pack in time that Bus overcommits to the chase. He gets hooked in by Fundray, and now All eyes on Nyang. Can he find the pick to equalize things for Mind Freak? Gravitic Flux in from JCap. Won't have too much of an impact, but now that Nyang has been hooked, that's surely the fight over.
Yeah, looking pretty rough right now for Mind Freak. They throw out 1 or 2 last ultimates. Soggy won't be able to save the day. They'll try and contest, but Fundray will knock them off the payload with the whole hog. And now 4.5 minutes to get themselves halfway through the distillery. And this Mind Freak team are getting staggered as well. And can't help but think, Jordan, a lot of that all comes back to Bus overextending
how
ever
does he
so
get away with
slightly.
that?
And yeah, Fundray essentially walks in there and finds Frogger as well. This is looking very bad for Mind Freak. The Direwolves only moments away from leveling this one up 2 apiece unless Mind Freak G can steady this ship. And I'll be honest, Jordan, these are pretty rocky seas right now.
Yeah, it is, but if you remember, Direwolves was very much pushed back into their spawn on their defense of Phase B as well. So it's not all said and done for Mind Freak. They've got mines down on the point, and they're recontesting now. Nyang's got the vision. He can see everyone, the X-ray vision. Slow and steady for Direwolves as JCap somehow just dies. I'm not sure what happened there. Interesting that Lab is onto Zenyatta, perhaps in relation to the fact that Soggy's on Genji. Waiting for that Transcendence to counteract the Dragon Blade, but maybe it's not even going to be required because Mind Freak are dropping numbers across the board.
This is not looking good for Mind Freak right now. The Direwolves looking to close this one out. Slip chip down to Jordation as well. That payload will start moving and all of the picks are going in the favor of the Direwolves. Aki, Frog and Young all down whole hog once again from Fundray. And only 2 players here left alive for this Mind Freak team. Going to be trying to get back to the payload, but they cannot. The Direwolves even up the scores 2 apiece. Now lower bracket final. And Jordan, that was a pretty convincing victory there on Havana. So the Direwolves, maybe they found their mojo once again, whatever it may be. It's going to be a long series guaranteed, and whoever comes out of this match as the victor into tonight's grand final is going to be either really tired or really, really warmed up.
Really, really warmed up is definitely one way of putting it. But yeah, I am seeing that trend where the team that picks the map wins the map, and it seems to be maybe something that is going to make a difference. And we're going to be obviously moving on to a map choice from Mind Freak next. So is Mind Freak going to go ahead again 3-2? Find out.
Well, Jordan, we'll take a very quick break, but when we come back, hopefully we'll find the answer to that question. We'll see you soon. Welcome back to Grand Final Day here at Overwatch Contenders Australia Season 2. We know that Ground Zero will be playing in the Grand Final tonight, but who are they going to go against? We thought surely it was the Direwolves, and then for moments today it's been surely it's going to be Mindfreak, and whatever it may be, we've still got a way to get there. It's 2 apiece, minimum 2 more maps to go, but I can't help but feel this is going to go 7 or so maps tonight, Jordan.
It's definitely on that trajectory, isn't it? It's kind of reminiscent, at least the scoreline is, of what happened in regular season, which went to the Direwolves 3-2, but the fashion in which we've gotten there has been vastly different. In regular season, it was Mindfreak getting off to a banger start and then Direwolves clawing their way back into this series with a reverse sweep. Now it's gone 1-1, 1-1, 1-1, and maybe it's going to continue in that fashion as well. But see how we do go here on Lijiang Tower, which will be the next map in the series, all the way down to 7, followed by Hybrid and Escort. So, yeah, things are only starting to heat up. Now, to remind you, it was Mindfreak that won on Busan earlier on in this match. So, a little bit of a better head-to-head on the control maps so far.
It was a shaky result, though.
Correct.
So, I am not convinced either way on who is going to win Lijiang Tower. But that was, I would say, probably the most convincing of the night. I think Havana was pretty one-sided. I think the most one-sided we'd seen. Volskaya, though, also pretty one-sided. Nevertheless, we'll see whether that very short break has allowed the players to sort of find themselves again, because this is going down to the wire. The Direwolves certainly don't want to let this one slip away tonight, Jordan.
It looks like it's going down to the wire, Ben, but is it? 4-2, still a possibility. That
It is.
could get pulled out, and I guess for whichever team that does make it to the grand final, that's probably what they're hoping for, because that time factor is always something to keep in mind.
What if the Direwolves go down in the lower bracket final, come out 3rd, undefeated
I can see it happening.
all season long?
I can see it happening. Mindfreak just seems to be that team that causes the interesting upsets, brings the interesting stuff to the table.
They turn up on the day, Jordan. Well, on the finals day, you know. Sometimes they turn up regular season.
Cinderella story would be if Mindfreak won this match and then went on to win the grand final.
That would be crazy town. I don't think anyone would have expected that to be the case, but I kind of feel like the fact that Mindfreak were able to pick up the win in Season 1, they do have that sort of, I don't know, like, we've done it once.
That plucky kind of attitude.
Yeah, exactly. Even though different roster, kind of, there's still a bit there. The Mindfreak team's already done this. Perhaps we can probably do this again. I feel like this is a bigger challenge, though, than them winning it the first time around.
Oh, it might be. It might be. There's a big boop from Bust, but doesn't quite push Direwolves off of the map. He soaks a lot of damage up, but Frog has been chased down by Jordation. So Mindfreak playing with a numbers deficit for a moment till Nyang steps in. It's all happening all over the place. See, big skirmish. Boss is going to cop a bit of a boop. Fundray was trying to get Slip Chip off the edge, couldn't quite. Cap is still in the favor of Direwolves, though.
It is, and we'll see how far they can get with this. Bus in a bit of a bad spot and will get picked up as well. So this is not what Mindfreak are really looking for right now. They want Bus to get back into this one. He will eventually respawn, and that will allow them to try and fight once again for control of the capture point. The hack there onto D.Va as well, and Elba almost booped off, but still not a bad spot. Soggy, though, willing to get rid of one, looking for one more, wants to take down the D.Va. J-Cat will get demeched and eventually picked up. Jordation quite low. Soggy doing an absolute number right now on the Direwolves. Young says, hey, I'll have a piece of this one as well. The Direwolves, though, still ticking away. Mindfreak needs to be a little bit cleaner and eventually gets rid of Fundray in the ball.
Oh, Pulse is a double kill.
Jordation!
Soggy lands right on top of Aki. Keeps it in the mix now for Direwolves. It was really a case of just try and stall things out. Jordation was the last one there, but that double kill, it sends Mind Freak packing, and it is a beautiful, sweet irony, isn't it? Mind Freak, they had so much success off of that one moment on Busan, a double kill with a pulse bomb from Young. Now it's Direwolves' turn, although the stakes aren't quite as high. It doesn't win the round for Direwolves, and it most certainly doesn't win the map for them either.
Yeah, but it does put Mind Freak in a pretty difficult spot. Elva comes out with the EMP and hits only Young. Young goes down as a result. Soggy did find Elva, but that's all Soggy gets for the pulse bomb. Coalescence coming through as well from the Direwolves. 6 alive for them. Young picked back up, but Bus still MIA right now for Mind Freak G. Self-destruct on the objective from the Direwolves, looking to clear this one out. It finds Frogger, always difficult to find the Frog on the point. Jordation finds one more. Slip
What a
Chip
mess.
looking to turn this one around, however, with the self-destruct of his own. Don and JCat both go down. They're trying to contest and capture the point. Frogger will get back shortly with the beat. Also, surely Mind Freak can't turn this one around, Elfish Guy.
Oh, well, they flipped the point across at least. It's 99%. It's going to have
What
to
on
be
earth?
a pretty crazy hold from Mind Freak, but we've seen some pretty crazy moments so far on Lijiang Tower. Both of the self-destructs having an impact there as well. All right, Direwolves back to square one. On to Tracer Sombra. You've got Fundrate and Wrecking Ball. Doesn't look like it's too bad of a setup, but Mind Freak. Oh, Bus. I think that's actually forced the beat out from Frogger. He didn't even hit Bus with it.
Did not even hit him.
Bus survived, the beat goes down, then he dies. It's all over the place right now. At least Frogger can get the kill onto Elva, so it's not all for naught, but Aki needs help and won't get it. Soggy can trade Lab down, but now is low on HP himself. Young clips Jordation for the 5 remaining hit points. I mean, it's just, this is...
It is very
My
back
head,
and forth,
my
very
mouth.
messy right now. Every
What's going on?
pick is vital. But Mind Freak will seemingly be able to slow this down just ever slightly and find an opportunity to take a breath and regroup. 60% for them. You see the Direwolves rolling on to the objective. Mind Freak won't want to give it up all that easily. Bus drops the mine. Barrage comes through. Young will throw that pulse bomb into the defense matrix as well. So that's less than ideal for Mind Freak. But the Direwolves are looking pretty good right now. 75% for Mind Freak. But you think at this point, it's probably a capture here for the Direwolves. Mind Freak will try and trickle on, but I can't envisage some crazy play like we saw the first time around.
Yeah, no ultimates coming up either for Mind Freak that might be the turning point. In fact, they're pretty much here for Direwolves. Self-destruct, Pulse Bomb, at least Pulse Bomb will get some impact. And so Mind Freak are playing actually with a numbers advantage because Don and Lab did go down. The numbers are coming back a bit quicker right now for Mind Freak onto the point. But how much is that really going to impact? Soggy grabs Jordation. Bus is picked back on up. The Mercy res. It's all starting to come again for Mind Freak to the 4. And
This is
Bus gets
deja
a boot.
vu.
Lab's off the edge.
This is crazy town right now, Jordan. Mind Freak looking to bring it back. They had the advantage of the spawns before. Direwolves will be looking to do the same soon. They at least have control of the point, so Mind Freak needs to capture. They need 22% more for this to get back in their favor. The Direwolves still only looking for one more fight win, but that won't be it. Aki comes through, picks up Young, and Frogger finds Jordation with a headshot onto the Tracer. 87% here for Mind Freak. The Direwolves will be wondering what on earth is going on. What do they need to do to clear Mind Freak off this objective? 95, 96, about to be 99 to 99.
Elva has 98% of his EMP if we're rattling some numbers off here as well.
That's a big one.
How big of an impact can that have? Can Elva hit a good one? Has the hack onto Bus.
Oh.
Now a 4-man EMP, but a perfect counter from Frogger. Gets his beat onto 6, which gives Mind Freak the advantage as far as HP is concerned. Late beat for Don keeps his boys alive for now, but it might not be enough because the Diamonds are starting to get crushed. Direwolves are starting to get crushed. Their numbers are trickling away, and it takes an impact from an individual to step things up, turn it around. Jordation is such a man, and he is putting the numbers back on the shoulder of Mind Freak. They are falling, And Direwolves will cap back. Overtime ticks away.
Whoa.
They take round 1 on Lijiang Tower. And that, I mean, that really just comes down to the back and forth in that final fight. It did look like it was going to be Mindfreak for but a moment.
It did look good. I think Frogger did a good job holding off the beat until just the right time. He finds a frag as well. But Don coming through with the goods in the end, turning the tide, dropping his own beat in the nick of time. And the picks coming through from Jordation and Lab really seemed to seal the deal. But that one round was full of a number of epic plays. These two teams are definitely showing us the goods tonight, Jordan. We're getting some pretty sick plays coming out. But the Direwolves now 1-0 up on Lijiang Tower. Can Mindfreak bring it back? Or will the Direwolves eventually be in the lead and on match point?
Oh, that's a couple of good tags from Jordation, but not enough to put Aki back down onto the ground. This is the one that sort of breaks the combo if Direwolves can actually win here, because we've gone 1 by 1, but this would be 2 in a row for Direwolves, and that might be a bit too much for Mindfreak to come back from. So, an important round, important map, as you say, Ben. So far, Direwolves have got the advantage. That's a good catch from Fundray, but not a punish. Frogger gets out of there alive.
Going to be the Direwolves rolling on first to the point. But it's certainly not a given right now that they will be the ones to pick it up. Elva actually quite low, finds a health pack. Jordation low as well. It's Soggy finding that first pick. Is this going to be the start of something special for Mindfreak? They found 2, soon to be 3. They found the objective. It's going to be Direwolves actually picking that one up, even though the pick's going Mindfreak's way. That's not how you expect things to go. It's going to be a sneaky 10 to 15% for the Direwolves before Mindfreak are able to clear off the point. We'll see whether that puts them in a better spot going forward or not.
What?
Or what indeed. Jordation somehow finds 2 off camera. I'll blame Cindy for missing those ones.
Oh, he almost goes off the map as well, Ben, but
Bob
he's
doesn't
okay.
even go inside. This is the problem. Bob's stuck outside the cap right now.
Oh, it's not so
but the
much of a problem.
Direwolves are at least getting the percentage points in their favor.
Yeah, a bit of a waste of Bob, but I mean, it's not a big deal for Direwolves right now, who have enough to play with to keep things interesting. The Whole Hog and the Arna Boost combo are a little bit off kilter. Here's a Rocket Barrage in from Soggy. Oh, that's beautiful. Gets rid of Lab and Jordation, and Don only barely survives. Things start to turn back in the favor of Mindfreak. It's just going to be another one of those messy maps. And we get a pause. Right in the middle of things, the thick of things. So, where's this one going?
Look at all the flashing icons on the screen. Bus with the mines, Aki coming through as well with the Valkyrie, as is Don. We're getting back into it. That was a quick little pause.
It's good.
Right in the middle of Fundray going down to Young. Mindfreak looking to cap this one up. They'll find the picks. The Direwolves, though, over 50% already. Mindfreak with 6 players here on the cap, now back in their favor. So, very back and forward. It's exactly what we love to see. I'm ready for Mindfreak to pick up this round and send us to a decider here on Lijiang. All about the big games, Jordan. The long games.
All about the big games, not the big gains, Ben.
Yeah,
you know
exactly.
you too well.
Exactly right.
Not all of us can be Uber.
Only the gains I'm making in the current times are in my stomach.
Well, Don is not gaining much out of this fight. In fact, he's going to have to go back to the spawn room, copying the self-destruct to the face. JCap decides he wants to try and turn things around. So Gravitic Flux goes in. Fundray gets a hook onto Nyang, but relocating back on out is going to be Nyang, who survives, and the Pulse Bomb isn't going to do too much. But this is all powerful times for Mindfreak, because keeps that percentage ticking on up for them, and they
Back
are
in the
now
lead.
ahead.
Very important, the next 60 seconds or so. We'll see what Soggy can do here with this barrage. He's actually been quite effective with it so far, particularly going from up high. Finds Jordation, kept alive just, and Young finds his counterpart in Elva. So all of these picks going in the favor of Mindfreak G, and they'll get a few more percentage points on the board now, up to 81. The Direwolves, however, will be coming back into this next battle with close to 4 ultimates ready for them. So we'll see what they can do. Bus will have mines shortly as well. And the Direwolves will be forced to engage just a moment. It's going to be Fundray just rolling onto the objective for your Mindfreak. I guess you just let this one go and come back. Don't want to fight with 5.
Just in the nick of time. Bob has been thrown in here as well. I mean, Mindfreak, they're just so split. Frogger won't get this res. He won't get it for free. He won't even get it at all.
No.
And Direwolves, that's a nice passage of play for them. Really puts Mindfreak off kilter a little bit. Slows them down. Now they're up to 75%. It's one fight territory. And Mindfreak don't have a whole lot in the back pocket here. Nyang, though, the elusive pulse bomb. I haven't seen a big one from him recently, but he certainly has the ability to throw them in big moments. And this would be a good time for one. So let's see what Nyang can do. Minefield down on the point from Bus, and the Tracer duel ensues. But
all back
Nyang
line
has better options. Jordation cops the stick. It's 1 kill. Not the end of the world yet for Direwolves, but if they lose Elva, that's their DPS out of the picture.
Yeah, Jordation will get picked up here by Don. Don had invested that Valkyrie as well to try and keep Jordation and the team alive, and that Pulse Bomb ruins that entire plan. Mindfreak here on the objective, looking to pick up the second round, but Frogger will go down to JCap. Anything else that JCap can do? No, get booped off the point. 1 apiece on Lijiang Tower. And actually, I must admit, that was a great little Pulse Bomb coming out there from Young.
Yep.
Right target, right timing. Yep. And look, certainly helped seal the deal. Wasn't the only thing, however, that we saw from Mindfreak there that was pretty well executed.
And that was a very nice rocket barrage as well from Sogi, the first one. And the second one wasn't half bad either. Any rocket barrage where you get a kill and you don't die is a good rocket barrage in my book. And in those instances, he got a double kill and didn't die, and a single kill and didn't die. So nice work from Sogi, nice work from Nyang, nice work across the board for Mindfreak. Keeping it alive here on Lijiang Tower and hoping to keep that combo going. It was Mindfreak that won Busan, Direwolves that won Volskaya, Mindfreak that won Eichenwald, Direwolves that won Havana, and now we're looking for Mindfreak to win Lijiang Tower to continue that trend.
This could be the most important round of this entire first to 4, Jordan.
Yeah.
This one might actually be the round that decides it. The winner of this round will be on match point, 3-2, looking for 4 maps. You don't want to give this one away. And Jordation finds Young. Great first pick for the Direwolves. And no mercy for Mindfreak G to pick him back up. So we'll see the Direwolves roll on out and find the point first. And I can't help but wonder, I really like this team comp that the Direwolves have. It's going to be really rough dealing with Elva and those Blizzards as they come through as well, Jordan.
I didn't really mind seeing Sogi move over to the Junkrat. It's a hero that we've associated him with all season and last season. Really, really good on that hero. And there you go, a bit of impact. Here onto JCap, waiting to see when that Riptire will be invested.
Oh!
Jordation hasn't had an impact at all with his High Noon.
No, that Deadeye did not come out as expected there for Jordation. But Mindfreak will be able to get onto the objective. The Direwolves getting 38% before Mindfreak G are able to turn things back in their favor. Coming up next, though, it's the battle of the Earth Shatters. And this could be a decider of this next fight, which Reinhardt comes out on top. Bus or Fundray, and well, the Blizzard there for Elva as well. This could be rough. The Shatter comes through. Fundray's the first one down. Shatter and then charge from Bus. He finds Lav as well. Graviton Surge will also come out from Slipchip, but eventually goes down. Blizzard invested by Elva. But Mindfreak still sitting on this objective, and they will be able to find the picks as well. I think part of that going down to the fact that Bus is still alive and walking around with that giant shield. It makes life rough when you don't have one.
Yeah, we've got a big fight coming up, though, for Direwolves with the Graviton Surge and Earth Shatter available. Jordation will be able to put the damage in too. So to keep an eye on him. It is a big one here for Mindfreak. They've got Amplification, Matrix. They'll try it. Oh no, what's happened there? The wall came up and then the Graviton Surge went straight into it. Miscommunication from Direwolves, and that might have thrown the map away, Ben. That was the power play for Direwolves. They needed to win that fight, turn it around, gain the percentage back, and then hold the next ultimate rotation for Mindfreak. But now, they don't have control of the point. Mindfreak's up to 71% and counting, and Mindfreak will be the ones that have the power play next. They're going to have the Riptide.
They're still getting the picks. Frogger's still sitting on this beat that he didn't need to use. And the Direwolves fall back for one last fight. They're still going to have this Earth Shatter that Fundray's been sitting on for like 12 minutes now. Bus has managed to get an Earth Shatter of his own during that time. He's used it once, he's got it again. They may not even make it to the objective if Mindfreak plays this out correctly. They're going to be forced to try and engage in the very last second. There they go, Riptire available, looking for picks. He finds Lab and Don. Both supports are out for the Direwolves. The Shatter hits no one. The beat is dropped. And Mindfreak G will pick up Lee Zhang Tower. And they'll now be on match point 3-2 up against the favourites for the season in the Direwolves. And the Direwolves staring down the barrel of back-to-back defeats. Their first two of the season occurring potentially in the upper bracket final and then the lower bracket final. That is not the way you want to end the season.
We were talking about this last week. You were sort of saying, what's the worst time to have your first loss of the season? And you were saying the upper bracket final, and I was like, no. The worst time to have your first loss is in the lower bracket final, to which you so eloquently said, well, you can't have your first loss in the lower bracket final. I was like, fine, I'll give you that. But the worst time to have your second loss of the season is definitely in the lower bracket final, because that is going to be the end of your season.
Look, I would say potentially the worst place to have your loss is the lower bracket round one.
Yeah, but at least, you know,
But
at
as
least
the team that had been undefeated,
correct,
right?
Yeah. You know, at least you're not like almost there, right?
Yeah.
But I mean, it's not over yet for Direwolves, is it? We've seen them being able to come back on their own map picks, and that was Mindfreak's map choice, so let's not get too far ahead of ourselves.
We've seen Mindfreak in this exact, I'm not going to say exact, we've seen Mindfreak in this position before.
Yep.
Match point against the Direwolves.
Yep.
A team that we thought they probably couldn't beat at the time, and they got to within seconds of defeating them 3-0. They're currently 3-2. As Frogger fans in chat, I'm sure, are going wild right now.
Yeah. Can we just pause for a moment and
Yes.
just take a look at these replays? Because this is going to be where, if we do get to see it, you'll see it all sort of fall apart. I think we did just miss it. It
We
was
did
the
just, yes.
J-Cap Graviton Surge right into the wall. And I was going to say, I mean, that I felt was where the map was lost for Direwolves. You saw that wall come up, you thought, okay, that's fine. But then the Graviton Surge hits the wall and you think,
They lose that
Oh,
fight.
dear.
They keep dying for another 20 seconds and get staggered. And then there's very little they can do to bring it back
correct.
from
And
there.
then, you know, to put the icing on the cake, it's the double kill out of the Riptire. Soggy really doing great work
Yep.
on the Junkrat, as per usual. And Mindfreak are again now in a map advantage situation, 3-2. Had this been a first to 3, they would have won the series. They would have technically gotten revenge over Direwolves, but we've still got maps to play.
I'm writing Kings Row, by the way. I don't know if it's Kings Row, but I'll be very surprised if it's not. What
It's
do you
the choice
what do you
of
pick?
Direwolves.
Yeah, what do you pick here if you're Direwolves?
They
do you
did
go
pick-
something out of field, or do you go for that Kings Row, seeing that Eichenwald was the pick for Mindfreak?
Well, they did pick Kings Row against
They did.
Ground Zero earlier on. But
They did.
what about Numbani, Ben?
I love Numbani.
That's on the cards as well.
I love Numbani.
Maybe throw something like that in there, see if they can get back onto a bit more of that mobile kind of style. I think Mindfreak do really excel when they've got the Reinhardt there. You saw them when they were on Eichenwald. They go through Phase C so quickly.
Yep.
They were able to really make it work there on Control Center as well. So we do get the Numbani. There is no Kings Row to come in this best of 7/first to 4. And I don't think we're going to be seeing the Reinhardt too much here either. It'll be back towards the Wrecking Ball. It'll be back towards the Winston, which seems to be a bit more successful for Direwolves than the maps where Mindfreak can go back onto these brawlier style compositions with the Reinhardt. So I don't mind this pick from them. You could obviously see a bit of Reinhardt sometimes on King's Row. So Well, pressure's on now for Direwolves. This is match point.
Yeah, this could be the last map of the Direwolves season. What a way to go down as well. This would be an epic victory for Mindfreak, who would be looking to back it up with another massive game later tonight against a team I think they've lost to twice now, if my recollection serves me correctly this season. Once in regular season, once in playoffs.
Are you saying Mindfreak
Mindfreak, yes, up
has
against
lost
Ground
to
Zero.
Ground Zero? Yep. 3-0 in the playoffs. And 3-2 in week 1 of regular season, both to Ground Zero.
The Direwolves looking to keep themselves in the competition. They win Numbani. We go to Escort for the match decider. Mindfreak wins. We lock it down here, and Mindfreak goes to the grand final 30 minutes from now. Whatever the result, it's going to be close.
Yeah, we have Bus back onto Winston. And Fundray back onto Wrecking Ball. So, no more Reinhardt to be seen here. Don't mind a bit of Soggy onto Echo. He was very, very good on the Echo last year. Or last season, I should say.
Season,
when
yeah.
Echo was really flavor of the month. Probably the MVP of the grand final. And a big component of why Mindfreak was able to get through that grand final. But Bus and Slipjib do cop a nade, and so they're quite low, not copping the heals quite so much. There's a res onto Soggy. It's still 6 versus 6, but HP is low for Mindfreak. JCap copping some shots. Soggy with a duplicate is going to decide he wants to be Sigma for now. That's bad news for Jordation,
Yeah.
and it might be bad news for Don as well. They're all getting pushed apart, ripped apart by Mindfreak, and there's a Gravitic Flux to throw in there as well. It doesn't have the impact, but Bus with the Primal Rage, his ultimate is powerful enough to get Mindfreak through that first fight quite comfortably indeed, and they hang on to 3 as well.
Yeah, what a play from Mindfreak. Bus and Soggy both coming in at different times. I think Bus did find that first pick there onto Fundray to start it all off, but talking about big picks, Frogger goes down. No mercy available to pick him back up either. Soggy counters it for Fundray and
Jordation.
finds a second. So
Jordation is having a rough time right now on
yeah,
that Ash,
not
which
enjoying it at all.
is kind of contrary to the norm. Normally he's the one that's really dishing out the pain.
Perez coming back through from Don, just inside. Thought looked a little bit risky, but it will play off. Jordation going very low again, just kept alive. JCap as well. The Nano Boost and the Valkyrie both being used here by Mindfreak. JCap will use the Gravitic Flux, and Young is off the edge. Bus goes down as well. So with about 80 seconds on the clock, the Direwolves looking to get the better of this Mindfreak team here on point A. Be able to cap it and get on that payload. And to be honest, they probably couldn't have afforded to waste any more time than that, I would suspect.
Nope, definitely not. Tables are starting to turn though. Direwolves have the momentum and they push forward. Elva with a pulse bomb will be lurking around, looking for maybe for Frogger, maybe for Aki. Aki's probably the easiest target on that Mindfreak roster for a pulse bomb. Frogger liable to be up in the air with Soggy. And Slipchip and Bus won't die to a pulse bomb, so see what Elva can get done. Indeed it is Elva.
There's a Primal Rage first from Bus, so Mindfreak looking to engage early. Anti-nade on the Fundray and Don as well. And one out of those two will go down, plus Jordation. The Direwolves will fall back. Fundray slept and then staggered as well. The team kill bell rings out. So, nice little engage from Mindfreak will allow them to set up and defend the way in which they would like to. They're going to have Aki with the Nano Boost available shortly also. So this may also go in their favor. We'll see what Elva can do with this Pulse Bomb. A little bit difficult. Oh, very much difficult, Jordan, when Young gets the better of you straight away. Now Mindfreak 2-1 up in trades on this first fight. Young gets picked back up. So he has found 2, including Don, and the Direwolves again forced to regroup.
This is so hard for Direwolves to contest the high ground when they've got Fundre on the Roadhog, JCap on the Sigma. How do they get up here? How do they get Mindfreak off of the high ground? Not to mention Jordation. Yeah, he can shotgun up, but he's not going to do that on his own.
It's like fighting A all over again.
Except they're standing on top of your spawn room instead of you having a bit of space to play with. I mean, how do you get Soggy off of here? He's going to cop the nano boost as well. Extra damage going out. Don is dead, and Sigma will be soon to follow. That's the end of JCap, and Soggy is just having free reign right now on this Echo. It's such a good hero for him.
It is, and this Mindfreak team is going to have an awful lot to work with heading into the next couple of fights. 80 seconds remain for the Direwolves to get on the payload and push it through Objective B. We're going to have 4 ultimates for Mindfreak. We'll see whether Bus can get his Primal Rage in time. He does. Doesn't need to pop it just yet. Willing to give up a little bit of ground, and we'll see if Young can find himself a pick as Frogger first. So that, again, could be costly. They trade back Lab, however. Soggy has gone up and decided to pick the Winston with the duplicate. The Primal Rage comes out. Bus with the Primal Rage as well. That's 2 rampaging Winstons on one side. You think surely the Direwolves can't come back from there, but they do find 2. Fundre is traded back by a Slipchip, but at least the Direwolves are now on the payload and pushing forward.
I mean, it's not the end of the world right now for Mindfreak. They still have enough time to reset as long as no one else gets picked off, and that's what you can see Elva's trying to do. Pushes forward, has to back on out though. Mindfreak have the numbers for one final contest here on Phase B. It'll be Bus to lead the charge, Slipchip with a self-destruct to provide space, but having lost Young is not a good start to the fight.
Certainly not, and Jordation with that backup EMP as well, not even required right now. 10 seconds on the clock, the payload contested, but only for a matter of seconds. There we go, it ticks over, 90 seconds remain. One last push from the Direwolves.
Luckily, you don't see Mindfreak invest anything into that fight. So Slipchip does still have self-destruct. Aki's now got himself nano boost, which is going to be most likely thrown onto Bus. Maybe Nyung if Nyung feels like he's got a moment, but Bus is the likely target, and that is really going to be quite helpful for him in diving onto that back line. EMP's the answer for Jordation, who's quite low, but it's not really that punch through that Direwolves need just yet. And Soggy, having caught Elva, is now a 5-on-6, favouring Mindfreak.
Yeah, Mindfreak seemingly getting the better of the picks that time around, but they certainly don't have the better of the utility. They don't have the better of the ultimates. They will start winning this fight. With 45 seconds on the clock, the Direwolves will be looking to turn this one around. They want to invest these power plays. Young, the first one out. Frogger goes down to Fundre as well. 6 up for the Direwolves. They'll look to get the payload pushing once again. Bask sits there for a while, not willing, not needing, I suppose, to throw out that Primal Rage just yet. They only need to win one fight, Mindfreak G. The Direwolves need to keep them out.
Soggy's on 93% with that EMP. Don is hiding, knows that the EMP will be available now or shortly, but Soggy has found him. This could be key if Don gets picked off. Translocator was found as well, so Jordation dies to Frogger.
Big plays.
That's huge from Soggy.
Absolutely massive. EMP won't be able to stop the beat. However, the payload not pushing forward, running out of time, less than 3 meters away from the objective. But Mindfreak looking pretty good right now. Lab is out of the picture. Elva out of the picture. See you later, JCap. The respawns from Mindfreak should be able to keep the Direwolves from capping out and completing Numbani. We will have our win condition here for Mindfreak G.
That's big. That's huge for Mindfreak. And it's again Soggy who just seems to make that minor difference. He finds the translocator just as Frogger kills Jordation.
That's actually a massive play. Actually a massive play.
Then gets the EMP down as well. To be fair, Don counted it out as best he could. He got away from the Sombra. He was able to get his beat down, but in the end, it's not enough. Numbani, a solid hold for Mindfreak, but there's still plenty of the map to defend for Direwolves as well. This could really go either way still.
Yeah. We don't always see this map finished. And it's pretty close. It's pretty close, Jordan, but it is not all the way. We talked about before how Mindfreak is a very momentum-based team.
Yep.
And once you're on that payload, certainly the momentum can roll you through. You can start linking fights together, getting that payload through quicker and quicker. For me, I wonder, is A going to be the struggle for Mindfreak? We take a look at what they've got. They've got Soggy there on the Genji. They've got Aki on the Ana. Is this just a matter of waiting for the Nanoblade? Is that the condition for them that gets them the first objective, and how long will that take to get there?
I mean, I guess, like, worst comes to worst, the answer is yes, but ideally they want to get through prior to that. They still have the tools that they need to find some picks here and there. If they can get on top of particularly Jordation, Elva, or Lab, those three are going to be the prime suspects for the dive to come in on, and if the dive is coordinated well enough by Bus, Slipchip, Soggy, Nyang, they are going to be able to get a pretty quick, clean kill. But Fundre on this Roadhog has been such a problem. So they need to find a way to dance around Fundre. They're not going to be trying to focus him down.
Well, it's going to be Jordation down first, and Fundre with the Bonade on top. Lab picked up. They pick up Frogger as well. But Mindfreak still with 5 alive. Only 3 here for the Direwolves. And this is looking really good for Mindfreak right now. It could not have started off any better for them, as Elva finds 2. Is that enough to turn the tide? Still one player from Mindfreak on the point. The respawns from the Die will surely start coming through in time, however.
Yeah, that was nice work in the end there from Soggy, though. Gets a bink onto Don, who goes low. Easy dive in for Bus, and once Mercy's out of the picture, Elva is an easy cleanup. But Elva's bought enough time to allow Direwolves to come back into the picture, and Bus and Aki go down early on in the piece. It's a stoic defense from Direwolves, but it might just be enough of a defense to hold on to point A.
Fundre so low, will go down in the end to Slipchip. Jordation picked back up by Don. Again, the respawns from the Direwolves. Elva will have the Dragon Strike as well if it is required. You can see Mindfreak getting so close to capping this one out, but the end result is actually they've invested a lot of time into this already.
Yeah, but this will be the fight where Soggy can actually come in with that Nano Blade. So it's what you were talking about earlier on in the piece, Ben. And yes, Mindfreak could have done this one cleaner, but at least they have that plan B to fall back on now that they haven't been able to get through with a bit more of a dry fight. So we'll keep our eyes on Soggy and on Aki with that Nano Blade to be thrown into this fight, and what Direwolves can do to counter it out now that they don't have Fundre. It means they don't have a whole hog. It means they don't have a hook. They've got no defensive support ultimate, so Soggy should be able to run rampant in this fight.
Looking to engage, 2 minutes left on A. There's the Nanoblade coming through, looking for picks, finds Lab, finds Jordation, did lose Dung, but Soggy gets a triple. This is what we were talking about. This opens it right up. Mindfreak need to follow it through with more. Self-destruct from JCap, won't find any picks. The bubble right on top of it. Both tanks here for Direwolves trying to hold down the fort. Self-destruct now from Slipchip, forces them off. They don't need to do much at all. There's the Primal Rage from Fundre. The heals coming through as well. The respawns from the Direwolves. Nice little stick, but it won't do all that much. JCap actually demeched in the process. And now a nano boost onto Fundre coming out from Lab. The beat from Frogger. 5 alive for Mindfreak G. They're running out of time. Only 70 seconds remaining, but they do seem to have the numbers advantage. As Fundre goes down, the point goes to Mindfreak. Now they have 3 minutes and 30 seconds to get this one through to B.
I think it's more of a case of Fundre goes splat into the wall.
It was quite dramatic, wasn't it?
Jumping onto the point and then died and ragdolled straight into the wall. But either way, yes, that is a good cap for Mindfreak. It took them a while, but at least they're in this contest. And they're pushing through phase B. They've taken some forward positions with Bus getting up onto the high ground here, but it is going to take a few attempts to get through this, and both teams will come into this one fairly dry. Nyang, he does have the Pulse Bomb shortly. There isn't a whole lot to speak to for Direwolves, though. Soggy has been found. He's going to be okay for now. Don's just keeping an eye on him. Hack through, though, and that's bad news for Don if he doesn't get help, but good news for the rest of Direwolves. Jordation's already killed Bus.
Yeah, good start from them. Jordation looking for more. Not yet. Can't get them. And the payload is not moving in the right direction for this Mindfreak team. So the Direwolves, we know they were held here for quite some time. They need to do the same to Mindfreak. They want to keep their hopes and dreams alive. The hopes of making it through to tonight's final. And this is exactly what we saw Mindfreak do to them. hold here at this first corner and really eat through that time. Here's the Coalescence. Here's the counter from Mindfreak. The EMP hits 4. Not bad at all from Elva, but they've already lost JCap. Pulse Bomb straight into Slip Chip's defense matrix. Pulse Bomb on the flip side does nothing coming out from Young. EMP hits 4 for Mindfreak. They'll get onto the payload, they'll get it moving. Fundray and Don are now both down. They look to follow this up. There's Jordation. These are the picks that Mindfreak are looking for. They're now on a roll and very close to the next point.
Yeah, starting to get the feeling that maybe Mindfreak might be able to push it over the line here in a 4-2 scoreline. It's currently 3-2 favoring Mindfreak. First to 4 is the objective. And Mindfreak are on match point right now. Direwolves desperately trying to hang on with a win here on Numbani to push it to a 7th map. Frogger invests the beat in this fight, countering out the Coalescence. The damage coming through, though, from Direwolves. It's going to catch Slip Chip as he demechs the Jordation Pulse Bomb. Numbers now favoring Direwolves as they really invest everything into this fight. They're healthy by virtue of the fact of the sound barrier. Jordation and JCap chasing down Mindfreak, and there won't be too much of a resistance offered by the attacking team. They'll give this fight up. They'll save their ultimates. They'll come into the next one feeling fresh, but it is the next one for Mindfreak that they do need to win, and they're going to have to very much do that same dance that they did at the start of Phase B, where Elva uses the EMP initially, then they wait it out, wait for Soggy to get his own EMP, and try to play it out from there. Mindfreak at a deficit right now on Numbani, but it is still salvageable for them.
Yeah, this could be really rough. And there's Elva with that first EMP, hitting 3, including Soggy, who goes down straight away. And Young coming out with the Pulse Bomb, but JCap picks that one up. The Direwolves looking good. Mindfreak are losing this fight. They need to regroup and try it once more. They're going to really start running out of time here in just a moment. The Direwolves looking to close this one out.
It's still not the end of the world for Mindfreak, though. They don't invest much into that. In fact, they don't invest anything into it. Soggy didn't even have the EMP available, so yes, he cops the EMP, he dies. He wouldn't have been able to use it really anyway, so Soggy is going to be the key factor here. Can he get a good one down? That hits only 2, but if Fundray and Jordation die, it's enough.
It certainly is enough, and Jordation is the first one down. JCap with the self-destruct. Slip Chip follows up. No one down to the first, no one down to the second. We're fighting on the payload. We're in to overtime. Aki's going to have that Coalescent, but Fundray has the Primal Rage. Everyone's pretty healthy. Frogger will have the beat, but Don drops his first. Mindfreak holding out maybe that little bit longer. There we go. Frogger invests his. Bus has the Primal Rage available as Fundray does go down. The payload moves forward. The respawn's coming through from the Direwolves. But at this point, they're probably going to have to give this one up. The payload moves through. We'll add, what, another 90 seconds to the clock, Jordan. We'll get to do it all over again.
He who beats second laughs last, and that's Frogger. He allows all that damage to go over to his team, gets the beat down. They have that protective bubble for, 5-10 seconds while the heals come back on through. But Direwolves are not going to release any of that pressure. Elva dives straight in with an EMP, and Mindfreak are just going to have to give straight up on this fight. There's only a minute left on the clock. They can't afford to be wasting time with a prolonged stagger, and Frogger might well be staggered. Forces Jordation to relocate back on out.
The good news for Direwolves, though, with only 50 seconds on the clock, it's unlikely that Mindfreak will get this one through into anything other than overtime. So that means the Direwolves know they just need to win the last fight just in time, and they will come out with a map win. EMP coming out from Soggy, hits 3, and Lab goes down before the Coalescence comes through. Elva is low. Young finds that pick also. JCap about to get demech. Mindfreak with 6 players alive. The payload's still contested. They need to get that one going. Aki somehow comes out with a bit of a melee there. And finally, Mindfreak onto the cart, Jordan. 20 seconds remaining.
It's not enough yet for Mindfreak. They are still going to have to win one more fight. And Ben, they're going to have to do it in overtime. But look at the good news. 5 ultimates available for Mindfreak. This is entirely within the realms of possibility. But they need to get Elva out of the picture early. Jordation drops 85% here for Elva. The EMP, it might not even be able to get used.
See you, Lab. This is huge. The Direwolves are losing players all over the place. The Primal Rage from Fundray dissipates. He'll go down in a moment. Mindfreak pushing the cart forward. They've got the self-destruct available. Don will have the beat on defense. The Direwolves waiting to the very last moment to engage. 2 and a bit meters to go. There's the EMP. The beat is dropped as well. 3 players hit by Mindfreak G. They've still got 6 alive. The Direwolves rolling one by one, including now Fundray in the Wrecking Ball. He's looking particularly unhealthy. The payload will start moving again. Surely they make it through. They do. Mindfreak G wins Numbani, wins the lower bracket final, and they knock out the Direwolves, who were until just days ago undefeated here at Season 2 of Overwatch Contenders Australia. And Jordan, that now locks in our final team for tonight's grand final. It's going to be Ground Zero up against Mindfreak G. Those were seeds 2 and 3 coming into playoffs.
It's a scenario that we've seen all too often in Overwatch Contenders Australia, isn't it? A favorite coming out of regular season, going into playoffs and just letting the ball drop. This time it is Direwolves. They've lost 2 series this whole season, and both of them are in playoffs. It's a rough time to be a Direwolves fan, but it's a great time to be a Mindfreak fan, because that is the first part of the puzzle falling into place. The fairy tale finish for Mindfreak would be the lower bracket run all the way from round 1 of the lower bracket. They've beaten Warriors. Now they've beaten Direwolves in the lower bracket final. And the question is, can they beat Ground Zero, the team that they've lost twice to this season in the grand final? It's a best of 7, first to 4. Again, a repeat of what Mindfreak have just won. But Mindfreak is one of those teams that seems to be able to pull these results out of nowhere, because if you would have asked me if they were going to win this series at the start of the day, I would have said it's going Direwolves every day of the week.
There's a reason I didn't ask you, Jordan, because I think both you and I expected the same result. Even we thought, surely if Mindfreak turns up in the same fashion they did at the end of Season 1, it's still going to be a rough ride. This Direwolves team have been looking so good all season long, and I can't help but feel for the Direwolves right now.
Absolutely.
Look, they did so well during the regular season. They went undefeated. They won all of those matches, but falling short up against seed 2 and 3 in the region, it was unequivocal to me that the Direwolves were the team to beat. And unfortunately for the Direwolves, that did occur twice at the 2 worst possible times. So, yeah, bad luck to the Direwolves. Again, a great season from them. Overall, to be fair, coming out, they got #1 seed in the regular season. They got all of that regular season prize money as well. So in the hip pocket, it doesn't hurt too much. But I think in the fields, it's kind of a little bit sucky. So commiserations to them. But still, thanks for a great season to the players and team for the Direwolves. To bring it back up a notch, Jordan, to bring it back up a notch and to go back, I think, a little bit to something we saw a lot last week. It's a Macca's play of the game. A McDonald's Australia play of the game. He was our Macca's MVP at the start of playoffs. He's our Macca's play of the game here in our lower bracket final. It's going to be Young absolutely popping off tonight. Yeah,
it was this double kill with the pulse bomb that really turned Busan around. This really looked like it should have been a Direwolves map, and if it was a Direwolves map, then we'd be at 3-3 right now. We'd be going through to another map in this series. But Mindfreak have been given a win, and it's 4-2, and it's largely in part thanks to Nyang, the Macca's MVP for the series. He was the Macca's MVP, I think, for the last series as well for Mindfreak, so he's really been turning up.
I think he got the series, and then the MVP, and then the series.
Max played the game, I should say, not the MVP. So, but you know what I mean? Like, he's been just turning up in playoffs.
I think he's had like 3 in a row. I think he did get the MVP and the player of the game last week. He's got a lot of quarter pounders owed to him right now. That's all I'm going to say.
He's throwing quarter pounders all over the place, and they're whacking people in the face, and they're not really having a great time because it's knocking them out. Either way, Nyang is performing, Soggy's performing. Everyone seems to really be performing right now for Mindfreak, but to be honest, for me, the 2 DPS are really standing out, which is, I suppose, what is going to happen all the time. You're going to look naturally towards the DPS when a team's winning because they're the ones getting the picks, getting the kills, etc., etc. The exciting plays are coming largely from those guys, but I mean, I've got to say, for Mindfreak, they may not be the most consistent team, but they definitely are the most entertaining team, and if they are going to peak at the right time, Ben, which is today, they actually might be able to go the distance in this grand final and really put the sword to Ground Zero. But the Ground Zero that we saw in the upper bracket final against Direwolves is going to be tough to beat. Yeah, looking very good. And to get maybe a little bit of insight on how the team's going right now, we have Aki on the call. Aki, firstly, mate, congratulations. What an absolutely epic effort from you guys.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still have a loss of breath. It was such an intense game.
Yeah, I can imagine what it was like in the server. How's the mouth feeling? Because I notice when I get into high pressure situations, I'm getting a bit of a dry mouth. So
Insanely dry.
yeah, insanely dry. So you're gonna have to grab a
Waiting for
bottle
the
of water.
to get a drink of water.
Yeah. Hopefully we'll give you a bit of time, you know, in a bit of a break here before that grand final. But man, look, just tell me what's sort of going through your mind when you're going 1-1-1-1-1-1. Is it just like a frustration? Like how can we not get two maps in a row?
I think it was a little frustrating, but in the end, it kind of largely came down to the comps that they were playing, and the maps that they picked really suited their compositions and didn't really suit us too well. So we just kept relying on our map picks and hoping that we'd get there.
Yeah, well, you did get there in the end. Now, tell me about this whole Mercy situation. We've had a bit of a chat with Frogger about that. Saw you on Mercy a little bit. We've seen Frogger on Mercy a little bit. But to me, it looks like you're much more comfortable on the Ana. You know, you're able to pull those big nades out, those big sleeps out. So I'd imagine that's your preference. But are we going to be continuing to see this Mercy getting pulled out? Because Soggy always seems to go onto the Furrow, and then surely someone has to play Mercy.
Yeah, I mean, potentially. I'm obviously not a Mercy player, so it's definitely not a comfort pick for me. But you know, when the team needs it, I'll play it, and I'm not too awful, I like to think. But yeah, I'm definitely not very good.
Well, you had a pretty good result then. For me, and we were talking to Don about this a little bit earlier. I was saying, hey, what are your thoughts? Should you make it through to tonight's grand final? You've got this first of 4. It could go, you know, 7 or more maps in a row, and then essentially get a short break, and then you're back into the grand final. How are the guys feeling? Obviously, you've got that adrenaline pumping right now. You certainly warmed up. Any fatigue coming through? How are you feeling going into the grand final?
A little tired, to be honest. Like, everyone was really keen for this break, and they were like, please tell me they give us a break. Like, we all just need a drink and, you know, bathroom breaks and stuff. But I think we're all very, very energetic and just ready to go again.
All right, cool. Good to hear. I have one more question,
Okay.
Ben. I'm going to jump in here. I assume we've got a bit of a break after this, so we may as well.
I hope so, because I'm
sorry,
about to lose my voice.
Sorry, Aki. We're going to keep you another couple of minutes
good.
here. Look, on the desk, we were sort of saying that was an upset against Direwolves for you guys. Do you agree? You feel like you went into that as the underdogs or the favourites?
I'd definitely say we should be the underdogs there. I think, to be honest, I came into today expecting to lose. I thought that there was a very good chance that they would win. So we were definitely very nervous, but we just gave it our all.
So going into this grand final, I'd imagine things are much the same feeling, but does it give you an element of confidence that you've now done it once, you can do it again? Thinking back to last year as well, or last season, I should say.
I mean, yeah, definitely. I definitely think it's doable, but I think Ground Zero are likely a bit better than Direwolves. So I think it'll be closer, to be honest. I think it's going to be a tough match.
All right, well, Aki, congratulations once again. Good luck
Thank you very much.
for the grand final tonight, and we'll let you take your break and get settled, and we'll see how you go very shortly.
Thank you. Bye.
Oof. It's a little bit rough going back to back, but then again, shouldn't have lost your first game if you didn't want to be in your lower bracket, and at least you definitely warmed up by this point, right?
Yeah,
There are no excuses in terms of, oh, my aim was off. They've just come through. For me, I think it's the adrenaline high, where you come into something, you get that adrenaline pumping through you as you start playing, and, you know, it's very, very close, and then you win.
Yep.
And then sometimes there's that little bit of a dip. You got to find your second win, perhaps.
Got to be able to build it back up. Yeah, I mean, I feel the same with casting sometimes. If you're having a really close match and then you go into a bit of a less exciting match, then it sort of dips back down again before the match gets really exciting again. And that's just the natural progression of a game. Like in any esport, any title, you're going to start off a bit lower in map 1 or map 2. As things progress along the series, the stakes feel like they get higher. Even if, you know, if you were to swap the maps all around, that Busan game, if that was Busan as the final map in the series, I mean, imagine how big that would have been as the final map, right?
Yeah.
But it doesn't feel quite as impactful when it is map 1. So that's something that these guys are going to have to sort of struggle with a little bit, although I don't think it's so much of a struggle for Mindfreak and for Ground Zero going into that grand final. Obviously, they'll both need to find their feet again in that final match, but it's a grand final rematch. Ground Zero and Mindfreak meet once again in the grand final of Contenders Australia, and I can't wait.
It's almost identical, Jordan. Ground Zero, the highest seed, the team to beat. Mindfreak looking to beat the odds. If I'm Ground Zero right now, I probably didn't even expect to see Mindfreak come through as the winner. So sometimes my preparation's out the window. For me, my notes are out the window, Jordan. I wrote pages of notes about this grand final matchup between Ground Zero and the Direwolves, and it's all gone. The world is topsy-turvy, and we have Mind Freak G to thank for it. Guys and girls, go on your Macca's run, get a glass of water. We're taking a very quick break. When we come back, it is grand final time. Mind Freak G up against Ground Zero Gaming here at Overwatch Contenders Australia.
It would be big news. The Mind's right on top of JCap, but in the meanwhile, that's going to be the end of Young. So the damage output from A are going to be able to thrive under the pressure. The Direwolf seems to be able to make work so easily.
83%. This is looking rough for Mind Freak. The Direwolf might 100.
They're very low, however. And now,
Oh!
double kill from Young, and that's all that she wrote for Dire. Back up a little bit of Aki, who's unfortunately now been hooked by Fundre. It was an okay start for Mind Freak, but it has fallen to bits. Coming apart a little bit at the seams for Mind Freak, and I think, good.
There you go, the Nano Boost onto Soggy coming out with the blade. He finds Lab first.
But even now, hard to make that work. Let's see what happens. Self-destruct goes in from Slipjip. Now Soggy, whether or not they're going to have Soggy hold the Dragon Blade, it doesn't look like he will.
Oh!
Seen
Yep.
him play it a lot. So this should be a bit more of a comfort for him, but Jordation
is going to have the Nano as well as Bus does this time go into the back line.
Wow.
Soggy with the triple. Nice. Gets rid of Fundre in the fall.
Oh,
Oh, Jordan!
Under boost combo are a little bit off kilter. Here's a Rocket Barrage in from Soggy. Oh, that's beautiful. Get
Back
Young
line.
has better options. Jordation cops the stick. It's one kill. Not the end of the world yet for Direwolves, but
The Blizzard there for Elva
Bus.
as well. This could be rough. The Shatter comes through. Fundre's the first one down. Shatter and then charge from Bus. He finds Very much difficult, Jordan, when Young gets the better of you straight away. Now Mind Freak 2-1 up in trades on this first fight. Young
Soggy's
gets
low.
picked left on A. There's the Nano Blade coming through. Looking for picks. Finds Lab. Finds Jordation. Did lose Young.
The 100% Aussie beef in Macca's Burgers comes from farms like David's in Queensland.
My family supplies 100% Aussie beef to McDonald's.
Thanks, David. Get into Macca's for hot, juicy, tasty burgers today.
Well, the time has come here at Overwatch Contenders Australia, our Season 2 Grand Final. Mindfreak G up against Ground Zero Gaming. The Direwolves are out. Third place, they'll take that one home. A good season for them, but not the result they were looking for. Jordan, we have a rematch of our Season 1 Grand Final. Mindfreak went head-to-head with Ground Zero. Mindfreak were the underdogs. Ground Zero were the team who had had an amazing season. Slightly different story this time, but right now I don't think it matters. It feels the same to me, and it feels like Mindfreak have almost an Everest of this Ground Zero lineup to try and conquer tonight after what we've seen so far. Do you think
it's a good thing
possible?
they're able to climb the mountains, Ben. I mean, they've been working pretty hard over the last few
They've been doing the
seasons.
gains, mate, you
And
know.
They're starting to make those inroads happen, so who knows? Maybe they will conquer Everest today.
We'll have to wait and see, but we won't have to wait too long. And a special treat for us right now. We've got Adam on the line. Hello, Adam. How are you, buddy? You guys have had a great season so far. Haven't had a chance to chat to you much, if at all, I don't
Once
think, this
we have,
season. We've seen you.
yeah.
We've seen
Yeah,
you
only
once.
once.
So let's go back a little bit before we chat about today. Firstly, big congrats on your win in the upper bracket final last week. That must have been you guys seem pretty hyped there, and it was a pretty good achievement.
Yeah, it was really relieving winning it.
Okay, do you think people were underrating you going into that upper bracket final? Because at least for myself and Ben, I can say we thought Direwolves would probably
Yeah.
win. We asked Frogger, he said Direwolves. Everyone,
I
general
think-
sentiment seemed to be Direwolves should win that match.
Yeah, for sure. Like, we're all good players. Like, the top 3 teams, I think Mindfreak, Direwolves, and Ground Zero, we're all like, we can all beat each other.
Okay, interesting.
Fair enough, fair enough. Now, coming into today, obviously, you've had that opportunity to watch what just went down, and boy, did it go down. Mindfreak coming out on top. Firstly, was that your expectation? Probably not, but let me know. And secondly, how does that change your
Thank you.
preparations for today?
It was just really surprising to see Mindfreak win, honestly. Like, they could do it if they all popped off, and they did.
Getting a good luck wish from your mum?
Yeah.
Oh, that's cute.
I love it. We
She
could bring
just
her
got
on.
home,
I
so-
would have been very happy to
Yeah, you
interview
should have
your
got her
mum
on.
as
Oh,
well.
it's too late.
It's too late
Left the
now.
room.
Go get
Yeah.
it.
Oh.
It'll be fine.
Yeah.
All right, look, speaking to what Ben just mentioned, you obviously had that opportunity to watch that match. I want to know if you have anyone in particular that you think is kind of important to shut down, because we sort of highlighted the DPS players on that Mindfreak roster seem to be really popping off in that last series. Are you thinking about it in that context, or is it just a case of we need to do our own thing and make sure we're better than them on the day?
I think we can just stick to our own stuff, honestly. I think I'm just going to be shooting Yang the entire time, so...
All right,
So-
there you go.
I think that's not a bad one to go with, though. Like, he's the Macca's MVP or the Macca's player of the game 2 weeks running, and the Macca's MVP. Even when you guys still beat the Direwolves last week, he still got the Macca's MVP. So I think that's not a bad one to pick. For you guys, what do you think is better? Having come through the upper bracket final, being able to watch that game we just had, and now sitting here ready to go? Or would you prefer to have maybe had that warm-up that we saw from Mindfreak today? Do you think that's going to help them, or do you think that's going to hinder them?
I think that was a very long and hard warm-up,
Yeah.
if you ask me.
It's-
It's like really exhausting to play that match.
I think you're probably right. It's a bit of a grind, right? If you come out with like a 4-0 or a 4-1 and you smash it out and get it done in a bit over an hour, I think you're in a pretty good spot, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, it's going to be a challenge. So for the Ground Zero team, feeling confident tonight, Adam, and you guys obviously feel like you should be able to overcome this Mindfreak lineup, even though you didn't necessarily expect to see them.
Yeah. We're just going to stick to our own stuff. Yeah.
All right.
Stick to their own game plan. Play your own game. Well, I'll say to you, good luck, Adam. We've been cheering for you all season long. We keep talking about how you've been in the scene since the beginning here in
Might not be
Australia.
much
So,
longer.
well, we'll have to wait and see. But it'd be great to cap this one off with a victory for Ground Zero. So, again, good luck, and we'll see how you guys go tonight.
Thank you, guys. Bye.
See you, mate.
I would have loved her. That was a missed opportunity, wasn't it? Would have loved. Could have
Adam
chatted
Mum
to Adam's
interview.
mum. Yeah.
Yeah.
On maybe if they win.
Adamum. That's what we could have called her.
Yeah, it's good.
Anyways, speaking of Adam,
Yes.
he's 18 now, so just putting it out there for all the Overwatch League scouts that are watching this game, the grand
Yep.
final of Australian Contenders. He is now available
Yep.
for Overwatch League, and it may well be his last season in Australian Contenders. Who knows? There's a bunch of other players that might be able to make that leap as well, but Adam certainly has been the one that has been on everybody's lips for quite a while. And, I mean, you look at the teams coming into this matchup and you think, who's got more experience now? Who is the team that should win this one? Because looking back at Ground Zero, you have Adam and Bertlog that have really been there since the beginning. Adam's won 2 seasons of Overwatch Contenders. Bertlog's won 1. Adam, respectively, 4 seasons in a grand final. Bertlog 5. And then you got a couple of other players on that Ground Zero roster from last season, Cuffer and Terry, that were in the last season grand final, which they lost to Mindfreak.
Yeah.
But then on the other hand of the coin, on the other side of the coin, Mindfreak is not as inexperienced as they were in seasons past either. They've got some winners there now. You've got the 4 that came through from last season. And you've got a couple of new guys coming in as well that are looking pretty damn good as well. So I do wonder
And if,
how
if,
this
you,
one's
if you're
going to
picking
pan
a
out.
time to peak, right? And we speak about this a lot. Now is the time. If this
Correct.
is Mindfreak peaking, as Adam said, if this is every individual player popping off, then tonight is the night to do it. Still, Ground Zero looked so good against the Direwolves on Thursday last week. Whatever it may be, it's almost time to get in. Lijiang Tower is going to be where we begin our grand final, our Season 2 grand final of Overwatch Contenders Australia. Supported by McDonald's Australia. Macca's has been supporting us all season long, all year long, for years now in the Australian region. They've done a ton for this game. We've even had the Contenders logo, Jordan, on a Macca's bag. Back at Melbourne Esports Open, I think, last year. So
I remember at IEM Sydney going to the Macca's there, and that was the whole Overwatch setup.
yeah, there's a lot that they have done for esports in this region. They sponsored StarCraft 2 as well here in Australia. So again, a very big thank you to Macca's, McDonald's Australia, for what they've done for Aussie esports. And I'm hoping tonight that we get to give them as a gift, Jordan, an awesome lower bracket final and an even bigger and better grand final. Here we go. Ground Zero Gaming, Mindfreak G, season grand final.
Yeah, I should just very quickly make an amendment to what I said earlier. Bertlog has 3 wins in Overwatch
Right.
Contenders Australia, not 1. I think I said 1 in that show there. But either way,
Well, Bertlog would be on to you.
looking
if you heard
for
that.
his 4th today, and for Adam, I believe his 3rd win in Overwatch Contenders. 2 with Order last year, but losing with
Got a
Ground
feel
Zero
for
last time.
Jordation, though.
Well, he'll still be the one at the top of the pack with 5, regardless of who wins today. Soggy has the initial pick onto Terry, and we're right back to where we belong. Soggy on the Junkrat, Bust with the Reinhardt. This was the composition that worked so well for Mindfreak against Direwolves in that lower bracket final, and it seems to be working relatively nicely here as well, although Ground Zero do have control of the point.
Yeah, Mindfreak will give up the objective for now. We'll see whether they can put this one back across. They've got numbers on the objective, and BRS yet to find that barrage, but still finding picks close, but no cigar right now for Mindfreak G. Slipjip does find Bertlog, but still 22-23%. Pulse Bomb onto Slipjip. The window will go down from Aki Frogger very low. The Bionade onto him, causing damage. And BRS has found 3 in amongst this, Jordan. So Mindfreak not even able to get that capture across. And Ground Zero now looking pretty good.
Well, it's the perfect setup to deal with what Mindfreak was running, wasn't it? They go straight onto the Pharah, and what are you going to do against a Pharah when you've got a Junkrat? Junkrat's not going to do anything. So Mindfreak are forced to swap back off. They've gone onto the Tracer, they've gone onto the Sombra. That'll have a bit more of an impact.
Yeah.
Maybe you can get a hack in here.
Junkrat
BRS.
pretty garbage, Jordan.
That's
Get
right.
it? That's
Yeah, I get it, I get it. Yeah.
Anyway.
But Mindfreak Going to be looking for those hacks. BRS can't quite fly high enough. There is a rocket barrage available. A defense matrix has been used. Bust out of the picture early. Slip chip, demeched, and finished off. Oh, BRS is having the dream run right now on Control Center.
That was an absolute big brain play. I would say 10 out of 10 times we would see that playing Contenders. You're going up against the Reinhardt and the D.Va. You pop barrage 1 meter away from both of them, you blow yourself up. Somehow he manages to find the D-Mech, the pick onto the Reinhardt, and I think also picks up Baby D.Va as well. So BRS having an epic game so far. That pocket Mercy though, certainly not hurting. Frogger with the Beat Young with the Pulse Bomb, and Buzz comes through with the Shatter. Now, doesn't seem to have the impact that they were looking for, however, as Kuffa does drop the mines on to the point. A 99% hit for Ground Zero Gaming. They are going to struggle to make something of this. It's a 4-player, 5-player EMP with Terry going down first, but Ground Zero still sitting with 5 players alive on the objective, and BRS up in the sky just raining rockets down one after another. The Coalescence coming out from Aki to try and close this one out and push away BRS there from the skies. The barrage will be available in a second. Picks going Mindfreak's way. They might get the cap, but it's they've got a lot of time to gain back, a lot of percentage points.
They do.
On this objective.
It just looks like it's going to be another one of those games, doesn't it? One of those
Yeah.
really messy games, and Mindfreak being able to push Ground Zero here as well. It's 99% for Ground Zero, but Mindfreak fight back at the 11th hour, and we're only into round 1 of map 1. In the grand final, and it already feels like it's a close matchup, even despite the fact that Ground Zero have this huge percentage advantage. Mindfreak are doing their utmost to bring it back. There's a stick onto Terry, who will go down as a result, and that's the end of him. Mindfreak with the player advantage, very quickly brought back though by BRS. He's swapped off the Farah, but he's still having the impact.
Certainly is self-destruct, not going to find anyone. 38% right now for Mindfreak G, but with BRS going down, they might be able to hold this just a little bit longer. Ground Zero, though, only needing 1 fight. They just need to pick the fight, pick any of them. You've got another 50 seconds or so to make this work. EMP from Soggy hits 3, but a couple of the picks going Ground Zero's way. Self-destruct doesn't have the impact. We'll be able to remake. Coalescence from Aki. Mindfreak trying this one all over again. We'll see what they can do. Frogger will have the beat available. I don't know if you want to throw out too much at this point. They've still got a little bit of work to do here, but he will invest
They
and
let
he
the
hits
flip
5.
happen. It's Ground Zero's point right now. Numbers advantage for them too. Young down early on in the piece to Bertlog, and he didn't even get Pulse Bomb out. It's starting to slip for Mindfreak. EMP into Death Blossom. What can you even do against that? Mindfreak are done. It's only 1 round, but it's a good win for Ground Zero. They now have the advantage on Lijiang Tower after Control Center. And Mindfreak back to the drawing board.
Yeah, that was a good little start from Ground Zero. Looking fairly dominant across that one as well. And if I'm Mindfreak right now, just like, okay, it's cool, don't worry. But if I'm Ground Zero, that's definitely the the opening that you're looking for. Calm the nerves.
Yep.
Come straight on in. Only 1 round away now. They do exactly the same thing again. They come out. They're 1 map ahead. That's precisely, if you're the top seed, you want to come through. That's how you want to start your grand final.
Yep, for sure. Let's see what Mindfreak opts to go for again. Looks like it's the Farah. He's been enjoying playing Farah, even if it does put Aki back over to Mercy. See how much damage he can do this time. There is a straggler. It was Nami who just translocates back on out. It's Ground Zero that have gotten onto the point. That's already mission successful for them, but they have lost Nami. That was what was happening. I was wondering, where is Mindfreak? Well, they're chasing down Nami. They now have the 5-on-6, and they're going to commit to the fight on the point.
See whether this stays his way or not for Mindfreak as Ground Zero looks to contest, and Cuppa goes down. That's a big boot from Frogger. Bus trying to do the same, and that will allow Mindfreak to come through as Frogger finds his second boop, and Frogger fans go wild in YouTube chat. And that's precisely the way to start this round off if Mindfreak want to get themselves back on the board.
That's a bit more like it, isn't it? And Ground Zero is going to have a bit to think about coming into this next fight as well. Nyang will be flirting around on the back lines with that pulse bomb, looking for a juicy target, of which there are a couple. DRS goes low. Bust is going to be the one to look for. I thought he was going to go and engage, but he's lost a lot of HP. Here we go. This is the pulse bomb I'm talking about. Who can he land it on? No one by the looks of that one. So it's gone a little bit awry off his game. That one.
Yeah, Ground Zero looking to bring this one back. 40% now for Mindfreak. Soggy's going to have the barrage available. Young goes down. Here we go. Finds Terry. Goes down, essentially probably rockets himself as Adam jumps through and is demeched in the process. But it doesn't seem to matter. Even though the beat's gone out from Bertlog, Ground Zero seem to be losing players. Bus on the point, causing all sorts of trouble right now. And it's going to be Comfort the last hope, and he jumps off to lock this one down and regroup, reset. 2/3 of the way through now for Mindfreak G, and they've got a few ultimates in their favor as well. We'll see what Ground Zero can do. They'll have 4 of their own in just a moment.
Yeah, it's looking good right now for Mindfreak, isn't it? They've got all the tools that they need to defend against what Ground Zero is going to throw in here, as long as Frogger can avoid the EMP. He's been spotted, but Nami gets deleted by Soggy. That's big, that's massive. No EMP in this potential final fight for Ground Zero. Oh, dearie me. Mindfreak do just want to ensure they don't overcommit too much in here and allow Nami to come in late in the piece with a fight-turning EMP. They need picks and they're not quite finding them.
Oh,
there's a 1-for-1, but where's Nami? He's surely back soon. Does it have enough impact to turn the fight around? No, Nami's thrown the EMP in. I don't think it hit anyone.
yeah, not even sure where that went, to be honest. Soggy gets hacked out, but finds Nami. It doesn't even matter. Mindfreak at 99% in the objective. BRS goes down to Soggy as well. Kaffa going to swap across to the Wrecking Ball. Adam trying to hold on for as long as humanly possible. Terry there as well. The Wrecking Ball from Kaffa comes through. But even though they are trickling onto the objective, Mindfreak seem to be confident enough to hold the point. They've still got 6 alive. Ground Zero going to be forced to come in dribs and drabs over and over again. The self-destruct should force the rest of the players off the point. Finds Nami, and it's a matter of inevitability at this point. Mindfreak G will even it up at 1 apiece here on Lijiang Tower. And now we have just 1 round left on this map. We'll see which team gets that one on the scoreboard first. It could prove to be vital later on tonight. You don't want to give it away at this point, you know what I mean? It's one of those things where maps are so hard to come by, Jordan.
Yeah.
It feels like you're letting something go.
Well, 1 apiece. Mindfreak continuing to step up. I feel like they're really playing to the level of their opponent tonight. You know, we thought maybe they wouldn't have enough against Direwolves, and they did. And we thought maybe they won't have enough against Ground Zero, and so far they do. But
yeah,
there's a lot of legs in this
They're on
series.
the first kilometre of their second 20k run today. So
hopefully they have the stamina, the tenacity more so maybe to stick into this series.
Yeah.
Saw Bus commenting on Twitter earlier as well that he was chugging some caffeine before the grand final because he was feeling a bit tired as well. So there's a chance Okada found.
Crucial picks. Bus just rolls on in and will go down to Adam. Took just that little bit too much damage rolling through. Could not get out the other side. And inevitably will now give up the first cap here to Ground Zero Gaming. And a bit of free damage and I suppose free ultimate charge for the Ground Zero team as well. Mindfreak from the outside trying to carve themselves out of space in the objective to get a foothold, to find their way in. But it's like trying to get a bus into a tiny parking space, Jordan. It can at times be difficult to make it work. And again, talking about buses, this one is not going to go his way. So Ground Zero with a good defense. So far, so good. Looking pretty confident, not losing too many players. And more importantly, I think, starting to really get that ultimate charge up as well.
Yeah, this is looking a bit rough for Mindfreak, isn't it? There's a boot, but Bertlog skates along the wall. He'll be okay. Need to see someone stepping up here for Mind Freak. Someone's got to have a big play, and there's Young with a pretty critical pick. Bertlog does go down at 97%. No kill from the Pulse Bomb, but a lot of damage over to Adam, and it forces the Coalescence early in the fight. Mind Freak with the advantage, but only for so long as Bertlog is not in the fight. He'll be returning quickly, and the EMP is the counter punch, the counter engage that hasn't worked at all. Slipchip, Bust, Young, they've all found a kill, and Bertlog's too late to save them with the beat. Oh, it's all gone wrong for Ground
Absolutely
Zero.
massive play from Mind Freak there. Between the EMP, the beat, the Coalescence, Jordan. It was surely Ground Zero's fight, and to be honest, if Mind Freak had known what they were up against, maybe they wouldn't have wanted to fight it, but of course, they were forced to, they had to, they can't just wait.
Yep.
An 81%, a fight that surely should have been Ground Zero's. Mind Freak find the cap.
It's a big turning point in this round and potentially in this map as well, because it gives Mind Freak a bit of an economic reset. It's back to 2 ultimates to 2 as opposed to Ground Zero winning that fight and really just dominating things from there. Now Mind Freak have a real chance of actually holding on to things here. Great beat from Frogger, but doesn't hit Slipchip. He'll be fine though. Has the self-destruct available and gets right back into the mech. Meanwhile, Bus is deploying mines at the back of the point, and Frogger's being chased around by Cuffer. Looks like he should go down, but an expertly timed boop, and Frogger, he's still alive! Cuffer's wasted so much time chasing him, but finally gets his man. In the meanwhile, the rest of the fight, it's still a 50-50, and that's good enough for Ground Zero.
Yeah, look, you can see BRS trying to hold ground here, but Young does claw one back finally, picking up Cuffer. This point is still in Mind Freak's favor. Nami does bring it back. The Coalescence from Terry will certainly swing this back towards Ground Zero side of things. Mind Freak looking to get to 62% before Ground Zero regroups and captures the point. They're very close right now to locking down Lijiang Tower. Mind Freak will have one more fight to turn this around, and it won't help seeing Soggy hacked out.
Yeah, it's a nice escape though from Soggy, just rocket jumping back over the ledge so that he's not caught out. He's found Bertlog again. How's Bertlog dropping so early in these fights? It's really giving Mind Freak the chances through a 1-for-1, but Soggy should well be res by Frogger. Never mind. There's a pulse bomb from BRS. He's out of the picture now, and so too might be Slipchip. D-Mech, Bus is gone. Mind Freak, they're letting it slip. Soggy swapped over to Sombra to try and get back as quickly as possible, but it is only Young trying to fight on the point with Slipchip now, who straight as quickly as he's back in the mech, he's back out of it again. Oh, it's falling apart for Mind Freak.
Look at this. Aki dives on in, picks Frogger up. Ground Zero just need to close this one out, and they'll have Lijiang Tower for them. Mind Freak starting to roll back onto the point as the respawns come through, but they're not looking particularly healthy. No one's on the point. I thought Frogger was there. Oh, sorry, yeah, I thought Frogger was there, to be honest. Clearly not. Maybe they're not coming through from the D.Va in the end. Whatever it may be, Ground Zero grinded out 2-on-1. Lijiang Tower goes in their favor, and the first map of the grand final goes to the higher seed team. So for Ground Zero, that's exactly the start they were looking for.
Yeah, I really thought Bus was still on the point there on the wrecking ball, but he must have rolled off, and so Ground Zero do pick up first round of Lijiang Tower. A very, very tough fight for them. Mind Freak really going neck and neck with them for the entire distance, but Ground Zero just a little bit better today. It's definitely not the end of the world, but it's a good start. You know, 1 out of 4, quarter of the way there for Ground Zero, looking for revenge against Mind Freak for what transpired last season.
To me, Jordan, that's kind of similar to what we saw in Game 1 tonight, where Ground Zero looks like the better team here on Lijiang Tower on the first map of Control. The difference being the Ground Zero were actually able to grind it out and come away with the victory instead of going down 2-1 to Mind Freak. So certainly what they needed to do, as I said, the start they'd be looking for. But it does give me hope that this might be a pretty close grand final.
I think so. I'm looking forward to seeing how this is going to pan out, and I do get the feeling it's going to be a close grand final as well. Mind Freak really showing up again here on Lijiang Tower, but my main concern is if this is a long series for Mind Freak, how far can they go before they run out of steam, you know? Like, is that going to take till map 3, map 4, map 5, or do we get all the way to 7 before they finally just start to run out of that steam? And that would be a pretty rough end for them if they were to lose on the 7th map, but you know what I mean?
How many times can you get a second win? You know what I mean?
Or is there that level of adrenaline when you're playing in a grand final like this that you could just keep going forever? If this goes to midnight, they'll be fine, you know?
Yeah. I don't
Obviously
know.
within reason.
It's
but
all about momentum as well, right? It's all, you know, you find yourself a map, maybe it was really close. That kind of starts to turn things around.
I think that's the thing for Mindfreak is keeping it close, getting maps on the board here. If
Yep.
they go down 2-0 or 3-0, they're probably just going to get rolled out. But if they're able to keep going 1-1 and keeping themselves in the game, feeling like they're contesting this series, then I
100%.
think they're going to keep that momentum high, that adrenaline pumping, and they'll be able to get back into every single round that they can. And that's what's really important to kind of keep an eye on here for Mindfreak. Whereas Ground Zero, just keep things as chill as possible, maybe try to throw a bit of tilt onto Mindfreak.
Yeah, well, that's it, right? There's already, they've got that hype, they've got that momentum, but maybe that little bit of self-doubt. Oh, can we go 2 in a row? Oh, we've lost to this team 2 times in a row, and we got, what, 3-0'd or something just the other week.
I don't know that that's necessarily a fair argument, though, because if you look back at what happened last season, how many times they lost to Ground Zero in the regular season there.
Yeah, well.
3 weeks in a row, they lost to Ground Zero. The cores of both of these rosters are similar enough. You've got 4 players from each team that played last season on their respective sides. So, I don't know. Mindfreak, I feel like they're just that plucky team that can continue to make these sort of things happen. And Mindfreak, so far, haven't made it happen. Obviously, on Lijiang Tao, they're down 1-0 in this series. But they'll move on to Volskaya, which, interestingly, now is their choice, Ben.
Yes.
But it
Which
was
I thought
Direwolf's
odd.
choice.
Yeah.
So, even despite the fact that Direwolves chose Volskaya, I guess Mindfreak wasn't too disappointed by that, given that they've gone for Volskaya here against Ground Zero as well. Volskaya didn't go too well, though, for Mindfreak
It
against
didn't,
Direwolves.
no.
It was probably the most one-sided map in that
Yeah,
series.
it was pretty average, I'll be honest. Probably, I think Havana maybe was a little bit worse.
Oh, yeah, I guess.
I think Havana kind of sucked for Mindfreak, to be honest, to put it frankly. However, Ground Zero coming into this one, they had a great game up against the Direwolves last Thursday. They're now 1-0 up. This is a different story to what we saw earlier on tonight, where Mindfreak won the first map, if only just. It is our grand final rematch. These exact 2 organizations were in the grand final in Season 1 of Overwatch Contenders Australia 2020. And I honestly did not expect to see them back, Jordan. I did not expect to see Mindfreak up against Ground Zero again. If Ground Zero can pick this one up, they're going to be halfway to locking down a victory tonight. And that's not a bad spot to be in, if you ask me.
They're starting on the defense as well. See what is in the back pocket of Mindfreak this time. Soggy over to the Genji. We're back to the tried and true dive composition. Winston Diva, Genji Tracer really takes me back to Season 1 of Overwatch Contenders Australia. Certainly a different beast nowadays, but what can Mindfreak get done? They're going to take map control up to the high ground is at least the initial attempt, and it looks like they'll get that for free. Ground Zero, happy to give ground and just play the other side, and there goes Frogger. Cops a shot from Terry and Nami at the same time. Mindfreak will opt to engage off the back of it and trade very effectively. Nami and Bertlog down, now Aki as well. It's a 2-for-2 trade, but the sustain is there for Ground Zero, at least a little bit longer than it is for Mindfreak, given they had Terry up. It's not much healing, but it's some healing. And it's kept them healthy enough to just about win that fight.
Yeah, Ground Zero will hold strong on the first challenge. They'll regroup and push back out. See what Mindfreak can do. Again, Jordan, we alluded to this setup before with Aki and Soggy, and that essential win condition for the capture point. Should they get the Nano Blade, and it will be ready very, very shortly. Aki just needing a few more heals. A nice little anti-nade perhaps will get them through. Diving onto the high ground, though, goes Bus. Discord orb on him for now, and Soggy going to be targeted by Terry. It's a 1-for-1. A DPS down for both sides so far. There's the second DPS for Mindfreak G, and now it's a little bit tough to keep pushing without the damage dealers on your team. So Mindfreak will lose this fight. Ground Zero going to find themselves with a lot of ultimates heading into fight number 3, and with only 2 minutes on the clock, Mindfreak are going to have to manage to use their ultimates effectively. Do they counter head-to-head, Jordan, or do they try and wait and fight with 60 seconds left? They can't afford to engage with everything they've got and then lose.
I think Mindfreak can take this fight, though. I mean, they've got the Primal Rage, they've got Self-Destruct, you've got Nano Blade, you've got Pulse, you've got everything you really need apart from beat. And to be honest, this is not the kind of fight that you would need beat in if you were going to win it anyway, because you'd be getting picks off of the Nano Blade early on in the piece. So let's see what Mindfreak goes for here. Bus 99% is going to use Primal Rage. So it's on, Ben. Here we go.
Primal Rage out, Nano Blade out from Mindfreak G. Primal Rage out from Kaffa. Terry did pop the Transcendence, but popped it early. With Nami down and now BRS down, but Mindfreak's lost 2 as well. That's the third. That's Bus out. 1 minute 15 seconds on the clock. Mindfreak really needs to win this fight, Jordan, and it doesn't look like they're going to do so.
It's a really critical boot from Kuffer as he lands right on top of Soggy, which forces him to use the dash to try and close the distance into Terry, lands into the wall, and then it's all sort of falling apart for Soggy. But Mindfreak is still doing enough work in this fight to keep it competitive. Bob is there kind of half contesting the point, but now the numbers start to dwindle for Ground Zero. It was a messy fight for Mindfreak, but they do get it over the line. They've got it done.
That little bit closer spawn working in their favor as they get 2/3 of the way through this capture. Ground Zero Gaming are going to try and contest one final time. Nice little pulse bomb, but doesn't find the picks. A 3-player beat from Frogger. You can see where they're at right now as Young goes down with the pulse bomb in his pocket as well. Self-destruct available for Adam, but Kuffer goes down here for Ground Zero Gaming. Mindfreak G at this point you think should be able to capture the point, but there are some questions to ask. 8 seconds on the clock as Slip Chip gets picked up there by BRS. Young should be able to get back into the fight now with this pulse bomb. Soggy does find Nami. BRS holding back, waiting for picks right now. Aki with the Coalescence. This should be enough, surely. Coalescence and pulse bomb should get them through.
Yeah, gets the DMAC onto Adam at the very least, and the kill as well. Kuffer's in there, but he's going to cop a pile driver of his own. It's just BRS fighting hard for Ground Zero. They've wasted a lot of Mindfreak's time, but they have got that point done, Mindfreak, and this is where things start to heat up now as they run straight into point B. They're going to try and get that momentum play. EMP, surely this is the end of Terry. Soggy throws it straight in, gets out of there, but Terry, he's fine. He dodged it.
Oh my goodness, that is not what they expected to see. Young's pulse bomb also being rendered ineffective by Adam and the defense matrix. So Ground Zero, 2.5 minutes to defend right now. They did pretty well in A. I'd expect they'll do even better here on B. And Mindfreak have thrown away. I don't know if they've thrown away. Maybe that's the not the right word, but they didn't get perhaps as much as they could out of little momentum they had.
Not easy in that instance, I don't think, for them to get a whole lot. They tried. If it worked, great. If it doesn't work, well, you've only lost 30 seconds or so. But coming to this fight, and this is one that's going to start getting a little bit more important. Unfortunately, the EMP hasn't forced the Transcendence out of Terry, so that's big news for Ground Zero. And Frogger, yes, he's got his own barrier, but we're really relying on Sogger to get something done with that Rocket Barrage, and he hasn't. So Mindfreak are going to have to reset instantly, and we're back to square one now, with Ground Zero starting to build up this economic advantage with the ultimates. They've got a lot to play with now, and Mindfreak are giving them the time to really just settle themselves here on point B.
90 seconds. As before, you would expect that for this to be ideally competitive for Mindfreak, they would look to at least get one full tick onto Objective B. But Ground Zero certainly not looking to let that happen. Mindfreak will push onto the point with the mines. The beat comes out. Nice little 6-player beat from Frogger. But Ground Zero have a lot to work with on their own. They will, however, let Nami fall to Soggy. Self-destruct from Adam. And Soggy will go down to the support player. Terry still sitting on this Transcendence as well. 6 alive for Ground Zero. As Mindfreak are just stalled short of that 33%, that one tick we were talking about. And now under a minute remains for Mindfreak.
Terry's still holding on to the Trans. I mean, I don't think it's going to be enough time for Soggy to get that Dragon Blade. But if he does, he's still going to have to get through the Transcendence. So, and the Primal Rage. So I don't know that he's going to have a whole lot of impact with that Trans. I think, again, we're going to be looking to Young to be the one to open this up. If he can find a, a cheeky Pulse Bomb pick, or even put that Pulse Bomb onto Terry, force the Trans early. Maybe it doesn't even need to be a Pulse Bomb. Maybe he just needs to click Terry a few times, force the Trans. He still hasn't. Terry went down to, he lost all of his shields, still hasn't used the Trans. He's being so ballsy.
Yeah, Kuffer almost goes down with the Primal Rage here, stays alive just for now. The Primal Rage will dissipate, and Young not yet able to get back into the battle. Bob from Nami. Self-destruct goes through. Soggy comes through with the blade, however, needs to find picks. But Terry, been waiting, been sitting on this Transcendence for minutes now. Finally pops it out as Soggy goes down. The res onto Nami. Ground Zero in prime position. 6 alive. Mindfreak with no opportunity to grab anything onto this objective. They'll be stuck only with the capture on A. And now Ground Zero Gaming find themselves in the perfect position. 33% on B. Gets them the map win, gets them 2-0 up heading into the break.
Yeah. Terry's the MVP for that one, in my opinion, for Mindfreak. Hangs on to that Transcendence for like 3 or 4 fights, really even under high-pressure situations, and then uses it, counteracts Soggy's blade, pretty much perfect, and then he kills 2 players after it as well. Look at this. This is the highlight reel for Terry.
Look at this.
Keeps everyone healed up. Nicely done.
Nice.
This is going to be a nice little shot onto Frogger when he actually jumps up onto the bridge. Watch that.
Oh.
Cop that. And then he gets another kill after that as well. So great work from Terry.
Yeah, big Tez dog coming through with the big plays.
Yep.
We've spoken about him a bit in the past. And that's the thing. You don't always get to hype up the support players, Jordan.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's not all. It's exciting to see the pulse bombs pick up too. But coming through, holding the Transcendence, particularly even when he almost got EMP'd the first time around.
Yeah, I mean, he did. I think he did cop the EMP, but there was no follow-up, and it was actually
just chilling like a villain.
Translocate forced back out by Soggy, so he was under no pressure at all, even though he lost his shields. It's not a big deal. You're starting to see some mistakes maybe creeping into the gameplay of Mindfreak there, right?
Yeah.
So, is it nerves? Is it exhaustion?
I think Ground Zero's just the best team in the region right now. Were they the best team a month ago?
Were they the best team 2 weeks ago?
Yeah. They certainly seem to be the best team when it counts.
Yeah.
They were far and above the Direwolves when we saw them on Thursday.
It's the same thing we would have said about Mindfreak last season. They weren't the best team during the regular season, but they were the best team on Grand Final Day, and they will remain the best team from Contenders Season 1 2020. But can they make it happen in Contenders Season 2 2020? So far, it looks to be Ground Zero.
I thought they were going all the way around there.
But a good hold from Mindfreak here on point A. Could change our opinions.
Yeah, up into the high ground is where Ground Zero starts. Looking for that first pick. Already a player down on the point will force someone to drop down to contest to kick this one off. Now they move across to the right-hand side of the map, and Frogger is the first target. Slipchick hacked out as well, and Ground Zero Gaming find 3, about to be 4, I suspect, and will surely find themselves his first objective. Aki does come through, somehow finds Kaffa, but BRS is having absolutely nothing of it. And Ground Zero Gaming really setting their flag down here, Jordan. They're managing our expectations right now.
That was alpha male gameplay from Aki, but unfortunately it's not enough to keep Mindfreak in point A. And now they're playing for the draw, Ben. They have to full hold point B.
For 5.5 minutes.
Yeah, and then they'll go into the break with a 1-0 disadvantage instead of a 2-0 disadvantage. That's a tough prospect for Mindfreak, especially with no ultimates available. Ground Zero take the dry fight.
They may not even hold it for a minute, Elfish Guy, at this point. That's already 2 down here for Mindfreak. About to lose another. There goes Slipchip as well. They're on to the objective. Self-destruct comes through. Trying to clear out those mines is successful. Buys Mindfreak a little bit of time. The EMP from Nami. Cuff are going to have that Primal Rage as required. Mindfreak trying to fight back. They get Adam and Terry, but Nami does find Bass, and Mindfreak G will clear Ground Zero off the point. Only just. But that's all they have to do. They just have to do it like another 8 times.
Yeah, only just is good enough until it isn't, but if Mindfreak is getting through by the skin of their teeth, that will still be what they need to do until the rest of this map is done. How they do it, whether it's clean or not, it's what is represented on the scoreboard at the end of this. Now 4.5 minutes left for Ground Zero. 1-0 or 2-0 won't make much of a difference based on how close the match is, just who gets over the line. There's Transcendence on the point for Aki, keeping everyone topped up, and then a counteracting beat from Ground Zero to help his fellas out, but Kuffer cops the brunt of it from Bob. Bertlog now the focus of fire from Soggy, who changes his attention based on the damage that Young is causing, and it'll be another good, solid hold here from Mindfreak. That's 2 in a row, and you're starting to feel Like there's a bit more confidence building for
I'm
them.
just going to start marking. That's 2. I reckon they've got 6. How many do you reckon they've got left to hold? Like 5 or 6 at this point? We'll see how long Ground Zero
probably
wait.
5 or so. Just depends how many fights you can get out quick and how quickly you can. If they're long, prolonged fight, you might only get 4, 3. But realistically, it should be a little more than that.
Young literally just used Bob and already back up to 90%.
Well, he had such a solid fight. He got like 3 or 4 kills there.
So we'll see whether Bob pokes his head into this battle as well. BRS lurking around with the Death Blossom. We've seen how impactful that can be. There's the Death Blossom coming out, finds Young straight away. I don't think Bob was sent out in time, to be perfectly honest with you. And this could be the one that gets Ground Zero across the line. Self-destruct coming through. Literally only Bus left alive. The mines go down. But that's all they've got to work with. A couple of respawns coming through now for Mindfreak G. But Ground Zero with 5 on the objective and the EMP. And they'll clear this one out with like 3 or so minutes left on the clock. Ground Zero picks up 2 in a row. Volskaya is theirs. Lijiang Tower is theirs. And 2 points on the scoreboard is theirs as well. Jordan heading into the break. So Ground Zero looking, as to be fair, week 1 of playoffs did, that one rung above this Mindfreak lineup right now.
Yeah, they are. But Ben,
yes,
there's always a but.
Okay.
Do I need to remind you about how the grand final went in Season 1?
Please do.
2-0 for Ground Zero.
No way.
They were up 2-0 going into that first break.
Then what
and
happened?
then they lost 3 maps in a row to Mindfreak. So all I'm going to say is it looks great for Ground Zero right now, but history does tend to repeat itself. So let's not get too far ahead of ourselves as we head into this break, and we'll see what Mindfreak can do on the other side of it.
Elfish Guy says anything is possible. I say Ground Zero is coming through with a vengeance. Whatever the result may be, we'll find out on the other side of this quick break. Ground Zero Gaming are 2-0 up in this first of 4 grand final. It's C2 versus C3 from the regular season. Not the two teams we probably expected to be here. The teams that we've got, the teams that have somehow grounded out against the Direwolves, who hadn't lost up until playing both of these teams across the last 5 days. And here we are, Elfish Guy. I don't even know how this is possible. But now that we're here, Ground Zero looking like the better of the two.
Well, it's a grand final rematch of Season
Yeah.
1 2020, and so far it is following the same script, which you might not have realized given the fact that Mindfreak did win last season. And they're down 0-2 right now. They were
Yep.
down 0-2 in that
We've
Season
been here,
1
Jordan.
grand final.
We've been here before. We had this beautiful burger below us on the screen. We were talking
I
at this
remember.
point. Can't believe it. Mindfreak down 0-2. Ground Zero. Ground Zero been looking good all season. There's no way that Mindfreak comes back from this. And then the burger disappears. The lower third dissipates, and all of a sudden Mindfreak are back on the board. And what a world we live in.
I'm looking forward to a hotter, juicier, and tastier grand final as well. So I'm hoping that Mindfreak can turn this series around. If they do go down 3-0, Ben, my feeling, my consensus is that this is probably too much for them to come back from.
Yeah.
0-2, still workable, but
Yeah.
0-3, in the context of how long that series would then have to go for them to make a reverse sweep 4-3 happen, and the fact that they've already played however many maps earlier today, 6
lot.
maps,
Yep.
plus whatever prep they did coming into this. Were they playing in, scrims? Were they playing around in MM? Anything like that just to get warmed up? It's going to be a long day for Mindfreak. So I think if they're going to turn this series around and they're going to push
Gotta be
this
now.
to a victory,
I was going to say,
has
is
to
it going to
happen
be
now.
Eichenvold? You talked too long because I wanted to say this is my only map prediction I'm going to get right of the night. It's going to be Eichenvold.
Oh, that's easy to say after the fact, Ben.
Well, that's what I'd already written it down. You can see it on my sheet of paper.
I can't.
It's right there.
No, that looks like Kings Row.
Kings Road doesn't have an E as the first letter. I admit that the rest of it goes Icon, blah, 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 but you get the drift of what I wrote. Nevertheless, to be expected, the question was, would Mindfreak come in with the same map that they picked the last time around earlier tonight, and where they were successful?
They were successful on this map.
Just.
Yep, just.
Just successful.
And it looked like they might not be as well, if you remember. Direwolves pushed it all the way through,
Yeah.
so did Mindfreak. And then we went into the overtime, and that's where Mindfreak had that sort of heroic push, that heroic overtime push
When
all
did
the way
we
through
see
phase
this
3.
last week? I recall both teams getting through and having very little time and then heading into overtime. Was that Ground Zero Direwolves, where Ground Zero won on Eichenvold? Or was that Mindfreak Direwolves? Can't help but feel it must have been Ground Zero Direwolves. You're looking it up.
Ground Zero Direwolves did not play on Eichenvold. So it could have been Ground Zero Mindfreak, Direwolves, Warriors?
No, it must have been Mindfreak Direwolves. Nevertheless, there it is.
Well, that was today. Anyways, that's beside the point.
Is that where my cooked mind is?
Probably.
No. I
Thinking
don't
about
believe
too many
so.
nuggets. Maybe you're thinking about a game in the regular season.
Nevertheless, Selfish Guy, it's fine. It's a long day.
Yeah.
I remember it from last week. Maybe I'm just absolutely cooked. Doesn't matter. Mindfreak, trying to make the most of it this time around. They really struggled on A earlier today until they didn't the second time around, that's for sure. They're looking to do a number on Ground Zero, and Terry's the first one down. So this is what you're looking for.
Definitely is. So
If you're a Mindfreak fan.
Copping a few heals here from Aki, who's back onto the Mercy. Adam also receiving the heals from his Mercy. Burtlock's up to 85%, building the ultimate up pretty quickly, but that's not the impactful ultimate that Ground Zero is going to need to turn this fight around. In fact, it's Mindfreak that's coming up on the ults, but they won't need them. Soggy a triple kill. Now, this is too easy for Mindfreak right now. They cap the point out, and they'll be able to take all of that momentum into Phase B.
They will indeed. Now, 5 minutes on the clock. Very different to what we saw for this Mindfreak team earlier in the night. Maybe that little bit of break, Jordan. Surely not. Surely we're not literally just seeing a copy of the Season 1 finals. Couldn't even write this stuff. Well, I guess you could. But who'd pay you to do it? You know what I mean? Like, who gets paid for that? Not me, that's for sure. Aki going to be the first one down. Ground zero, needing to make up some time here. Just to claw a little bit back.
Yeah, I mean, that's not a hugely relevant pick, unfortunately, for Ground Zero, because it's while the doors are still coming up and the payload hasn't really started to move forward, so Mindfreak can continue to push. Soggy's going to opt to go for the D.Va here. It'll give him a bit of a better opportunity to get onto the high ground. Not a bad choice. Self-destruct as well is going to provide some space creation on top of the high ground, but no pick. Soggy's low, chased down by Adam, and Mindfreak are now starting to suffer some losses, particularly if Aki can't survive, and on low HP like that as a Mercy, the chances are quite slim. So he's down, he's out. Primal Rage from Kumpa's doing some work, but Mindfreak is still sort of hanging in this fight and keeping things interesting. And to be fair, the payload's still moving as well.
Yeah, the fight continues, but time and time again, you'll see the Mindfreak players roll back to the payload and just nudge it that little bit further forward. And now you'll see that Mindfreak will have a lot of ultimates to work with, even though Nami does find Soggy. As you can see from Aki, that won't matter all that much, but it actually now does cost Aki. But Mindfreak re-engage and find the pits. So it looked like it was going the other way, but now it's a 2-for-3 trade as Adam is demeched as well. And again, that payload continues around the corner now onto the bridge. Ground Zero really not finding a foothold here. They're struggling to defend this payload. Things are not going their way.
No, they're not. Mindfreak are continuing to push the issue as well. Bus picks up the big health pack, and now he can harass from the flank. You got Slipchip watching the other side. This should be a good pile driver right on top of Nami, who is the Ashe for Ground Zero, copying a lot of damage through that doorway. But Ground Zero are at least still able to get out and contest the point. It's Kumpha and Adam leading that charge alongside the assistance of Bertlog, who's flying around above them. But the picks, mostly, by and large, are going the way of Mindfreak. Bust low, stays in the fight.
Yeah, and that could be crucial, particularly now Soggy's in there as well. Going to use the duplicate to pick up a Winston and a Primal Rage as well. Ground Zero Gaming, though, with good numbers on the payload. And you'll see Aki go down, and Soggy doesn't get much from the ultimate at all. So that little engagement going Ground Zero's way. 2 minutes for them to continue holding here as long as possible. And Young in a bad spot. You don't want to take a nap there, mate.
It's unfortunate for Mindfreak because it really looked like they were going to get over the line there, but such is the life of the attacking team on Eichenwald. Ground Zero don't have a huge amount to defend with at the very least. That's good news for Mindfreak, who with Bus having put mines potentially on this point can still get through with a pretty reasonable time into Phase C. This won't be a bad fight for Mindfreak. Yet to see the pizzazz from Young, so let's keep an eye on that Pulse Bomb, which has gone into nothing. Mines are indeed back down onto the point, and Adam knocked straight into them, but already picks going the way of Ground Zero.
Yeah, Mindfreak finds one back, also gets rid of Bob. Soggy going to be looking to make amends perhaps from what we saw before. Aki very low, stays alive for now. Does eventually go down. The payload not really making all that much room as well. Ground Zero again with 6 alive as they find both the supports for the Mindfreak lineup. Soggy will eventually go down to PRS and a Pulse Bomb as well. So at this position, Ground Zero is actually looking quite confident. Mindfreak really struggling to work their way in. And if Mindfreak does not get past here, this is not a very good position to be.
It's the hardest phase of the hardest part of the phase rather to get through, because your respawns are not going to get back to the fight. If you lose the fight, you have to reset. There is no trickle on the attack. Whereas on the defense, they actually have quite a short run back to this fight. So this is the perfect point to stall the cart at. And now Mindfreak have the most imperfect fight ahead of them, given that they really are running low on the ultimates. Frogger might get a barrier down, Bus might get some mines down, and Soggy might get an ultimate out, a duplicate, but Ground Ground Zero have a lot to play with. The self-destruct to be thrown in here from Adam at the opportune moment. Early pick though for Mindfreak, and that might be the difference maker. Now we're starting to come online for Mindfreak. Pulse Bomb in. Soggy has a double kill, and this might just be the moment for Mindfreak to get it back over the line. Keep themselves in Eichenwald, keep that payload pushing, and they can have a crack at Phase C.
Yeah, look at it. Honestly, it looked like this was going all Ground Zero's way. They've held out here on this second phase of Eichenwald for like 5 minutes or something. But eventually 5 minutes is not enough. What it has given them, Jordan, is a shot at holding the third and final phase effectively. It's stopping the cart before Objective C. As Mindfreak now has a bit over 60 seconds to make something of this, and it's going to get harder and harder and harder as we have seen. Soggy with the duplicate available once more, looking to pop that one. Goes, tries, picks up a D.Va. Double D.Va now for Mindfreak G. BRS with a Pulse Bomb. Doesn't find the pick. You saw the Nano come out from Terry as well, and the only one going down in amongst all of this has been BRS. Self-destruct from Soggy needs to be thrown out, is used as well. Doesn't find the picks, it's a 1-for-1 trade. Sorry, actually does find Terry, but Ground Zero picks up 2 of their own. So the payload is slowly rolling through, but maybe Jordan not rolling fast enough. Now with 30 seconds left and one more fight for Mindfreak G. Ground Zero Gaming looking like they may be able to hold this one just out.
Well, it's not the worst spot to be in for Mindfreak, but having Slipchip now demeched is going to cost them a little bit of time. He's going to have to try desperately to get the mech back. 52%. Should be able to do it just in time for this fight, or just after it starts. Mindfreak are going to have to engage before the mech is up. Pulse Bomb for Nyang.
Yeah, this needs to be a big one, should I say. They will get this one into overtime. They'll get the touch into the payload. Slipchip gets back in. Young throws out the Pulse Bomb. Doesn't get the pick they were looking for. That's a big 6-player EMP, and with the beat in combination from Ground Zero, may be enough to turn this around. Frogger with a beat of his own. 5 still up for Mindfreak G. Soggy taking a ton of damage. Will go down to cover. 4 alive. Bus jumps onto the Wrecking Ball. They find another, and it's looking pretty tough for Mindfreak to get this payload any further. They will not. 36.5 meters at the third phase of Eichenwald is all they will get. Ground Zero, definitely that win condition is achievable for them. If they do manage to do it, Jordan, they will be one map away from grand final victory.
Yeah, look, it's defendable for Mindfreak. That's about as far as I'll go. It's not an ideal finish, that is for sure. It's not as good as what they were able to get against Direwolves on this map, which was a map completion with about 30 seconds or so left. Ground Zero will be feeling quite confident after that defense as well. And they've no reason not to. But Mindfreak, still another half of this map yet to play. And we always talk about it being a tale of two halves. It's not necessarily all down to whether or not you finish the map on your attack. There's always the defensive side to play. Mindfreak could well hold fully on point A. Not sure that with this composition they're going to have such a great time of that, though, if Ground Zero do run in with a double sniper. Army and BRS will be looking to pluck Soggy and Frogger out of the sky. Mindfreak will need a good defense on point A, because they got stalled heavily in Phase B. They didn't finish Phase C.
Yeah, that was so good on A. Struggled through B. And left themselves with not enough time up against the top tier team on C. Ground Zero won't find the picks they were looking for, and Nami swaps off from Widow onto Sombra. They'll now push on out, looking to capture the first objective as quickly as possible. See what Mindfreak can do. If Mindfreak can win the first fight and get that ultimate advantage, it might just turn the tide in their favor, because whilst they got most of the way through the map, it's certainly not necessarily the best place to be.
It's interesting again that Frogger is now the one back over to Mercy, where Aki is unfortunately now dead, but was on Ana. So that's not a great start to the defense for Mind Freak. They need a pick and they need it quickly. Now they need 2 or 3 to turn this fight around, but I think it might be just a little too late if one were to even come through. They'll very quickly give up point A.
They certainly will. And Ground Zero now with 5:20 on the clock will jump on this payload. Mind Freak needs to do what we saw Ground Zero do. They need to stall out through this next phase. It's not as easy as it sounds, however. They've got a lot of work to do here. Mind Freak definitely do not want to find themselves 3 maps down after 3 maps played. That's an awful... It's one thing to come back from 2-0 down, Jordan. 3-0 down, I don't know. Was that a bridge too far?
I think so. I mean, that's what I said at the start of this map.
Yeah.
I think if Ground Zero go up 3-0, that's just too much of a reverse sweep to make for Mind Freak, given the exhaustiveness of playing 2 first to 4s in a row. Soggy, that's a nice rocket barrage, but he can't quite finish the kill off onto Terry. Coalescence keeping him alive.
Still, 3 down. The Mind Freak lineup. As Ground Zero look to continue pushing, but this fight will stall them in their track. Young with the pulse bomb onto Terry, that's a nice one. Ground Zero will have 2, soon to be 3 ultimates to work with. Bus be able to drop mines. We'll see where he chooses to plant them. But the cart now still continues. A nice little point to throw the mines down. That's what Bus does. Come through with the pole driver as well. They found Adam, but it is a trade back. Nami dropped that EMP. Only 1 down for Mind Freak in the process. Ground Zero, though, about to be coming up on a number of good ultimates. The first one's going to be Primal Rage from Kappa. Only Frogger and that Valkyrie to try and work against it as the pause does come through. So we'll take a moment, take a breather of our own, Elfish Guy.
Sounds good.
We'll see how this one plays out. It is looking pretty good for Ground Zero right now, though. Feels like maybe Mind Freak needs to be doing a little bit more stalling.
Well, Ground Zero are definitely looking for revenge after what happened in the last season of Overwatch Contenders Australia, where they did end up losing to Mind Freak. It wasn't quite so much a reverse sweep because it wasn't 3 on the board for Ground Zero, but they were up 2-0. And then they let Mind Freak back into that.
The tough place to lose from, that's for sure. However, the payload now rounds the corner and crosses the bridge. Now, this point up here just before the doors at B is where Ground Zero held Mind Freak. Mind Freak would be looking to do the same, but it's a very different lineup between these 2 teams right now. The advantage is just in Ground Zero's favor, and as Mind Freak rolls them to the point as they're forced to get there, BRS comes through with the Death Blossom. He finds 2, that Soggy going down, Bus going down as well, and well, very different fairy tale here at the castle, Jordan.
Slipjib just gets pushed away from the cart, has to shift on in, and then as soon as that happens, he's demeched. Totally opens the door for BRS to use Death Blossom, and everyone else trying to contest the cart gets obliterated. Mind Freak absolutely routed. They've swapped their entire composition up, and they're relying on maybe Nyang with a big pulse bomb here to save them. Aki, if he can get the nano boost out, to put that on the Bus, that could be a win condition for them as well. But there's not a whole lot left. Ground Zero will give some ground, but they're trying to bait them in. The perfect EMP combo, here it is. Bus, he copped the EMP, but the self-destruct doesn't get any kills. Still, BRS is the one doing the damage, and now there's a beat down as well. This is insurmountable odds for Mind Freak as Eichenwald slips away from them. Slipjib will try to get the contest onto the cart, which he'll be able to do, but for how long can Mind Freak hang on?
Yeah, the answer is not very, I suspect, at this point. Not even Young has shoulders big enough to carry them at this point. And Ground Zero Gaming looking very good once again. Mind Freak will, of course, trickle on to the payload. But it is inevitable, and it's now 3-0. And it's season point, championship point, grand final point, whatever you want to call it. They're now 1 map away from going home with a victory. A little bit of revenge, perhaps, for how Season 1 played out for Ground Zero. And even though we went into this hoping that these 2 teams might be on par, I think at this point, short of a miracle from Mind Freak, I think Ground Zero truly have peaked as the best team at exactly the right time.
Yeah, they have. They did not look like the best team during regular season, and come playoffs, it wasn't even, you know, round 1 or anything like that. It was that upper bracket final where Ground Zero really seemed to have turned it on, and now into the grand final as well. They are comprehensively beating Mindfreak at the moment, and yes, they've beaten them twice in a row already. One time took them a little bit longer than the other, but
Yeah.
I mean, this is something else, isn't it? Mindfreak definitely struggling, and now down 0-3. I just don't know how you can come back from this one.
Look, Jordan, anything is possible. It's just Overwatch. You just got to play the video game a little bit better than your opponent. But Ground Zero is looking very, very good. So this could be the tale of where Ground Zero comes out, gets their revenge, and we get to the end of the year with 2 teams, both being in both grand finals. And in each occasion, one of them coming away with the win.
Yeah, no dynasty being built here in 2020. We've had a few of them. 2019 was Order. 2018 was Sydney Drop Bears. This is actually going to be, if Ground Zero does win this, the first year where we have 2 different teams actually winning in the grand final. So,
which is kind of cool considering we have the same 2 organizations in the grand final, back to back. So, yeah. But anything is possible. Frogger fans, Mindfreak fans, you've still got a shot, right?
It's not over yet.
It's not over yet. This could be the greatest comeback in Contenders history.
It would be. I mean, the one that they had last time when they were down 2-0 was pretty phenomenal for Mindfreak. I think that was the best grand final that we've had in Australian Contenders history. So if they were able to come back from a 0-3 deficit here to go back-to-back in 2020 to win Contenders seasons, that would definitely be the best grand final we've had. But this is a tough run. I mean, that's the reason it would be the best grand final if they would have come back.
That's the reason, right? Because the odds are stacked against them.
So far.
Ground Zero coming in with momentum. They're 3-0 up. We're heading to Escort. And they're looking good. They're looking insurmountably good at this point. And I have to wonder, what work have they done since regular season to get them to this point? It just, to me, also shows that when we saw Ground Zero take down Mindfreak in the first round of playoffs, and we're like, oh, look how good Ground Zero is clearly to Mindfreak. I think it was just more the fact that Ground Zero had stepped it up a notch, more so than we were able to deduce from the fact that they were playing a team we probably expected they would beat anyway.
Yeah, this is a hard one for Mindfreak to, I guess, deal with mentally as well, right? They're now down 0-3, and they've already been playing for hours and hours. So going into Watchpoint Gibraltar, this is going to take an incredible amount of mental fortitude, not to mention your physical ability to remain in this game.
Look, there's a benefit though here, Jordan. If you were to compare this to traditional sport, right? This isn't football. It's not soccer.
Sure.
It's not like you're 5-0 down with 3 minutes to go, where
it's impossible.
It's impossible to win, essentially, from that point. It's far closer to tennis, where you're a couple of sets down, but there's no time limit. You just got to grind it out, and that's what Mindfreak need to do.
For sure.
They need to look at it at map by map. They've already won 4 maps tonight. They just need to do that again.
Win another 4.
Exactly. Look at it as an individual map, time after time, grind their way through. Find one, we take a break. Come back in, find 2 more. Then you're on even terms. I know it sounds like a lot, but it is not undoable at this point. It just seems extremely difficult, and it seems if you were to look back from that point and you had to achieve it and you were to achieve it, you'd say, wow, I can't believe we did that. But it all starts here. It starts on Watchpoint Gibraltar.
It does. It does. I mean, we said it kind of had to start on Eichenwald. Well, it technically didn't. Definitely has to start here, otherwise the series is over. This is match point for Ground Zero and a potential chance for a 4-0 in the grand final for them. That would be a dish best served cold to Mindfreak, the team that they lost to in the grand final of Season 1. So Ground Zero will be very much hoping they can get over the line on this map. Bus contesting the high ground, cops the Discord Orb early, and that will force him away.
BRS looking for one. He's already found Soggy. Cannot find Frogger. But Bus will go down to Adam. So Ground Zero Gaming holding strong right now. Slip Chip lurking in the corner. Almost finds BRS, but Aki says, actually, I'll take that one as well. I think if you're Ground Zero gaming the Orc here, Jordan, you've got these, you know, you're like, just not again, please. We don't want to come through and get essentially reverse swept a second time around.
Thus gets up onto the high ground, but that might actually be to his detriment because he's just picked off by Nami. Too easy, those kinds of shots onto a Wrecking Ball are not that tough to hit. And it was a nicely placed Dynamite as well. This is so far a very solid defense from Ground Zero. They've allowed Mindfreak to get up to a bit of a pass score on point A. But this is where the going really gets tough once you've actually pushed it up the hill.
Yeah, this point's almost the given, right?
Yeah.
We'll give this one to you for free. Turn the corner and cap A. That's where we want to see you go. Because that's where life gets much, much tougher, much easier, I suppose, to defend as well. Nami kind of whiffs the TNT. See whether Mindfreak can push this one through. Cuff down to Aki. So that's a very big pick. They'll trade one out for Nyang, but without the Winston for Ground Zero, this could prove tough.
Slip chip on the high ground is a really scary prospect for Ground Zero because how do you dislodge that? He's just controlling that high ground area. Transcendence on the cart to contest. Kuffa is back. Bob's down now as well. And Ground Zero, they're coming back into the fight. It's a 2-for-1 so far. And Nami gets picked back on up so far. It's working perfectly for Ground Zero. They're even able to hang on to the self-destruct. They'll have Primal Rage in the next fight as well. 2 ultimates that can be quite useful in dealing with Soggy. They're going to probably need to use them relatively quickly. Nyang catches Nami with a pulse bomb. There's an opener, but not for long because, again, trades come back through for Ground Zero.
They do indeed, and now there's only 90 seconds on the clock. Mindfreak need to do better than this to keep themselves in this game, to keep themselves in the grand final. It's all come down to Watch Point Gibraltar. But Mindfreak are going to be in a pretty good spot coming through right now. There's no support ultimates to work with, and Soggy is going to have that blade. So what can he do? The minefield is down. He's into the back line looking for picks. It's hard to trace down the Mercy. Eventually he does get it, but has to go a long way. Wants to find the Zenyatta as well. There we go. Picks up Terry, but Frogger goes down to Adam. Doesn't matter. The payload gets through in amongst all of the fighting. They do manage to push it through.
How's Soggy still alive, man?
And 90 seconds turn into 3 minutes as we head into Phase B.
All right. Mission successful for Mindfreak. The map's not over yet.
One step at a time.
Exactly. It's not even one map at a time at this point. It's 1 point at a time, and they've gotten through point A. So, see if they can get through Phase B of the map and cap out point B. Terry's pretty low, but he'll be okay. Should get healed back up pretty quickly by Bertlog, and Mindfreak are doing a good job of pushing forward and trying to take control of this high ground as much as possible. Oh, Nami books Soggy in the head.
Absolutely brutal. The Bob available here for Nami as well, but they won't need it with both Young and Soggy going down. No DPS means no fighty fight from Mindfreak G. Nami going to continue being pretty happy just sitting up here on the high ground. BRS will go down, and now Mindfreak have that player advantage. We'll see whether Bertlog wants to come in for the res or not. Valkyrie comes through, BRS respawns, and Bob is used by Nami. Transcendence available here for Ground Zero as well. Mindfreak with more ultimates to work with, but Slip Jip goes down just before the trance is popped, and now all of the ultimates available on Alive Heroes are used by Mindfreak G, and they don't really get anywhere with it.
Terry's still got his Transcendence available as well, which is going to be a great stall ability for Ground Zero. Mindfreak have got time.
They do.
They don't need to get too concerned just yet. 1.5 minutes is left, and they do have the Dragon Blade, the Minefield also even going to be invested now as Bus goes charging past the Winston. Will chase him back on down with the help of Nyang. This might just be Mindfreak through point B.
What?
Surely Ground Zero give that up. Terry didn't even have the opportunity to use the Transcendence.
Couldn't even waste it. Didn't get a chance. So quick it was from Mindfreak, and this is a little bit better from them now. 2 minutes 40 to work their way through the final phase. Ground Zero again starting to get that ultimate advantage. But this is definitely doable for Mindfreak, and this is precisely what we were talking about. Fight by fight, round by round, objective by objective. This one is not going to go their way, and to see the blade coming out from Soggy, then I'm not sure if we're expecting a change up or something from Soggy right now, but it comes out just as 3 players go down.
Well, if he's going to change, he has to do it now. Otherwise, he's not going to have time to build an ultimate for this final push. So he's gone over to Tracer, Nyang over to the Ashe. Makes sense, long-range angles here. It's not a bad choice to have an Ashe on the field, and so we'll see what he can do against Nami, who has been quite impressive so far on Watchpoint Gibraltar.
Certainly has. We'll see if continues in that fashion. Valkyrie used by Mindfreak. Aki healed back up. The payload turns the final corner on the final straight. 90 seconds remain. Valkyrie from Bertlog. Ground Zero would love to try and hold this one here. They've got a lot to use as well, and Soggy going to get caught out by Terry. That's not what Mindfreak were looking for sure.
Yeah, Terry's been an absolute Chad so far in this grand final. He's really not put a foot wrong. This will be a transcendence, but not from Terry. It's from Aki. It's been forced out early by Ground Zero. Great news for them, and Slipchip. Oh, he even dies. The most inopportune time, but all of a sudden, picks come back for Mindfreak, and hang on a second. They're going to keep that payload pushing.
Yeah, what an incredible fight turnaround there from the attackers. Mindfreak G do again turn the corner. The payload rushing towards the point. Ground Zero Gaming will have Bob and Transcendence to work with. But Slipchip wants to try and hold them back inside the point. That won't work out in his favor. Bob finds Aki as well. The payload ever closer, 30 seconds on the clock. Mindfreak will have lost 2, make that 3. A Bob from Young will sit out there just trading blows with Adam, but can't really fight against the D.Va with the heals, to be perfectly honest. Adam catches the pulse bomb. And now with 15 seconds on the clock, Mindfreak is running out of options.
Yeah, what do they have to even get through this final point? How do you deal with a Transcendence and a Valkyrie with what they've got? They've just got nothing. Somehow they need to pick Terry before he gets that trance off, but I just don't see it happening. He has been perfectly positioned throughout this whole grand final, and he's going to keep putting that damage down. Trance is forced. Good work by Slipchip, but he'll pay with it with his life. And Young is copying some damage as well. Ground Zero holding well here on Phase C. Mindfreak, they won't be able to finish the map. Adam's just sitting on the cart, not letting them push forward at all. And overtime does tick away.
It's not awful, Jordan.
Definitely not bad for Mindfreak.
Considering where they were about 5 minutes ago,
Yeah.
almost getting held before they crossed the A threshold. Certainly a defensible position if Mindfreak turns up. But they will need to be on their A game.
They will. Ground Zero has been on their A game so far. And many a time in this grand final we've said, well, it's the tale of two halves. Mindfreak, we need to see how they go on the defense, etc., etc. They haven't been able to do anything in the second half to stop Ground Zero. Most of these maps have been comfortable wins for Ground Zero. In fact, I would go so far as to say all of the maps have been comfortable wins for Ground Zero. They haven't been pushed too hard. They haven't been blowouts by any means.
Lijiang was probably the closest.
Yep.
And short of the round that Mindfreak won, the 2 rounds that they lost, it didn't look really like they were necessarily going to win. Volskaya was comfortably Ground Zeroes. Eichenwald, they got through with time on the clock. And now we get to Watchpoint Gibraltar. Mindfreak unable to close out the attacking side, though to be fair, not every team does, Jordan.
No.
So, again, it is that defensible position for Mindfreak, but Ground Zero on the roll that they are. And now 1/2 of Overwatch away from coming out as Season 2 champions.
Slipchip's going to look for an early pick here, but doesn't have any success. Ground Zero not taking the high ground, the high route. They've just all put their bodies onto the cart, and we'll be pushing that one up the hill. No problems at all. And here comes the dive in from Ground Zero, trying to maintain control or gain control even of the high ground, and they've been successful in doing so. Aki the initial focus, then Soggy taken down. 2 of the lower HP targets are out of the picture early on in the piece, and now we can turn our attention
to a pause.
To I was going to say the Roadhog, but we do actually look right at Slipchip as we go into that pause. So there you go. Just got to make sure everything's okay.
Just want to make sure everyone's happy.
Mm.
It is the grand final, of course. Everyone playing from home, so doing our best. But again, we've been pretty fortunate to be able to have contenders this season.
Yep.
There's a lot of other things around the world where we haven't been so lucky, but the competition, both season 1 and season 2, has been really quite high. Some good plays, and it's been exciting.
Yeah, it's quite interesting to sort of just follow the journey that is Overwatch Contenders Australia. If you can remember all the way back to season 1, which Sydney Drop Bears won. We've still got a couple of players from not only that grand final, but that season as well in this game.
Oh, look at this, Jordan. So quick at ground zero through the first phase. They'll cap A, unabated. Looked easy for them, didn't it?
That is a lot of time. 5.5 minutes to get through phase B. Frogger being chased down by Adam, but he'll survive for now. Gets out okay. Cuffer again looking to contest the high ground, and Slipchip's picked off by Nami. It's 1 by 1. Dominoes falling for Mind Freak.
I need to recharge.
Couple of quick picks from Mind Freak. They need to waste some time here somewhere, don't they, Jordan? They need to find themselves a place to make a stand. And to be fair, Ground Zero did a pretty good job through B. Almost held this one out. A lot of fighting in this exact same spot for them. It's what Mind Freak needs to be doing. They'll hold to the cart. You can see Nami lurking with that EMP ready to go. Throws it out, hits 3 just as the mines come down as well.
That hasn't gone well for Ground Zero at all.
It has not gone their favor. Mind Freak will be happy to see those picks going their way. And now Mind Freak investing little into that other than that minefield from Bus. Will be sitting on 5 ultimates with 4 minutes on the clock.
This might actually be the start of something for Mind Freak. You know, I don't want to get too far ahead of myself, but that was the first really solid, clean fight that we've seen from them. First sort of
the best they've looked in 60 minutes.
Maybe a bit of a mistake from Ground Zero, a bit of a sloppy fight from them. Slipchip makes sure that he doesn't overcommit here and just backs on up. Meanwhile, Aki gets himself a nice kill on Tsunami. So starting to see those tables turn a little bit. Mind Freak are the ones that are dictating now how the last couple of engagements have gone. Ground Zero biding their time, of course, have a lot of ultimates to work with, and this time go through the low ground.
Only got 1 ultimate invested by Mind Freak in that last fight. That was Frogger. They'll happily give that one up for a fight win. But this is a very different story as BRS opens the fight with a pick onto Bus, finds Bob as well. And the Transcendence comes out from Aki. BRS follows through, but ain't able to find any picks there with the Death Blossom. So this fight is going Ground Zero's way. This is not what Mind Freak were looking for.
Yeah, Slipchip's going to have to come back in here with a really good whole hog that buys enough time. Bus gets the minefield down, which will help, and BRS is stuck inside of it. But Adam, a double kill with the self-destruct might be the killing blow here for Mind Freak. Whole hog is trying desperately to keep Ground Zero off of the payload. But sooner or later, the numbers advantage surely gives Ground Zero enough of a damage bonus that they might get through this one. Bus is still fighting on the point. EMP for Nami is going to be thrown in, and it connects onto 3 out of 4 of the alive players. And Ground Zero will mop them up off the back of that. Adam gets a kill with the remech as well. 3 minutes and 40 seconds, Ben. And they don't have to finish the map.
Feels like a lot of time to me, Offish Guy. Feels like a champion winning amount of time. We'll see whether that's the case or not. But it didn't really go Mind Freak's favor, did it? We saw all of the ultimates they had to work with. We were like, surely Mind Freak can win this fight, but it did not go that way. They will find Terry, and Young throws in Bob to the skirmish as well. But it's Soggy doing work as Frogger dives on in for the res onto Bus. Soggy is picked up, maybe diving just a little bit too deep. And just to play the mirror matchup even more, Bertlog comes through onto Nami. So it's 6v6, and Kuffa's going to have the mines. See whether they can find Bus before he gets back to the other side of the wall. He'll do so safely.
Well, there's the mines from Kuffa. You hear him getting thrown on out. Bus is going to look to do the same. Just gets back into the safety of Aki's Transcendence. And Soggy, this time with a Pulse Bomb, has caught Terry. It's numbers advantage for Mindfreak. Bus might not even need the mines, but now with all these reses coming through, perhaps he's thinking better of it. Does he actually invest? Wouldn't want to end this map with the mine still available. Here we go, the investment now, and he dives right on top of Adam. It was a good pile driver, but not quite enough damage to chunk through the healing that was being put in by Bertlog.
2 minutes remaining for ground zero. They are very, very close to closing out the season, closing out the grand final 4-0. Not much in the way of ultimates for them. Mindfreak G a little bit closer, so the Mindfreak team, as we said, they need to hold on to this one.
This will be their toughest challenge yet, though, ground zero, pushing through from here. The spawn's not so favourable for them. Adam gets the pick onto Bus, though, and that's a numbers advantage for ground zero going into this fight. Transcendence in as well. Slip Chip is cancelled mid-whole hog. Where is the individual
picks,
stepping
Jordan.
up for Mindfreak? Nowhere is the answer. There's just no one available, and they are falling. They are routed. They've fallen back. It's just Aki and Frogger, and they're waiting for the respawners, but Mindfreak have one more chance.
Their last chance to hold this one out. Ground Zero Gaming are 10 meters from being the victors today, from winning our season. They've got numbers on the point. Aki and Soggy both go down. Bus trying to stay alive. He's going to be forced to contest the respawns coming through from Mindfreak G. They find one. That's Nami. One will not be enough. Adam with a self-destruct. Soggy sitting on the point. Has to get out of dodge. Now back on. Along with the ball, along with Slip Chip. Here come the mines, though. Are these going to help at all? They found Terry. Great pulse bomb from BRS. Finds Aki and Frogger. No supports for another 10 or so seconds here for Mindfreak G. 2 players on the point for Mindfreak trying to hold the payload. Ground Zero Gaming. They will pick it up. Ground Zero take down Mindfreak G in our Season 2 Grand Finals of Overwatch Contenders Australia. Ground Zero Gaming are our victors. Congratulations to them. An impressive effort, Jordan. I have absolutely no doubt that Ground Zero Gaming were the best team in our region on the day. They peaked when it counted the most, and they take home the trophy today.
They do indeed, and they say the revenge is a dish best served cold, and that is a statement that rings true for this grand final. It was 4 of the Ground Zero members that remained on this team that played last season that lost to 4 of the Mindfreak members that remain on that team that have managed to get the better of them this time. For Adam, it's his 3rd victory in Overwatch Contenders Australia. For Bertlog, it's his 4th. And for the rest of the crew on Ground Zero, it will be their 1st Contenders Australia victory. So they're able to taste that sweet victory for themselves. Mindfreak, unfortunately, not able to make it this time. But it is the 3rd straight Grand Finals appearance for a couple of those Mindfreak players that can still feel pretty happy with that. It's not a bad result for Mindfreak, considering they came into this season, they came into playoffs as probably the 3rd seed in most people's mind.
Yeah.
So they have outperformed the expectations regardless.
They have, and I think for Mindfreak, they can still be proud. I'm very happy that we got to see them in that lower bracket final against the Direwolves. If Mindfreak had just lost to Ground Zero Gaming, and that was the last we saw of them, right? And then we didn't get to see them up against the Direwolves. We would have said, hey, Mindfreak are easy 3rd place. Both these teams well above them. But today, Mindfreak did show that they could take down the likes of the Direwolves, and they managed to grind that one out, but the grand final a bridge too far. Mindfreak G unable to go back to back, as you said, Jordan. Ground Zero Gaming getting their revenge, doing it in style. How often do you get to see teams 4-0 that grand final? It's a pretty good feeling. Let's ask the man himself. We spoke to him before. He's available now. Adam, congratulations, 4-0. You lifted the curse. How does it feel?
Oh, it's finally
Finally. Well,
Yeah.
it didn't take you that long, Adam. It was a 4-0. Like, come on, bro.
Yeah, didn't we just talk to you? How long's it been? Like 15 minutes? I don't know.
All right, tell
That
me,
was a quick one.
was it an easy one, though? Like you say, it's quick. Was it easy?
It was just weird. Like, they're just mechanically good. They had like no teamwork, but they were like mechanically really strong.
It definitely looked
Awful.
like a messy game. Is that how it felt as well to you?
Yeah, I was just like playing with our backline, just trying to keep them up the entire time, hoping they carry me.
Yeah, I think it was, there were moments there where it looked like Mind Freak were going to bring it back. There were moments to me where I was like, this is the turning point. Are they going to find Lijiang Tower? Are they going to bring it back on Eichenwald? But time and time again, your team just looked that little bit better. We were chatting to the guys earlier on last week, and I think the sentiment was that you guys had been working so hard through these last few weeks between the end of the regular season and the start of playoffs. Is that what you put this down to? Do you think you were the best team all season long, or do you think you've stepped up from, you know, that second or third seed and really proving yourself as the best team in the region?
We definitely stepped up from the normal season games, like the regular season, to playoffs. Every player was putting in insane time, and all our coaches were helping us out the entire time. It was really good from the whole team, like good teamwork, good everything.
Yeah, that's what you want to see. You can't sleep during the couple of weeks before the finals, and clearly Ground Zero putting in the work, Jordan.
Indeed, indeed. Well, I have one more question for you, Adam. Are you going to Overwatch League?
I don't know. I hope so.
Nearly got him.
He's there. You can have, yeah, I could tell John he was almost tricked there.
Yeah.
Almost caught him off guard. Now, Adam, I have one more question besides the congratulations, and that is, obviously, you've come through with the good today. Is there anyone that you want to thank? Any shout-outs from the team? What do you want to say?
Just the entire team. Like, we all put in insane amounts of effort, and it paid off. Really proud of us.
As you should be, mate. Congratulations. You're the Season 2 Overwatch Contenders Australia champions. It doesn't get much better than that.
Thanks.
What a good feeling. Great
Yeah.
to see Adam come out. Looking happy, as you should be, mate. This is like the pinnacle of Aussie contenders, of Aussie Overwatch, and such a good result for Ground Zero as well. To see them come out, they very much, it was very clear they were that one level above.
Yeah, they definitely were. I mean, it was just a massive turnaround for Ground Zero during regular season. They didn't really look anything special. They were definitely up there. They were definitely one of the better teams, but they weren't head and shoulders above the rest. But it's quite evident, based on the results that they've had in playoffs, that they are head and shoulders above the rest. I mean, just have a look at this. 3-0 against Mind Freak, then a 4-1 against Direwolves, and now a 4-0 against Mind Freak. So they only dropped one map in playoffs on their run into being the Season 2 champions.
Yeah, 11 maps won, 1 map lost. I think that's a pretty clear distinction. Let's go and take a look at what these guys have won. 10,000 USD is the first place prize. That's going to go to Ground Zero Gaming. The guys from Mind Freak G will pick up a 6.875 thousand USD. Third and fourth will share about 4K each, and you can see 25K USD is the prize pool just for playoffs. We gave out a bucket load of cash as well during the regular season, Jordan. I think another 75K or something. So
100K
there's a
total.
lot there that that has gone out. It's been great support for this region, and it's been great for the fans to be able to watch the Aussie players go at it here.
Yeah, definitely, and hopefully we're going to get to see more Overwatch in the future, whether it be with Adam going over to Overwatch League, whether any of these other players get picked up to go to Overwatch League, or, you know, whether or not they're going to play another season of Contenders. You know, we'll be here to, you know, guide them through that.
Sometimes people meme the path to pro concept, but we've seen a lot of players out of Australian Contenders head overseas. So I think we've got a pretty good region. We're feeding in pretty well, and it's great to see the opportunities afforded to some of these players when they deserve it. Jordan, let's go take a look at our grand final Macca's play of the game. It was our Season 2 grand final McDonald's Australia play of the game, and I love that we're giving it to Terry. He's playing support. Big plays coming out here on the Zenyatta.
Yeah, I think Terry had a great tournament and a great grand final mostly. He really is certainly a player that's been sort of looking for a victory. Smash was telling me a little bit earlier on that he's one of the cursed players that's never really won anything in Overwatch Contenders, despite being one of the best in his respective regions, obviously having played internationally as well. and finally gets a victory here in Overwatch Contenders Australia at least. So that curse is lifted, and it was a great series as well from Terry, who I really thought stepped up there and played a great grand final.
He did indeed, and for his troubles, he'll get the Macca's Player of the Game. It's pretty good. You don't get much better than getting the Macca's Player of the Game for the grand final. It's the biggest of all of the Macca's players of the game, and I think you get nuggets and a soft serve cone and a frozen Coke and a burger of your choice.
Sounds good.
If your coach will pay for it.
Yeah, well, I'm sure that Ground Zero's probably happy to throw a bit of cash at the boys.
Well,
they just won the grand final.
10,000 USD. Go buy all the Maccas you want.
Exactly.
Easy life.
Have a bit of a celebration today because, you know, being able to get that victory is pretty good news for them.
Yep, exactly right. Jordan, there's only one thing, though, better than being the Macca's Player of the Game on the grand final. It's being the Macca's MVP for grand final day.
Okay.
You owe me a drum roll for this
I
one.
don't know you a drum roll.
I'm right. Just imagine that Jordan's giving you a drum roll. Ready? Ready? And it's BRS. Congratulations, BRS from Ground Zero. To be fair, we've said this name time and time again all season long. This was a massive one for me. Great little rocket barrage. Doesn't even die. Coming through. Look, it's easy to say, Jordan, that, you know, you're playing a DPS hero. You're always going to get the big plays, whatever. But you really notice it when your DPS players aren't getting the plays of the game, when they aren't the ones getting the big plays. And BRS has stepped up all season long, and particularly here in the grand final.
Yeah, he was excellent from the outset for Ground Zero. You know, as soon as we went into that control center on Li Xiangtiao, you just knew there was a presence in the server from the DPS line from Ground Zero. And I think it was always going to be tough to match what we saw from Mindfreak against Direwolves and what they should theoretically bring into the grand final, but BRS did a great job, and you know, it was Soggy last season that got all the praise in that grand final. BRS playing that similar role. Now it is BRS in this grand final that has got the one up.
Well, Jordan, before we end off 2020 and Season 2, any last thoughts from you?
Well, looking forward to next year. That's my main takeaway, and hopefully we get to see a lot of these players really flourishing and moving on to Overwatch League, because that's what the whole point of this is about.
That's 100% what it is about. Well, guys and girls, thank you very much for joining us for Season 2 of Overwatch Contenders Australia. Thank you to all of the viewers, to McDonald's Australia for their support, the production team, all of the players and everyone who supports them. We could not have done this without you. What a great result. Congratulations to our champions, Ground Zero Gaming. How does anyone even have any stuff left? But Benesnerf will come with, and
they've already done that. PSTG's down early.
Sooner rather than
Good
later.
shatter from Quats, though. He's got pretty much everyone from Direwolves on the floor with that one.
Right into this fight, Jordan. And, looks to me like they... Oh, Bus, what is that?
Got it now for this fight, and that actually works out perfectly for Warriors, although August just gets deleted by Young, who steps up and gets rid of Break.
Only finds Kappa, unable to pop that primal range, but Bertlong's going to keep him up with B.
That was a sick Death Blossom from BRS.
Off, so they can wait and throw everything into a big fight, and this might be it.
Oh, BRS finds Jordation and Fundray down. 1, 2, 3 ultimates coming out from the Dials, despite not... So even though Elva's gone through with an EMP here, this might be a Ground Zero fight win.
They're very low, however, and now double kill from Young, and that's all that she wrote for Dark.
Gets rid of Fundray in the fall.
Oh,
Jordation! Soggy left on A. There's the Nanoblade coming through, looking for big time slap. Find Jordation. Did lose Young, but
enough. There is a Rocket Barrage available. A Defense Matrix has been used. Fast out of the picture early. Slip chip, demect, and finished off. Oh, look, and he didn't even get Pulse Bomb out. It's starting to slip for Mindfreak. EMP into Death Blossom.
Self-destruct goes through. Soggy comes through with the blade, however, needs to find picks. But Terry, been waiting, been sitting on this Transcendence for minutes now. Finally pops it out as Soggy goes down. The res onto Nami. Ground Zero in prime position.